Welcome back to another story on Fiction Blue. This time, we're bringing you, Harry accidentally activated a Lily Potter memory charm at age 4 that broadcast every Dursley crime to the entire ministry. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Locket in the Garden. The garden at number 4, Privet Drive was not a place Harry was allowed to enjoy. He was allowed to weed it. He was allowed to trim the edges of the lawn on his knees with a pair of rusted shears that were too large for his hands. He was allowed to haul the garden hose from the shed and water Aunt Petunia's roses while she watched from the kitchen window with a cup of tea and an expression like she'd smelled something unpleasant. Enjoyment, however, sitting in the grass, turning over stones to find beetles, lying on his back and watching clouds, that was not part of the arrangement. Harry was 4 years old and he already understood arrangements, even if he didn't have the word for them yet. He understood that Dudley got biscuits and he got the crusts. He understood that Dudley got the bedroom with the window and he got the cupboard under the stairs. He understood that when something went wrong in the house, a broken plate, a scorch mark on the carpet from nowhere, a strange thing that happened sometimes when Harry was frightened or upset, it was always, automatically, irreversibly his fault. These were the arrangements. Harry lived inside them the way a bird lives inside a cage, not because it has accepted captivity but because it hasn't yet learned the cage has a door. It was a Tuesday in late July, the kind of day that makes England briefly remember it's capable of being beautiful. The sky was an outrageous blue. The roses were fat and red and drowsy with heat. Dudley was somewhere inside the house destroying something, and Uncle Vernon had left for work at 7 in the morning after a breakfast that had included bacon, eggs, toast, orange juice, and a full pot of tea, none of which Harry had been offered. Harry's breakfast had been half a piece of toast that Aunt Petunia had put on the counter without looking at him, the way you might leave food out for a cat you didn't particularly like. He was weeding the far corner of the garden now, the bit near the back fence where Aunt Petunia's attention didn't quite reach. The soil back here was darker, damper, left a little wild. A bramble had been slowly eating the fence for 2 years and nobody had gotten around to dealing with it. Harry worked his way along the border, pulling chickweed and dandelions, his hands already dirty to the wrist. That was when his fingers found something that wasn't a root. He stopped. Dug more carefully, the way he'd learned to do when he found interesting things, slowly, without disturbing the surrounding earth, like the beetles deserved some notice before you unearthed them. What came up was not a beetle. It was a locket. Small. About the size of a large coin, maybe a little thicker. The metal was gold in the way that old things are gold, warm and slightly dark, with a depth to it that cheap things don't have. On the front, a design was inlaid in silver, a doe in mid-leap, delicate legs extended, and around its neck, so small Harry had to squint, a tiny lily flower. On the back, 3 words were engraved in a clean, careful hand. For when needed. Harry looked at it for a long moment. The sunlight moved through the bramble leaves and made shifting patterns on his hand. The locket felt warm, warmer than the day accounted for, warmer than the ground it had come from. He rubbed the dirt from it against his shirt and held it up. Something in his chest went very quiet. He didn't know what the feeling was. He was 4 and he didn't have the vocabulary for it. But later, when he was old enough to find the words, he would describe it as recognition, the feeling of seeing something that was yours before you knew you'd lost it. He turned the locket over. The clasp was stiff with age and soil, but it gave under his thumb with a soft, decisive click. Inside, on the left, was a tiny portrait. Not a photograph, a painting, miniature and breathtakingly detailed. A woman with dark red hair and green eyes, the exact shape and color of Harry's own. She was looking directly at him with an expression he had never seen directed at him before. Like he mattered. Like he was the most important thing in any room. On the right side of the locket's interior, packed impossibly dense for such a small space, something shimmered. Not light exactly. More like light remembered. It pulsed once as Harry looked at it, and he felt it in his teeth and in the back of his skull, a sound below sound, and then, every bird within 200 meters of Privet Drive took flight simultaneously. Inside the kitchen, Aunt Petunia's tea mug rattled against the counter and she grabbed it without knowing why she'd reached for it. Inside every Ministry of Magic communication terminal within the borders of Great Britain, an emergency channel opened that had never been used before, one that predated the current minister by 3 administrations, one that was listed in the archived infrastructure documents as Lily J. Potter, Broadcast Ward, Priority, Absolute. And the memories began to play. In the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, which at 9:30 on a Tuesday morning was full of witches and wizards going about their ordinary business, memos in paper airplane form flitting overhead, the golden fountain glittering, somebody from the improper use of magic office arguing with someone from magical creatures about a disputed niffler, approximately 300 people stopped what they were doing and grabbed their heads. It wasn't painful. That was the first thing that surprised those who later tried to describe it. It wasn't painful, it was overwhelming, the way a symphony is overwhelming when you're expecting a single note. Something vast opened in the back of the mind, bypassing the usual guards and hesitations that govern how humans receive information, and simply poured. Images. Memories. A cupboard under the stairs. Small. Dark. The slats of the door painted white but dirty now, the paint picking off in scales. A thin mattress. A single, inadequate blanket. The sounds of the house above and around, television, laughter, heavy footsteps, all muffled, all unreachable. A lock on the outside of the door. A kitchen, and a boy with black hair sitting at a table doing a mountain of washing up, standing on a step stool to reach the sink, his feet not touching the floor. The boy can't be more than 3. The woman with the long neck watching him and saying nothing. Saying nothing when the suds get in his eyes and they water. Saying nothing when he drops a pot and flinches away from the sound of it hitting the floor like he's been hit himself. A man. Very large, very red-faced, with a neck like a side of ham and eyes the color of bad weather. Coming down the stairs. The boy, barely two, scrambling backward on the carpet, and the fear in those green eyes, animal and absolute, too large for such a small face. The man not striking him. Just looming. Just letting the shadow of himself do the work. The cupboard door again. This time being locked from outside, and the boy inside going completely still and quiet, the way small creatures go still when they know making noise will make things worse. A birthday. Not the boy's birthday, another child's birthday, enormous and celebrated, the dining room table buried under presents and cake and balloons, and the thin-haired boy sitting in the corner eating a piece of bread because there was no room for him at the table, there was never room for him, and he watched the birthday child open present after present with an expression on his face of such careful, practiced blankness that it was more heartbreaking than any tears. More. More and more. 17 months of it, compressed and precise, a document assembled by a woman who had known this might happen and had accounted for everything, dates, patterns, the accumulative evidence of a campaign that had never been called what it was. The insufficient food. The deliberate cold. The way the boy was never touched with gentleness, never held, never comforted after nightmares, the way any accidental kindness from outside the family was intercepted and ended. And through all of it, threaded like a silver wire, the boy's eyes. Green as good glass. Looking up, always looking up, at a world that had decided it didn't see him. In the ministry atrium, a senior records clerk named Millicent Crabb sat down heavily on the floor because her legs gave out, and she didn't get up for a very long time. Near the fountain, a wizard from the International Confederation dropped all his papers and didn't bend to pick them up. An auror named Dawlish stood with his wand half drawn and absolutely no idea what to do with it. And in her office on the 4th floor, behind a desk stacked with files and a door with her name on it in brass letters, Amelia Susan Bones, head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a woman with steel-gray hair and a monocle sat with her hands flat on the desk and watched the memories run their course in her mind with the still, terrible attention of someone who has spent 30 years learning not to look away from difficult things. When it was over, she sat in the silence for a moment. Then she stood, took her cloak from the hook behind her door, and walked to the fireplace. "Perkins," she said to the outer office, without raising her voice, "I need the Muggle liaison and 2 seniors. Now. Not in 10 minutes. Now." Albus Dumbledore received the memory in his office at Hogwarts, which was empty of students on this July morning. He had been reading, or trying to read. The book lay open, but he had not turned a page in 20 minutes. He had been, if he was honest with himself, waiting for something, though he could not have said what. He found out. The locket activated and the memories came, and he sat in his high-backed chair with his half-moon spectacles on his nose and his long fingers laced together, and he watched all of it, all 17 months, without moving. Fawkes, on his perch, made a low soft sound. Not his usual song. Something smaller and sadder. When the memories ended, Dumbledore sat still for a long time. He was a man who had made many difficult decisions in his life, and he had peace with most of them, because he had made them for good reasons with the best information available, and because peace was something he had learned to construct the way other people built houses, carefully, from the right materials, with attention to the load-bearing walls. This particular decision, the one about Privet Drive, about the Blood Wards, about the necessity of Lily's sacrifice binding Harry to her sister's house, had always been the one room in that house he hadn't quite been able to make comfortable. He had told himself it was necessary. He had told himself Harry would be safe there in the way that mattered most. Looking at the memory of a 2-year-old flinching away from a shadow, he revised his assessment. He reached for the Floo powder. He needed to get to Privet Drive before the Ministry did. He did not, in the end, make it in time. Harry was still sitting in the garden. He hadn't moved. He wasn't sure he could. The locket had gone quiet after that first enormous pulse, just sitting in his palm, warm and small and somehow companionable, like a hand that had found his in the dark. He was looking at the tiny portrait inside, the red-haired woman with his eyes, and having a feeling he didn't have a name for yet. The logical candidate was sad. But it wasn't quite sad. It was more like almost. Like standing at the edge of something and knowing that just past the edge was something enormous that you'd never been allowed to have. "Hello," he said, to the portrait. He felt slightly silly. He said it again anyway, because she was looking at him and she looked like she wanted him to. The portrait's lips moved. He leaned in close. "Hello, my love," said a voice that wasn't quite sound, that came from somewhere in the middle of his chest rather than through his ears. "I've been waiting so long to say that." Harry looked at the tiny face. "Are you a person?" "I'm something like a person," said the voice. "I'm something your mum left behind. I'm a memory of her, and some of her magic, and all of her love for you. Those 3 things together make something. I'm not sure what to call it." "Okay," said Harry, because he was 4 and he was not yet old enough to find this strange. Strange was Aunt Petunia's face when he accidentally made the television change channels without touching it. Strange was the time he'd been so frightened that all the locks in the house clicked open at once. A lady in a locket was not, by comparison, particularly strange. "Can you hear me? Inside yourself?" "Yeah." "Good. There are things I need to tell you, Harry. Important things. But right now, very soon, some people are going to come to this garden. Lots of people. They've seen some things that were shown to them today, and they're going to want to help you. I need you not to be frightened." Harry considered this. "Are they bad people?" "Some are good and some are just people," said the voice, which is how it usually is. "But the ones coming right now, the first ones, they're the good kind. They're coming because they're angry at what happened to you. That's the right kind of angry." "What did they see?" A pause. The voice, when it came back, was careful and warm simultaneously, which Harry would later recognize as the tone of someone trying very hard to be honest while not breaking something. "They saw how you've been living, sweetheart. They saw all of it. And they're not going to let it continue." Harry looked at the back door of number 4. He looked at the kitchen window, where Aunt Petunia was now standing with both hands flat on the counter, staring at something Harry couldn't see from where he sat, her face a color he didn't have a name for, somewhere between white and gray. He looked back at the locket. "Is she scared?" he asked. "Yes." "Oh," said Harry. He thought about this. He thought about the locked cupboard and the bread crust and the flinching. He thought about his cousin's birthday party and the corner he'd sat in. He was 4 years old and he did not have the vocabulary for what he was feeling, but he was a very perceptive child and he understood, with a clarity that surprised him, that scared was appropriate. Scared was exactly the right thing for Aunt Petunia to be. "Okay," he said. "I'm not frightened." He closed his fingers around the locket and waited. The first crack of apparition came from just outside the garden gate, and then another, and then 3 more in quick succession. Harry stood up from the earth and brushed dirt from his knees and turned to face the garden path. The woman who came through the gate first was not what Harry expected, though he couldn't have said what he had expected. She was tall and straight-backed, with steel gray hair pinned severely and a monocle over her right eye that she'd forgotten to take off in the rush. She was wearing proper robes, deep red, and she moved with the kind of authority that makes rooms reorganize themselves around a person. Behind her were 2 younger people in similar dark robes, and behind them a man in a rumpled suit who was clearly not entirely sure why he was here. She stopped when she saw Harry. He saw the moment she recognized his eyes. Something in her face, already serious, went a shade more serious. She crossed the garden in 7 steps and crouched down in front of him, eye level, which no adult had ever done before. It startled him more than the apparition had. "Harry Potter," she said. Her voice was brisk but not unkind. Someone who used authority like a tool, not a weapon. "Yes," said Harry. "My name is Amelia Bones. I'm from the Ministry of Magic. Do you know what that is?" "No," said Harry. "It's the government for people like you and me. People with magic. I'm here because something happened this morning that means we need to take you somewhere safe, and I'd like your permission to do that. I'm asking you properly because you deserve to be asked properly. Do you understand?" Harry looked at her for a moment. Then he looked at the back door of the house, where Aunt Petunia had now appeared, pale as chalk, one hand on the doorframe. He looked back at Amelia Bones. "Okay," he said. She nodded once, decisive, and stood. "Gibson," she said to one of the dark-robed figures without turning around, "get the Dursleys inside. Nobody leaves. I'll want their statements this afternoon." She glanced at the suited man. "Dawes, you're here to make sure everything that happens in the next hour is documented properly. Write down everything." She looked back at Harry. "Is there anything in the house you want to bring with you?" Harry thought. He had a small toy truck that had belonged to Dudley and been handed down when it lost a wheel, but he hadn't been allowed to keep it in his room, and he'd been sleeping with it hidden under the thin mattress in the cupboard. He thought about going back inside to get it. He thought about the kitchen, and the hallway, and the cupboard door. "No," he said. Something in Amelia's expression moved, briefly, before she locked it down. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small notepad and a self-inking quill, and she held them out. "Do you want to hold these while we walk? So you have something for your hands." He took them. He didn't know why she'd offered. Adults didn't usually think about things like that, whether he had something for his hands, but the quill was interesting, warm in the fingers, and it made him feel slightly less like he was falling. "Good," said Amelia. She looked at him with that straight-on attention that he would come to associate with her over the following years, the way she had of looking at things that needed to be seen and not looking away from them. "You're going to be all right, Harry. I'm going to make sure of it." Harry, who had never been told anything like this by anyone who had the power to make it true, felt something move in his chest that was distantly related to hope and too new to trust. He nodded. They walked out of the garden together. Inside number 4, Privet Drive, the world was ending. Not literally, but Vernon Dursley had not been told that and would not have believed it anyway. He'd been called from the office, his secretary, very confused, very insistent, something about the house, something about Harry, he'd have to come immediately. He'd driven back in a state of rising fury, because things like this didn't happen to people like Vernon, things didn't interrupt during a very important morning with the quarterly reports. His nephew was supposed to be in the garden and invisible and unproblematic. He walked into his kitchen to find two people he didn't recognize standing in it, and his wife sitting at the table with her hands in her lap and her face the color of old newspaper, and an absence where Harry was supposed to be. "What in the devil's name is going on?" he demanded. One of the strangers, a young woman with dark braids and cold eyes, turned to face him and said, "Please sit down, Mr. Dursley." "I will not sit down. This is my house." "Where is the boy?" "Somewhere safer than here," said the other stranger, and his voice was pleasant in the specific way that means it won't stay pleasant if you push. "And now we need to have a conversation about the last 17 months. Vernon looked at Petunia. Petunia looked at the table. "What about them?" said Vernon, because he was a man who had spent his life doubling down and didn't know another direction. The young woman reached into her robe and withdrew a small, flat disc that projected, in the air above it, a scene that Vernon recognized with a jolt of cold horror. He was in it. He was coming down the stairs, and it was a Thursday morning in February. He remembered it now, remembered being in a mood, and Harry was in the hallway, and the look on Harry's face. He hadn't thought about the look on Harry's face. He'd never had to. There'd never been a consequence for not thinking about it. "That's not," he started. "It is," said the young woman. "We have 17 months of it. The ministry has 17 months of it. 247 ministry officials have 17 months of it in their heads right now, Mr. Dursley. Unimpeachable magical memory. Not testimony. Not an allegation. Memory." She tilted her head very slightly. "Would you like to sit down now?" Vernon sat down. Petunia made a sound that was not quite a word. "There will be formal proceedings," said the man pleasantly. "You'll want legal counsel. Muggle legal counsel, we mean, this will go through both systems. An arrangement has already been initiated with your equivalent of the ministry to ensure proper handling. But today, this morning, I need the two of you to understand very clearly that your guardianship of Harry Potter is over. Permanently. Completely. Any attempt to contest that, we don't want to contest it," said Petunia, in a voice that didn't sound like her usual voice. It sounded like someone who had been carrying something heavy for a long time and had just put it down. "We never wanted him." The two strangers looked at her. She looked at the table. "We never wanted him," she said again, quietly, like that explained something. Like it was supposed to. The young woman wrote something in her notepad. She wrote it without any expression on her face at all. In the minister's office, Cornelius Fudge was having what could charitably be called a crisis. "How many people?" he said. "Currently?" "The estimate is 400, Minister, across the atrium and the floors above. 400 people received it. 300 in the atrium directly. The ward appears to have used our own communication network as a conductor. It broadcast through every active ministry terminal." His senior assistant, a woman named Edith who had worked for 3 ministers and found all of them exhausting in different ways, kept her voice level. "The memories are magical and therefore legally admissible as evidence. Every person who received them is a potential witness. That is," she checked her notes, 411 witches and wizards, Minister, all of whom now have first-hand memory of 4 years of child neglect and abuse at the hands of Muggle relatives. Fudge opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "The Dursleys are Muggles. This is a Muggle matter. Harry Potter is not a Muggle, Minister. He is a magically significant minor who was placed in the care of those Muggles by a ministry-adjacent decision. Any question of who bears oversight responsibility for that decision is going to be asked in the next 48 hours by every newspaper in the wizarding world." Edith looked at him over her reading spectacles. "And the Prophet already has a reporter in our lobby." Fudge sat back in his chair and made a noise that sounded like a slow tire deflating. "Where is Dumbledore? He's been trying to reach you through the floor. He's at the ministry now, in the visitors' holding room." She hesitated. "What?" "He looks, Minister, as though he'd rather be anywhere else in the world." She paused. "Which is unusual for him." Fudge rubbed his face. He was a man who had built his entire political career on the principle that difficult things, if ignored with sufficient conviction, could be made to stop being difficult. He was beginning to understand, on this Tuesday in July, that there was a structural limit to this principle that he had not previously located. "Get me Bones," he said. "Director Bones is currently at Privet Drive managing the situation on the ground, Minister. She's been there for 40 minutes. Well, get me someone who can tell me what to do." Edith wrote something in her notepad. Her expression did not change. "I'll see who's available," she said. In the visitors' holding room, which was a small waiting area with uncomfortable chairs and a painting of the Thames that Dumbledore had never quite liked, Albus Dumbledore sat and waited. He was not accustomed to waiting. He was accustomed to arriving first, to having time to arrange things before others arrived, to being the person who shaped the room before anyone else walked into it. It was not arrogance precisely, he thought of it as preparation. As management. The world was a complicated place and someone had to stand at the board and move the pieces in the right order. He had been moving pieces in the right order for 50 years. He had, on the whole, been very good at it. He was having, for the first time in a very long time, serious doubts. He looked at his hands, long-fingered and spotted with age. He thought about the night he had left Harry on the Dursleys' doorstep. He had written a letter, clear, thorough, explaining the situation as best he could to Petunia Dursley in terms a non-magical person could understand. He had checked the blood wards. He had told himself that the wards would hold, that Voldemort's servants would not risk Privet Drive, that Harry needed to be hidden from the wizarding world's expectations as much as from Voldemort's remaining allies, that the arrangement was temporary, always temporary, that was the word he'd used, and when the time was right he would bring Harry properly into the world. He had not checked, after that first night, how the boy was being treated. He had received general reports. The boy is well. The situation is stable. He had not asked what well looked like up close. He had not wanted to know the details, if he was being honest with himself, and he was trying very hard to be honest with himself this morning. Lily's memory had included details. Lily, brilliant and thorough and absolutely unforgiving in her final act of love, had left behind a record that contained everything. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. He thought about a 2-year-old flinching away from a shadow. He took off his spectacles and cleaned them, though they didn't need it, and put them back on, and sat with the discomfort of knowing that he had made a decision he had believed was right and the decision had been wrong, not in theory but in practice, and 400 people in the building around him now knew it too. He had been waiting to be called to see the minister. He would say what he needed to say. He would navigate this, there was still navigation to be done, still important work ahead, still a war to prevent and a child to protect. But he was quiet, alone in the waiting room. And for once in his long, difficult, carefully managed life, he didn't try to make himself feel better about it. Fawkes was not with him. He had left his office quickly and hadn't taken the Phoenix. He found he missed the weight of it. The small, warm, reliable presence. The door opened. A young ministry official, looking terrified in the specific way of someone who has been given a task they don't want and made to do it quickly, stuck his head in. "Headmaster Dumbledore. The minister will see you now." Dumbledore rose, smoothed his robes, and put his face into the configuration it wore when he was walking into a room that needed managing. The door to the minister's office was at the end of a short corridor. He walked it alone. The safe house was a flat in a Muggle building in Edinburgh, owned by the ministry and used for exactly these situations, the ones you hoped wouldn't happen and needed to be ready for. It was small but clean and had actual beds in it, which Harry noticed immediately because he had been sleeping on a mattress thinner than most doors for his entire memorable life. Amelia Bones had installed him there with a cup of tea, hot chocolate, corrected an assistant, he's 4, and a plate of biscuits, and left him briefly with a young witch named Rosa who had kind eyes and an unconscious habit of twisting her bracelet when nervous, which Harry noticed and found somehow reassuring because it meant she was real. He sat on the edge of the bed. The locket was in his left fist. The quill Amelia had given him was in his right, though there was nothing to write on. The hot chocolate was on the bedside table. Rosa was pretending to read something at the small desk by the window. "She left my mum in a garden," Harry said. Rosa looked up. The locket. It was buried. He turned it over in his fingers. "My mum buried it there so I'd find it." Rosa was quiet for a moment. "It sounds like your mum loved you very much." Harry looked at the locket. At the tiny woman inside with her green eyes and her expression like he was the most important thing. "Yeah," he said. "I think she did." He opened his fist and looked at the portrait. The tiny Lily didn't move, she was paint and magic, not truly alive, but the expression on her face didn't change either, and somehow that was enough. "She's clever," said Harry. "She made it so that people would have to notice." Rosa had stopped pretending to read. She was watching him with her bracelet twisted all the way around. "Yeah," she said softly. "She was. She really was." Harry nodded. He lay back on the bed without taking off his shoes, no one had told him not to, and it was the first bed he'd been in that didn't lock from the outside, and he held the locket against his chest and looked at the ceiling, which had a small water stain in the corner that looked a bit like a running fox. In the locket, very quietly, so quiet it might have been imagination, something warm and steady pressed back against his palm. He was 4 years old. He had been cold and hungry and invisible for most of the life he could remember. He didn't know yet what Sirius Black was or what a Hogwarts was or what was waiting for him in the years between now and everything. He didn't know that in the minister's office, Dumbledore was having the hardest conversation of his life. He didn't know that in the prophets' offices, a headline was being set that would change the shape of the wizarding world's memory by morning. He knew the ceiling had a fox on it. He knew his mum had been clever enough to make a plan. He knew someone had crouched down to his eye level and asked him properly. He closed his eyes. He was asleep in 4 minutes, deep and without nightmares, for the first time in his remembered life. Outside, Amelia Bones was already on her way back to the ministry with a list of things that needed doing, and first on that list, underlined twice, was a name she'd come across that morning in the archived case files: Black, Sirius, trial date, none, sentence date, none, trial record, see attached. She had looked for the attached. There wasn't one. Her jaw had set at a very specific angle when she'd found that out. The same angle it set when she found a thing that was wrong and decided, quietly and permanently, to fix it. She stepped into the flue. The flames took her. The day was only half over. Chapter 2, the morning after the Daily Prophet hit doorsteps at 6 in the morning, as it always did, with a soft thump of rolled parchment landing on doormats from Aberdeen to Penzance. Most wizarding households collected it with the reflexive half-awareness of people whose morning routine had calcified around the ritual: kettle on, paper up, scan the headlines before the tea was ready. On this particular Wednesday morning, the headlines stopped a lot of kettles. Harry Potter, the boy who suffered ministry broadcast exposes years of neglect at Muggle home, 400+ officials witness unimpeachable magical memory, who knew, and when. Below the headline, the Prophet's most senior photographer had managed something extraordinary: a single image, captured through the ministry's own archive of the broadcast memory, of a small dark-haired boy sitting in a cupboard with a crack of light coming under a locked door. The boy wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at the crack of light. The expression on his face was not one most people expected to see on a child. It was patient. Quietly, absolutely patient. The patience of someone who has accepted that this is simply how things are. Molly Weasley read the headline at her kitchen table at Ottery St. Catchpole and put her hand over her mouth and didn't move it for a full minute. In Knockturn Alley, a man with white blonde hair and excellent tailoring read it over his morning coffee and went very still in a way that his wife recognized and quietly moved her chair back from. In a tower office at Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall read it standing up, still in her dressing gown, and said a word that she would have removed points for if a student had said it, and then said it again. In a basement flat in London, a man who had been living on takeaway and self-loathing for the better part of a year sat on the floor with his back against the sofa and read the article 3 times. His name was Remus Lupin. He read it 3 times because the first 2 times he kept losing his place when his eyes stopped cooperating. When he'd finished the 3rd time, he set the paper on his knee and looked at the ceiling and thought about James, and about Lily, and about a night 12 years ago that he had never found the right way to survive. He got up. Found his wand on the counter. Found his coat on the floor. Operaat to Edinburgh, because that was where the safe house was. He still had the address from the war, from the network Dumbledore had maintained, and stood in the street below looking up at the building's windows and not going in, not yet, because he wasn't sure what right he had. He stood there for 11 minutes before he made himself move. Harry had slept for 14 hours. He woke up not knowing where he was, which was a familiar experience, but the not knowing resolved into something completely unfamiliar, a clean room, actual curtains, a bed with a duvet instead of a single thin blanket. He lay there for a moment doing the morning calculation he always did: where was he in the house, what were the sounds, what was the mood today, and then the calculation came up empty because none of the variables applied, and he remembered. The garden. The locket. The woman with the monocle. He sat up. The locket was still in his fist, warm against his palm. He opened his hand and looked at it. The tiny portrait looked back. "Morning," he said. "Good morning," said the voice from inside his chest. Warmer than usual, somehow. Like it was relieved. "You slept well." "Yeah." He swung his legs over the side of the bed. His shoes were still on, which was novel and somehow pleasing. He looked at them for a moment. "What happens now?" "Now things happen quickly," said the voice. "There are people who want to help you. Some of them you'll trust quickly and some you'll need to watch first, and you'll know the difference because you've always been good at knowing the difference." "How do you know that?" "Because you're my son," said the voice simply, and Harry didn't have an answer for that, so he didn't try to find one. The flat was small and quiet in the early morning light. Rosa was asleep on the sofa. She'd stayed the night, apparently, which Harry thought was kind though he hadn't thought to say so last night. He padded to the window in his shoes and looked out at Edinburgh, which was doing the thing that Edinburgh does at 6 in the morning in summer, all grey stone and impossible hills and light that came in sideways and made everything look slightly theatrical. He'd never been to Edinburgh. He'd never been anywhere. He pressed his hand against the glass and watched a pigeon make up its mind about a lamppost. Amelia Bones had not slept. This was not unusual. There had been whole stretches of the war where she'd operated on 4 hours a night for weeks, and she had made a sort of private peace with the knowledge that her body would outlast what she asked of it as long as she didn't ask the very worst things too often. She had been at her desk since 2 in the morning, working through the files that her assistant had pulled and stacked in a tower on her left: the Dursley guardianship papers, the Privet Drive ward survey records, the brief and curiously sparse file labeled Potter, H.J., placement, 1981, and underneath all of it, at the bottom, a manila folder with a ministry red stamp on the front that said black, Sirius O. Classified, Azkaban, transferred November 2, 1981. She had opened that one last. She had read it in its entirety. All 14 pages, which included arrest reports and a witness statement from a Muggle inspector and the Azkaban transfer authorization, and precisely nothing else. No trial transcript, because there had been no trial. No evidence summary, because no evidence had been formally assembled. No defense filing, because no defense had been offered. Sirius Black had been arrested on the morning of November 2, 1981, taken to the ministry for 2 hours, and then transferred directly to Azkaban on the verbal authorization of Bartemius Crouch Sr., who had been head of magical law enforcement at the time and who had apparently decided that the open and shut nature of the case made formal proceedings an unnecessary use of everyone's time. Amelia was not a person who swore often or lightly. She had made an exception around page 6. She was on her second pot of tea and had just finished drafting the order that would need to go to the Wisengamot when her office door opened without a knock, which only 2 people in the ministry ever did. One of them was the minister. One of them was Alastair Moody, who had retired 3 years ago but still behaved as though the building was his personal jurisdiction. It was Moody. He stumped in, magical eye spinning, and dropped into the chair across from her desk with the grace of a man who had left his grace somewhere in his 40s and never bothered to retrieve it. "You've seen the file," he said. "I've been looking at it for 4 hours. I should have looked at it 12 years ago." He said it flatly, like he was filing a report. Moody had a way of delivering self-recrimination that bypassed the usual packaging: no drama, no visible remorse, just a statement of fact about a failure. "I was there. On the street. I was one of the Aurors who brought him in and I never asked why there was no trial." He looked at her. "I assumed Crouch knew something I didn't." "He usually did." "He probably did know something," said Amelia. "The question is whether it was true." "Black said he didn't do it. In the van, on the way to the ministry." "I remember it. I've been thinking about it since 2 this morning when the prophet landed on my mat and I couldn't sleep. He kept saying he didn't betray them, it was Pettigrew. Pettigrew switched at the last minute, he was the secret keeper not me." Moody stopped. "And Crouch said it was the guilt talking. And I let it go." Amelia looked at him. "Alastair. Don't." "I wasn't going to." She turned the Azkaban transfer file around so he could see it. "Look at the date." He looked. 2 days after the Potters died, she said. "He was arrested on the morning of the 2nd and transferred by nightfall." That's so fast. There's only one reason for it," said Moody. "Someone wanted him out of reach before he could arrange proper legal counsel or make formal statements." She leaned back. "The question now is whether that someone was simply Crouch being Crouch, or whether there's a reason someone specifically wanted Sirius Black where he couldn't talk." Moody's magical eye did a slow rotation. "He's been in Azkaban for 12 years. I know. Dementors for 12 years. I know, Alastair. If he's innocent, I know," she said, and the weight in those 2 words shut the sentence down completely. She looked at the file. "I'm drafting a Wisengamot order for an emergency review. Given the broadcast yesterday, given that this all came out of the Potter case, the Wisengamot will hear it. They have no choice. Every one of them received the memories. How's the boy?" "Sleeping, last report." She picked up her quill. "I'm going to see him this morning. He deserves an explanation of what happens next, even if the explanation is going to be complicated." Moody stood. His leg made the sound it always made, a complaint that had long since stopped being answered. "I want to be in the room for the Wisengamot review." "You're a witness." "You'll have to be." He nodded. He was at the door when he stopped and turned back, and she expected something further about Black, or the review, or the political shape of what was coming. "The picture in the paper," he said. "The boy in the cupboard." "Yes. He's got her eyes." He said it to the door. "Lily's eyes, exactly." He opened the door. "Sort it out, Amelia." "I intend to," she said. He left. She wrote. The knock at the flat's door came at 7:30, and Rosa answered it with her wand in her hand because she was very good at her job. She looked through the peephole. Lowered the wand. Opened the door. The man outside was, well. He looked like what happened when someone with a naturally kind face spent a year not sleeping and not eating quite enough and doing a great deal of quiet grieving. He was young, she could tell that, actually young, late 20s, but he wore it like something heavier. Brown hair with a thread of gray already at the temple. Patched robes that had been good once. The kind of careful stillness that came from a person who had learned to take up as little space as possible. "Remus Lupin," he said. His voice was steadier than his hands. I'm a friend of Harry's parents. I saw the article. He stopped. Gathered himself. I'm not sure what I thought I was doing, coming here. I haven't, he looked at his shoes. I haven't been particularly present. For the last 12 years. I thought, another stop. Is he all right? Rosa looked at him for a moment. She was an excellent judge of people, which was why she was good at her job, and she judged this man in about 4 seconds, harmless, grieving, genuine, not an immediate threat. She stepped back from the door. He's in the kitchen, she said. He's having toast. Remus Lupin looked at her like she'd said something extraordinary. He is? He asked for it himself. With butter. He was very specific about the butter. She held the door. Do you want to come in? He came in. Harry was at the kitchen table with 2 pieces of toast, both buttered, and a glass of orange juice. He had found a pencil somewhere and was drawing on the corner of the previous day's Muggle newspaper, little figures, a cat, something that might have been a dragon. He looked up when Remus came in and the two of them looked at each other. Harry had the direct, assessing gaze of a child who has spent years reading adult faces for information. He looked at Remus the way you look at something you're not sure about, not with suspicion, exactly, but with care. Hello, said Harry. Hello, said Remus. Are you another ministry person? No. Remus pulled out the chair across from Harry, then stopped. Can I sit down? It's not my flat, said Harry, which was a very reasonable answer, and he went back to his drawing. Remus sat. He looked at Harry's hands moving the pencil. He looked at the toast. He looked at the small dark-haired boy who had James's everything except the eyes and Lily's everything else, and he did something that he'd been trying and failing not to do since he'd read the article at 4 a.m, which was feel it properly, feel what these 12 years had cost, feel the full weight of what the photograph in the paper had shown. He managed not to show most of it. He was very practiced. I knew your parents, he said. Your mum and dad. We were friends at school. Harry's pencil slowed. He didn't look up. Both of them? All through Hogwarts. Your dad was my best friend. He paused. One of them. What was he like? Remus had been dreading this question and also wanting it desperately, the way you want things that are going to hurt. Loud, he said. Brilliant. Thought he was funnier than he was, mostly, but occasionally he was actually very funny. Loyal. He would have done anything for the people he loved. He paused again. He would have done anything for you. Harry looked up. His face was quiet and serious, that careful, thinking face. What about my mum? Your mum, said Remus, was the cleverest person I've ever known, and I've known some very clever people. She was brave in a way that looked like stubbornness from a distance. She never did a thing without thinking it through completely, but once she'd thought it through she was immovable. He found himself almost smiling. She also had a truly terrible sense of direction, which she absolutely refused to admit. Harry processed this. She made the locket, he said. Remus stilled. What locket? Harry opened his hand on the table. The gold locket with the dough on the front sat in his palm, warm, the clasp slightly ajar. Remus looked at it for a long time without speaking. He reached out, slowly, and Harry let him take it. He turned it over. Read the engraving. Opened it carefully and looked at the miniature portrait. Something in his face went through several expressions very quickly before it landed on something that was not quite any of them. She was working on it, he said quietly. At the end. She didn't tell anyone what it was, just that she was building something in case things went wrong. We thought it was a protective ward for the house. He closed the locket gently and placed it back in Harry's palm. She was the only person I knew who could build a broadcast ward and make it love-keyed. Triggered specifically by magical distress in her bloodline. He looked at Harry. She was magnificent. She talks to me, said Harry. From inside it. Not always. But sometimes. Remus's hands were very still on the table. Does she? She says she's a memory and some magic and all the love. Harry picked up his toast. She says those three things make something. She's right, said Remus. They do. He watched Harry eat. Watched him eat with the focused attention of a hungry person who doesn't entirely trust that the food will stay, and it cost Remus something to watch it, though he didn't move or speak. Harry, I should have come before. After your parents died. I should have found a way to, he stopped. I didn't. And that was wrong. Harry considered him. The direct gaze, steady and unpressured. Why didn't you? Remus answered honestly, which Harry would later reflect was not something all adults defaulted to. Because I was sad, and frightened, and I made the mistake of thinking those were good enough reasons. He met Harry's eyes. They weren't. Harry nodded slowly. Took a bite of toast. Okay, he said. Okay. You're here now. He said it simply, without magnanimity or performance. Just fact. He was 4 and he was interested in the present tense. Are you going to stay? I'd like to. Harry looked at him for another moment and then went back to his drawing. Remus stayed in the chair across from him, and after a moment, because Harry had left the pencil available and hadn't objected, he picked up a spare bit of newspaper margin and drew a wolf. Harry looked at it. That's good. Thank you. Can you draw a dragon? Probably a bad one. That's okay. I draw bad ones too. They sat at the kitchen table and drew bad dragons until Amelia Bones knocked at the door at 8:15. She came with 2 oars and a folder and a slightly different energy than the previous day, less emergency, more intent. She stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked at Remus Lupin, and he looked back at her with the expression of a man who has braced for something. Lupin, she said. Director Bones. Your proximity to this situation is something we'll need to discuss formally. She moved into the kitchen, set her folder on the table. Not today. Today I need to talk to Harry. She looked at Harry. Is that all right? Yes, said Harry. She sat down. She opened her folder and then closed it again, which meant she wasn't going to use it as a crutch, which Harry noticed. I'm going to explain what's happening, she said. Straight. No softening. You're a person and you deserve straight. Okay, said Harry. Yesterday, your mum's locket sent memories to the ministry. Everyone there, a lot of people, saw how you've been living at your aunt and uncle's house. Everything. All of it. She held his gaze. Those people are angry on your behalf. The right kind of angry. Your aunt and uncle are going to face consequences, both from our world and from the Muggle world. That's already moving and it won't stop. Harry nodded. You're not going back there. Ever. We're working out where you'll live permanently. That's more complicated, because there are laws and there are people who want input and I have to navigate all of that carefully. But the immediate answer is, you're staying here for a few days, with Rosa, and you'll be safe and looked after. What about Hogwarts, said Harry. Amelia blinked. It was, he would learn, one of the few things that could make her blink. That's 7 years away. I know, said Harry. I've heard of it. Is it still happening? Yes, she said. Absolutely still happening. She looked at him with that straight-on look. Is there anything else you want to know? The man in the paper, said Harry. Sirius Black. The room went quiet in a specific way. Remus went very still. Amelia looked at Harry carefully. Where did you hear that name? The locket. He held it up. The memory of my mum, she mentioned him this morning. Said he was supposed to be my guardian and something went wrong. He looked at Amelia. She said you'd find it. Amelia looked at the locket. Then at Harry. Then at Remus, who had the expression of a man receiving news that was simultaneously the best and most complicated thing he'd heard in years. She was right, said Amelia. I did find it. She opened her folder. Sirius Black is in Azkaban, our prison. He was put there 12 years ago, the day after your parents died. He was arrested for betraying your parents to Voldemort. Harry didn't flinch at the name, which she noted, and for the killing of 12 Muggles. Did he do it? Said Harry. We don't know yet. He was never tried. Harry stared at her. He was in prison for 12 years without a trial? Yes. That's wrong, said Harry flatly. Yes, said Amelia, and there was something in her voice that said yes, it is, and yes, I know, and yes, I'm fixing it. I've filed an emergency Wisengamot review. It'll happen in 3 days. If the evidence doesn't hold up, and I don't think it will, he'll be released. And then what? That depends on what he wants, she said. He was named in your parents' will as your intended guardian. But he's been in Azkaban for 12 years, and that, she chose her words. That does things to people. We need to see who he is now before we make decisions. Harry looked at the locket in his hand. My mum trusted him, he said. She did. Then I think he's probably okay. He set the locket on the table. Can I come? To the Wisengamot thing? Amelia opened her mouth, and Remus made a small involuntary sound that might have been amusement, and Rosa from the other side of the kitchen said, oh, quietly. You're 4, said Amelia. I know, said Harry. Can I come? She looked at him for a long moment. She was a woman who had spent her career making decisions based on practicality and evidence, and the practical evidence in front of her was a 4-year-old with his mother's eyes and apparently his mother's complete inability to stay on the sidelines of anything that concerned him. We'll see, she said. Harry accepted this with the patience of someone who has already decided the answer is yes and is willing to wait for the world to catch up. The Wisengamot inquiry into Dumbledore's role in the Privet Drive placement began that same morning, 2 floors above the criminal courts, in a curved chamber with purple-draped gallery seats and a bench of 42 wizards and witches who had all received the broadcast and spent the night in a state of collective uncomfortable feeling. Dumbledore entered the chamber alone. He had declined legal representation on the grounds that there was nothing that needed obscuring. He would say what had happened, and the court could judge. This was either very principled or very strategic, depending on who you asked, and some of the gallery members thought it was both. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden opened proceedings without preamble. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. You are here to address the Wisengamot's questions regarding the placement of Harry James Potter in the home of Vernon and Petunia Dursley on the 1st of November, 1981, and the subsequent monitoring, or lack thereof, of his welfare. Do you confirm that you authorized that placement? I do, said Dumbledore. Did you consult with the Department of Child Welfare before placing a magical minor in Muggle care? I did not. Did you consult with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? No. Did you consult with the Wisengamot? No. Did you consult with anyone? A pause. I consulted with Minerva McGonagall, who raised concerns. I overruled them. Another pause. I also consulted my own judgment, which I now recognize was insufficient to the situation. The murmuring in the gallery was the kind that a gavel would stop, but a judge decides not to stop because it's legitimate. Ogden leaned forward. You had access to the boy during his placement. You had the means to check on his welfare. Did you visit number 4, Privet Drive after the initial placement? I maintained awareness of the general situation through, did you visit, Headmaster? The chamber was very quiet. No, said Dumbledore. I did not visit. What happened next was unusual for a Wisengamot hearing, which were generally formal and stiff affairs where emotion was managed and expressed only through procedural channels. What happened was that Griselda Marchbanks, who was 87 years old and had been on the Wisengamot for 30 of them and had examined Dumbledore herself at his newts and given him the highest marks she'd ever awarded, looked at him across the chamber with an expression that was not quite anger and not quite grief and said, without raising her hand or waiting for the chair to recognize her, "We all received the memory, Albus. We all saw the cupboard." Dumbledore met her eyes. "I know," he said. And for once in his long career, he didn't add anything to it. The hearing went on for 3 hours. He answered every question directly and without deflection. He explained the blood ward theory, that Lily's sacrificial protection, anchored to the blood of her nearest living female relative, created a barrier against Voldemort's agents that no other safe house could replicate. He explained his fear that Harry, raised in the wizarding world, would become famous in ways that would be damaging. He explained, carefully and clearly, that his calculation of the strategic necessity had been allowed to override his attention to the human particulars. He used the phrase "the human particulars" and the gallery wrote it down. At the end of the 3 hours, the Wisengamot voted not to strip him of his Hogwarts position, narrowly, but issued a formal censure, required ministry welfare checks on any future cases where he held advisory authority over magical minors, and specifically noted in the public record that the placement of Harry Potter had constituted a failure of duty of care that could not be excused by its strategic rationale. Dumbledore accepted this without appeal. He left the chamber and walked to the elevator, and Minerva McGonagall was waiting for it. She had been in the public gallery. She had her tartan robes and her tight expression and her moral uprightness, which was the most load-bearing wall of her character. "Minerva," he said. She said nothing for a moment. The elevator came. They both got in. "I told you," she said, when the doors closed. Not with triumph. With the flat, exhausted delivery of someone who has been right about something terrible for 12 years. "You did. I told you on that very night that it was wrong. That Petunia Dursley was not a safe, you did," he said again. "And you said you'd considered it and it was necessary." "I did say that." The elevator moved. Neither of them looked at each other. "He drew pictures this morning," she said. "I had someone check on him. He was at a kitchen table drawing pictures with Remus Lupin. I'm glad Lupin went to him. He shouldn't have been the first one," she said. "You should have gone. Years ago." The elevator stopped. Minerva walked out and didn't look back. Dumbledore stayed in it a moment longer, one hand on the wall. Then he stepped out, and went to find the minister, and started working on what needed to come next. Because that was what he did. That was what he had always done. And whatever else was true, the work still needed doing. But the other thing, the heavy and unshakable thing, stayed with him through all of it. He should have gone years ago. The emergency Wisengamot hearing for Sirius Black was scheduled for Friday, 2 days away. By Wednesday evening, that fact was on the front page of the Prophet alongside 17 other things that were all happening simultaneously because the wizarding world, it turned out, had a great deal of stored pressure that had been waiting for somewhere to go. Letters were arriving at the ministry at a rate that required 3 additional administrative staff to sort. Most of them were about Harry. Some were offers of guardianship from people who had never met him. Some were howlers for Dumbledore that were not technically allowed to be sent to ministry offices but had arrived anyway and were being quarantined in a room on the 3rd floor where their muffled shrieking was becoming a minor structural concern. Harry, in Edinburgh, was unaware of most of this. He had been taken out in the afternoon by Rosa and Remus. Remus had not left, and nobody had told him to, for a walk up the Royal Mile, which he'd seen from the window and wanted to go closer to. He walked between them with his hands in the pockets of a coat that Rosa had transfigured to fit him from one of the ministry's emergency supply robes, and he looked at Edinburgh with the focused, cataloguing attention of someone seeing a city for the first time and wanting to remember all of it. He bought a sausage roll from a bakery with coins Remus had muggle exchanged for, which made him the first member of either the Potter or Black family lines to have done that particular thing, and he ate it on a bench looking out over the city. "Remus," he said. "Yes." "What's Azkaban like?" Remus was quiet for a beat. "Cold," he said. "Very cold. And there are creatures guarding it. Dementors. They make you feel like all the good things are gone." Harry thought about this. "Sirius has been there for 12 years. "Yes. Because of something he didn't do." "We don't know for certain, my mum's locket said he didn't do it," said Harry, with the absolute certainty of a person citing a primary source. "She said Peter Pettigrew switched at the last minute. She said Sirius was covering for someone and it went wrong. He finished his sausage roll. She said she should have trusted her gut but she trusted Dumbledore's plan instead." Remus was very still. "She said Pettigrew." "Yeah. She said he was the secret keeper and he gave them to Voldemort and then faked his death and blamed Sirius." Harry dusted crumbs from his coat. "Is that right?" Remus was having a moment that was not suitable for a public bench, so he managed it very carefully and very quietly, the way he managed most things. I don't know. I always thought," he stopped. Started again. "I thought Sirius was the secret keeper. Sirius and I weren't, we were both suspects, at the end. Dumbledore thought one of us might be the spy." "Were you?" "No." "Okay," said Harry. "Then maybe you should tell the Wizengamot about the Peter thing." Remus looked at him. He looked at this 4-year-old sitting on a bench in Edinburgh eating a sausage roll and telling him to give testimony in a trial. "Yes," he said. "I think maybe I should." Rosa, from Remus's other side, was writing something down. That evening, the locket spoke more than usual. Harry lay in the bed in the flat and held it against his sternum and the voice came, not prompted, not because he'd opened it, just present, the way something warm is present in a cold room. "You did well today," it said. "You asked the right things. I didn't do anything. Amelia's doing things. Remus is going to do something. You put Remus in the room. You asked about Sirius where Amelia could hear. You moved the pieces. A warmth that wasn't heat. You're going to be very good at this." "At what?" "Knowing what matters. Knowing who to trust. Knowing when to speak and when to wait." A pause. "Your father was brilliant at the action part. Your mum was brilliant at the thinking part. You're going to be both." Harry thought about this. "Are you going to keep talking to me? Forever?" The voice was quiet for a moment. "Not forever. I'm a memory, sweetheart. The more you grow, the less you'll need me. That's how it's supposed to be. I don't want you to go. I know. Another warmth. But I'm not going anywhere yet. And the things I am, the memory, the magic, the love, those don't go away. They just become part of you." Harry held the locket against his chest and looked at the ceiling. The water-stained fox was still there. "Mum," he said. "Yes." "Friday. The hearing for Sirius." He paused. "Amelia said we'll see about me going." The voice made a sound that, if it had been coming from a physical body, would have been laughter. "She said we'll see." "Yeah. She doesn't know you very well yet." "No," agreed Harry. "But she will." He closed his eyes. Outside, Edinburgh went about its business, dark and lit and complicated and full of people who were also, in their own ways, figuring out what they were. In the ministry, Amelia Bones was still at her desk. Remus Lupin was writing a very careful letter to the Wizengamot from his room at the flat's second borrowed bedroom, a letter that contained the name Peter Pettigrew 6 times. Dumbledore was at Hogwarts, alone in his office, not reading. And in Azkaban, on a stone bench in a stone cell with the sound of the sea, a man with matted dark hair sat with his back against the wall and did not sleep and did not know that 2 days from now someone was finally going to open the door. Chapter 3, The Man in the Stone Cell. Friday came in grey and decisive, the way Scottish weather makes its mind up, not gradually, not with negotiation, just a low ceiling of cloud that settled over the city at dawn and stayed. Harry was up before Rosa, which had become a pattern in 3 days, and he stood at the kitchen window in the borrowed coat and watched the street below go from empty to occupied, delivery vans and early commuters and a pair of pigeons having what appeared to be a serious disagreement over a chip. He'd eaten already. Made toast, found the butter, done it himself. He was practicing being someone who could do things for himself, which was something he'd always done at Privet Drive out of necessity and was now doing here out of something different, not survival, but preference. He liked knowing where the butter was. He liked the mechanics of feeding himself. It was ordinary and it was his. Remus came in at 6:30, already dressed, looking like he'd been awake for hours. "Ready?" said Harry. Remus looked at him. "How did you even? Amelia sent a memo last night after you went to bed," said Harry. He held up a small piece of folded parchment. A paper airplane came through the window. Remus took the memo. "Read it. Read it again. She's allowing you in the hearing." "Public gallery," said Harry. "With you." "She said the public gallery because you're not a ministry official, so you need to be there anyway to give your testimony, and she said it would be," he tilted his head, remembering, "logistically simpler to have us in the same location." "She said logistically simpler." "I think she decided yes and then found a practical reason for it," said Harry. Remus folded the memo and put it in his pocket, and the expression on his face was the one Harry had already come to recognize, the one where something almost funny ran into something almost sad and they met in the middle and Remus managed both of them simultaneously without letting either win. "Toast?" said Harry. "Please," said Remus. The Wisingamot convened at 10, but the ministry was already seething by 8:30. The public gallery above the main courtroom had a capacity of 200, and by 9 it was full, with people standing along the back wall and spilling into the corridor. The Prophet had 2 reporters in the front row. Witches and wizards who had no particular connection to the case had come anyway, because the broadcast had made this personal for everyone who'd received it, and personal things drew people. Amelia had arranged seats in the side gallery, technically reserved for witnesses and their parties, for Remus and Harry. Good sight lines. Away from the press. Harry sat with his feet not quite reaching the floor, the locket under his shirt, and watched the courtroom fill with the same focused attention he'd given Edinburgh's streets 3 days ago. Cataloguing. Remembering. Remus sat beside him and did not fidget, which cost him something. The Wisingamot filed in at 10 precisely. 42 witches and wizards in plum robes, and Ogden at the center looking like someone who had signed up to judge a baking competition and been handed a war crimes tribunal instead. He was competent, though. Harry could tell, the way he moved, the way the other robed figures oriented toward him. "This emergency hearing of the Wisingamot," said Ogden, "is convened to review the case of Sirius Orion Black, imprisoned in Azkaban prison on the 2nd of November, 1981, on charges of betrayal of the secret of James and Lily Potter's location and the murder of 12 Muggle bystanders. The review has been called on the grounds that no trial was held prior to imprisonment, in violation of," he read from parchment, sections 4, 7, and 11 of the Magical Persons Rights Act of 1947. "The defendant has been transferred from Azkaban this morning and will be presented to this court. All evidence will be reviewed in full." The door to the left of the judicial bench opened. Harry had been imagining Sirius Black since Wednesday, constructing him from fragments, Lily's voice through the locket, warm when she spoke his name, and Remus's face when he talked about him, which was complicated in the way that grief is complicated when love is part of it. He'd been imagining someone large, probably, the way people who belong in stories are usually large. Broad and certain and present. The man who came through the door was not large. He was tall, Harry could see that, would be tall again when he was properly himself, but right now he looked carved down, the way a tree looks after a hard winter, all the unnecessary removed and what's left is just the core. He wore clean robes that the ministry had provided because Azkaban didn't have those, and they fit badly because the Azkaban diet had taken weight from him that the robes didn't account for. His hair was dark and long and had been roughly washed. His face was angular, sharp-boned, and would have been handsome before 12 years of Dementors had worked on it. His eyes were gray. They moved around the room when he came in, not frantically, but with the careful, practiced awareness of someone who had learned to assess new spaces quickly. They went to the judicial bench. They went to the gallery. And then they found Harry. Everything about Sirius Black stopped. He stood in the middle of the courtroom and looked at Harry, and the careful, assessing motion of his eyes went completely still, and something crossed his face that was not quite any one thing, recognition and grief and hope and the specific desperate pain of someone seeing a ghost that is not a ghost and not knowing what to do about it. Harry looked back at him. Sirius's mouth formed something. It might have been James, or it might have been Harry, or it might have been nothing at all. Then a Wizengamot official touched his arm and directed him to the chair at the center of the floor, and the moment broke. Remus's hand had found the arm of his chair and was gripping it. "You all right?" Harry said quietly. "No," said Remus, just as quietly. "Yes. Give me a moment." Harry gave him a moment. The proceedings began with the evidence review, which was thorough and methodical and occasionally interrupted by Sirius's barrister, a sharp-faced witch named Lydia Alderton, who had apparently been found and briefed in 48 hours and had used those 48 hours to very good effect, objecting to the framing of certain questions. Amelia presented the case for review from the prosecution side, which put her in the unusual position of arguing against her own side's previous decision, which she did without visible discomfort. She presented the arrest record. She presented the transfer authorization. She presented the 17 pages of Sirius Black's file, which looked very thin projected on the courtroom central display screen. She let the thinness speak for itself for a moment before she said, "The Wizengamot will note that the formal trial procedure mandated by the Magical Persons Rights Act requires a minimum of 14 days between arrest and sentencing, during which the defendant must have access to legal counsel, the right to present evidence, and the right to cross-examine witnesses. None of these occurred. The question before this court today is not whether Sirius Black is guilty. The question is whether he was ever properly given the opportunity to prove that he was not." She sat down. Ogden looked at Alderton. Alderton stood. She was economical with her movements and her words, both, which Harry respected. "My client maintains his innocence and has done so consistently since his arrest. He asserts that the true secret keeper for the Potters was not himself but Peter Pettigrew, who was a minister-registered animagus. Pettigrew was not registered," said someone from the bench. "Correct," said Alderton. "He was not registered, which means the ministry had no record of his animagus status. A witness has come forward," she turned slightly toward the side gallery, "who can speak to this. Remus John Lupin, who was present in the immediate aftermath and who has provided a sworn statement to Director Bones." Remus stood. Harry felt him do it more than saw it, the shift of the seat beside him, the careful, deliberate uncurling of a person who has been sitting with his shoulders up. He walked down to the floor. He was composed. He was terrifyingly composed, Harry thought, for someone who was doing something that was costing him enormously. He sat in the witness chair. "Mr. Lupin," said Ogden, "you were a close associate of both James and Lily Potter and of Sirius Black." "I was." "And of Peter Pettigrew?" A pause. "Yes." "You are aware that Pettigrew was identified as one of the 12 people killed in the street confrontation following Black's arrest, identified by a finger found at the scene, and by witness accounts of an explosion." "I am aware," said Remus, "that is what was concluded at the time." He looked at Ogden steadily. "I'm asking the Wizengamot to consider whether that conclusion was correct. Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus. His form was a rat. A rat, when under threat, can sever a digit to escape a trap. A body was never recovered, only a finger. If Pettigrew faked his death and transformed, He could have escaped into the sewers and remained in hiding in his animagus form indefinitely. The gallery was very quiet. "Why are you raising this now?" said Ogden. "Because the broadcast happened," said Remus simply. "Because a 4-year-old boy is sitting in your gallery today who should have been sitting in a proper home 12 years ago with his godfather, and instead he's been in a cupboard, and Sirius Black has been in Azkaban, and all of that is because nobody asked the right questions in 1981. I'm raising it now because now is when I can, and I should have found a way to raise it sooner." He paused. "I didn't. I'm here now." One of the Wisengamot members, a broad woman with silver braids named Augusta Longbottom, leaned forward. "Mr. Lupin, did you yourself suspect Black's guilt in 1981? Remus was quiet for 2 seconds, which Harry counted. "I was told to suspect it," he said. "By Dumbledore. By the general shape of events. I had doubt, I had significant doubt, and I didn't act on it because I thought surely the Ministry had information I didn't." He looked at the bench. "They didn't. Nobody did. The Ministry had a dead body's worth of evidence, 1 finger, and a very convenient narrative, and they stopped there." Alderton let the silence run for a moment. "Then, my client would like to address the court. Ogden, the floor is his." Sirius Black stood. He stood up from the defendant's chair with the careful deliberateness of someone who has not been permitted vertical and independent movement for a long time and is not going to waste it now. He was shaky, Harry could see that from the gallery, a fine tremor in his hands that he didn't try to hide, but his spine was straight. He looked at the Wisengamot. He said, "I didn't betray them." Just that, to start. Flat and absolute and without any performance in it. The statement of a man who has said this so many times, in an empty stone room to nobody, that it has been stripped of all desperation and what's left is just the truth. "I would have died for James and Lily Potter," he said. "Both of them. James was my brother in every way that mattered and Lily," he stopped. "Lily was the best person I knew. And Harry," his voice changed on the name, not broke but changed, shifted into something rawer, "I held him when he was a day old. He grabbed my finger and James laughed and said he's already got your nose, which was a lie because he looked like James but it was the kind of lie you make because you're so happy you need to say something. I was the first person outside the immediate family to hold him. I was supposed to be his." He looked at his hands. "I was supposed to be there for him." The courtroom was very still. "I didn't betray them. Peter did. I switched myself and Peter at the last minute because I thought I was too obvious a choice, that Voldemort would come for me first and I could lead them away, and I thought Peter was safer." A sound that was not quite a laugh. "I thought Peter was safer. That was the last bad judgment I made, and I've spent 12 years in a stone room understanding why it was bad." He raised his eyes to the bench. "Pettigrew is alive. He's out there. He's been out there for 12 years. And if you let me out of that chair I will find him, with or without Ministry assistance, because there is a boy up in that gallery who is 4 years old and who deserved better than he got, and the least I can do is make sure the man responsible doesn't get to spend his life hiding in a rat hole while James and Lily are dead and Harry is." He stopped. Controlled it. "The least I can do is find him." Augusta Longbottom was writing something. 3 other Wisengamot members were writing something. Ogden's expression had not changed but it had become more focused, the way a lens changes when you turn the focus ring. Amelia Bones was looking at Sirius Black with the specific look she gave things she was deciding about. Not for long. She'd already decided before he'd stood up, Harry suspected. She was confirming it. The Wisengamot took 20 minutes to deliberate. Harry spent them watching Sirius, who had sat back down and was looking at the floor with the careful stillness of someone who has spent 12 years learning how to wait. Once, during the 20 minutes, Sirius looked up at the gallery. Found Harry immediately, like he knew exactly where he was. Looked at him for a moment with those gray eyes that had too much in them for Harry to read all of it. Harry gave him a small nod. Sirius blinked. looked back at the floor. The Wisengamot returned. Ogden, in light of the clear procedural failures in the initial arrest and imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black, and in light of testimony presented today regarding alternative evidence, this court finds that the original sentence cannot stand. Sirius Orion Black is hereby released from Azkaban prison, effective immediately, and is granted full restoration of his rights under wizarding law. The charges against him are suspended pending investigation into the allegations regarding Peter Pettigrew. The Ministry is directed to open a formal investigation into Pettigrew's current whereabouts with immediate effect. A pause. Furthermore, the court notes that compensation will be determined at a subsequent hearing, and that the conduct of the original arresting officials, specifically the authorization of imprisonment without trial, is referred to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for disciplinary review. The gallery erupted. Not with chaos, with noise. The specific noise of 200 people who have been holding something and releasing it at once. Someone was crying in the back row. The Prophet reporters were writing so fast their quills were blurring. Augusta Longbottom had put her parchment down and was looking at Sirius with something complicated and private on her face. At the center of the floor, Sirius Black sat in the defendant's chair and did not move for a moment. Then Alderton put a hand on his shoulder and said something, and he stood up, and the barrister said something else, and he nodded, and he turned slowly and looked up at the gallery. At Harry. Harry was already standing. They met in the corridor outside, which was not where Amelia had planned for them to meet. She'd intended a private room, calm, controlled introduction, proper management of what was an emotionally combustible situation. But Harry had been down the stairs and through the door before Rosa could suggest otherwise, and Remus had followed because he wasn't going to let Harry navigate a ministry corridor alone, and by the time they reached the main hall Sirius was already there with his barrister and 2 Aurors flanking him at a respectful distance, and that was that. Sirius saw Harry coming and went completely still again, the way he had in the courtroom. Harry stopped about 3 feet away and looked up at him. Up close, Sirius was even thinner than he'd seen from the gallery. The robes really were too big, hanging off shoulders that had lost the weight to fill them. His face was a collection of angles and shadows. But his eyes were clear, actually clear, not the dulled look of someone the Dementors had finished with, and that meant something. "Hi," said Harry. Sirius looked at him. "Hi," he said, and his voice came out slightly wrecked, which he did not appear to notice. "I heard about you in the locket," said Harry. "The Lily's locket?" "Yes." Sirius pressed his lips together for a moment. "She made me promise to look after you. The night before they went into hiding, she made me sit down at the kitchen table and she said, 'Sirius, I know you'll be looking after my son if anything happens, and I need you to understand that I'm taking that seriously and you should too.' And I said I'd die before anything happened to him." He stopped. "I got that wrong, too. I should have, after that night, I should have gone straight to Dumbledore and insisted. I went to find Pettigrew instead. I thought I could fix it. I thought I could make it right." Harry looked at him steadily. "You couldn't have known." "No," said Sirius. "But I should have been there for you anyway. Whatever happened to me, I should have found a way. You were in prison. I know. For something you didn't do. I know." Harry considered him. "The Wisengamot let you out. And you're going to find Pettigrew?" "Yes." "And then what?" Sirius's mouth moved into something that was not a smile yet but was the shape one would make if the material were right. "Then I was hoping, I don't want to assume, you don't know me and I've been," he stopped. "Tried again. I was going to ask if you'd want to. If you want, I could." He was very bad at this, Harry noted, for someone who had presumably spent years imagining how it would go. "I could look after you. Like I was supposed to." Harry looked at him. He looked at the 2 big robes and the clear gray eyes and the hands that were still slightly shaking. He thought about Lily's voice through the locket, warm when she said Sirius's name. He thought about what Remus had said, loyal. Would have done anything for the people he loved. Okay, said Harry. Sirius stared at him. Okay. Yeah. Harry looked around the corridor. Do you have somewhere to live? Technically I own a house. Grim old place. It belonged to my family. What's it like? Terrible, said Sirius honestly. Dark and full of things that bite, and my mother's portrait screams if you make noise in the hallway. But it's yours? Yes. Harry nodded. We can fix the rest, he said. And something happened in Sirius Black's face that was not something Harry had words for yet, that was too large and too private to describe, and Sirius crouched down to Harry's eye level the way Amelia had done in the garden and looked at him directly, and what was in his eyes was something Harry felt in the same place he felt the locket's warmth. Your mum, said Sirius, low and rough, would have given absolutely anything to be here right now. I know, said Harry. She left me a piece of herself, so she sort of is. Sirius breathed out. It was a long, ragged, structural kind of breath. Yeah, he said. Yeah, she's here. He straightened up. He turned to look at Remus, who had been standing 6 feet back and not coming closer because he didn't trust himself to, and for a moment the two of them just looked at each other across that 6 feet. Mooney, said Sirius. Padfoot, said Remus, and his voice had done something that was entirely beyond his control. Sirius crossed the 6 feet. He put his arms around Remus, who stood rigid for approximately 1 second and then stopped being rigid, and the two of them stood in the ministry corridor holding on with the particular desperation of people who have not allowed themselves to want this for a very long time. Harry watched them. He put his hand inside his shirt and found the locket. It was very warm. Grim old place revealed itself to those who knew to look for it by pushing itself into existence between numbers 11 and 13 of a London terrace, a narrow, dark bricked house that materialized with a kind of reluctant shudder, like something that had spent a long time pretending to be nothing and resented being reminded of itself. They arrived by ministry car, which was a concession Amelia had organized along with a significant amount of paperwork authorizing Sirius's new status as Harry's legal guardian. The ministry was moving fast on this because the alternative was admitting, for longer than necessary, that they'd spent 4 years ignoring a 4-year-old in a cupboard. Speed was politically preferable. Amelia had used that preference without a trace of guilt. Sirius had the key somewhere in the things the ministry had returned to him, a small and pathetic collection in a manila envelope, his wand and a leather bracelet and some muggle coins, and he stood on the front step with the key in his hand and didn't move for a moment. It's all right, said Harry, from beside him. I know, said Sirius. You don't have to like it. I don't particularly. But it's yours. Sirius looked down at him. You're very practical. Someone has to be, said Harry. Remus, from Sirius's other side, made the almost laugh sound. Sirius put the key in the lock. The house smelled like old wood and dust and something that was probably dark magic being bored. The hallway was long and dim, lined with moth-eaten curtains over what appeared to be an unreasonable number of portrait frames. A troll-leg umbrella stand lurked near the door. The wallpaper was dark green and had a pattern of entwined serpents that Harry found interesting rather than unsettling. Right, said Sirius. He seemed to be gathering himself, the way you gather yourself before doing something that is going to require something you haven't got much of. This is, from behind a curtain at the far end of the hall, there was a noise. It started low and gathered itself into a shriek of extraordinary commitment, a woman's voice going from 0 to absolute fury in under 2 seconds. Blood traitors, filth in my house, the ancient and noble house of Black defiled by. Sirius turned on his heel, walked to the curtain, and ripped it sideways off its rail. The portrait behind it was of a woman with sharp cheekbones and a black dress, who was mid-shriek and absolutely delighted to have a proper audience. She drew breath. Sirius looked at her with the expression of a man who has been in a stone cell for 12 years and is not remotely frightened of a painting. I am the head of this house, he said, in a tone so flat it was practically geological. You will be quiet. You are a disgrace to the quiet, said Sirius. The portrait woman's eyes went to Harry. What is that half-blood child doing in? Sirius cast a silencing charm on the portrait with a speed and precision that was clearly muscle memory overcoming 12 years of absence, and the woman's mouth kept moving in absolute soundless fury. He looked at the portrait for a moment. I'm having that framed in cement, he said. Can you not remove it? Said Remus. Supposedly it stuck with a permanent sticking charm. But, Sirius turned back to the hall with a look on his face that was actually, for the first time, something close to purposeful. There's nothing permanent about this house that I can't find a way around. I've got time. Harry was looking at the serpent wallpaper. I like this, he said. Both adults looked at him. The pattern, said Harry. The snakes. Sirius tilted his head. Can you hear them? What? Some people, certain magical people, can hear Parseltongue. The snakes in that wallpaper are a very old enchantment. They're not real snakes, but they were painted by someone with Parcel ability. Some people can. Harry looked at the wallpaper more carefully. He tilted his head to the left and then to the right. No, he said. I just like snakes. They're interesting. They understand arrangements. Remus and Sirius exchanged a glance over his head. Right, said Sirius. Come on then. Let me show you the kitchen. It's the least awful room, or it was. And then I need to do something about the fourth stair, because it's been broken since I was 9 and I'm not having you fall through it. He led them down the hall, and his footsteps were more certain now, more his, 12 years gone from this house but the bones of it still his to navigate. Harry followed, hands in pockets, looking at everything. They worked for 4 hours. Sirius, who turned out to have a thorough and slightly alarming knowledge of the dark objects that filled the house, where they were, what they did, which ones were merely unpleasant as opposed to actively dangerous, directed a methodical room-by-room clear of the immediate threats. Remus was his other pair of hands. Harry carried things, which he was allowed to do for the smaller items after Remus had checked them, and disposed of them in a box by the back door that was building into an impressive collection of cursed items. What's this? Harry held up a small carved box with a greenish tinge. Don't open that. I wasn't going to. Good instincts. Sirius took it. It's a box for a dark object inside a box for a dark object. It's very Russian nesting doll about it, this house. The box itself is cursed to make whoever opens it believe they're suffocating. The thing inside, he looked at it. I'll need to check. Probably something of my great-aunt Cassiopeia's. Box. Harry put it in the box. They ate dinner on the kitchen floor because the kitchen table had something living under it that Sirius hadn't dealt with yet, and because the kitchen floor was clean, they'd cleaned it themselves, and because it was, actually, quite comfortable. Fish and chips from the Muggle shop around the corner that Remus had apparat to, wrapped in paper, eaten with fingers. Sirius ate with the focused single-mindedness of someone whose body was catching up on 12 years and was going to be aggressive about it, and Harry matched him for enthusiasm if not quantity. We'll need to get your things, said Remus. I don't have things, said Harry. A silence, the particular kind that knows what it contains. Well, said Remus carefully, we'll need to get you things, then. And a bedroom, said Sirius. He was looking at his chips. A proper one. With a window. I'll sort the one at the top of the house, it gets the most light, what light this street gets. I can clear it by, it's fine, said Harry. It's not fine, said Sirius. It will be fine. It's going to take me a week to make it fine, but it'll be fine. He looked at Harry directly. I want you to have a good room. I want you to have, he stopped. Tried again. I want to do this properly, Harry. I know I'm 12 years late to it. I know I've been, not here. But I'm here now and I want to do it properly. Harry looked at him across the fish and chips wrappers. I know, he said. The things you needed, that you should have had, I know, said Harry again, and there was something in his voice that was old and also very young simultaneously, and it stopped Sirius mid-sentence. "You're here now. That's what matters to me." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Something in his chest appeared to do something that he didn't comment on. "Right," he said. He ate a chip. "I'll do the bedroom tomorrow." "We'll do the bedroom tomorrow," said Remus. "You don't have to stay." "Sirius." "I'm staying." A pause. "Okay." "Yes." "Okay." Remus looked at his chips. "Also, I looked at the third bedroom and I think whatever is in the wardrobe needs to be dealt with before anyone sleeps near it." "Fourth floor wardrobe or third?" "Third." "Boggett." "Probably. I'll do it tonight." Sirius stood up, crumpling his chip paper. "Harry, the bedroom at the end of the second floor hall is clear. I cleared it about an hour ago. There's a bed in it that's dusty but functional. You can sleep there tonight." Harry stood. He had chip grease on his fingers and a smear of something on his shirt, and he looked, Remus thought, more at ease than he'd looked at any point in the past 4 days. The stiffness that had been around him at the flat, a subtle, background, always-on alertness, had dialed down several notches since they'd come through the front door. The house was dark and needed work and had a screaming portrait and something unidentified in the kitchen table. But it was also, apparently, the right kind of place. Harry was looking out the window of the second-floor bedroom when the locket warned, unprompted. He'd been watching the London street below, a different texture to Privet Drive's suburban quiet, more alive, more varied, the distant sound of a bus and someone laughing and pigeons. He'd been watching it with his chin on the windowsill and thinking about what a strange week it had been, the strangest week of his life, and how strange was not the same as bad. The warmth came and he held the locket against his palm. "He fixed the fourth stair," he said quietly. "I know. I could feel it. He fixed the stair before he sorted the boggett. He always did put people first." A pause, warm and private. "He's going to be all right, Harry. He's going to have to work at it. 12 years is a long time and dementors take things from you that don't come back easily. But he's serious. He doesn't know how to be anything but himself." "He was talking to the boggett," Harry said. "I could hear him from the hallway. He kept saying go on then, show me something." Like he was daring it. The voice made the sound that was laughter. "That's exactly what he would do." "What would it show him?" said Harry. "The boggett." A quiet moment. "Probably you. In that cupboard." Another pause, careful and warm. "He loves you, sweetheart. He's loved you since before you had enough words to know it. This is going to matter to him more than anything." Harry thought about the courtroom, and the gray eyes finding him immediately in the gallery, and the rough voice saying I held him when he was a day old. "I know," he said. "Are you all right?" He thought about the question properly, the way it deserved. He was in a house full of dark objects and a screaming portrait, on a street he didn't know, with people he'd known for 4 days. He was wearing clothes that didn't quite fit and had no possessions to speak of and an entire complicated world he was still learning the shape of. "Yeah," he said. "I'm actually all right." "Good," said the voice. "That's all I ever wanted." Down the hall, he could hear Sirius moving. The sounds of a person settling in, footsteps on floorboards, a door, a quiet word to Remus about something, a sound that might have been furniture being moved. The sounds of a house that was thinking about becoming a home. Harry lay back on the dusty bed. The ceiling of this room had no water stains, just plain plaster and an old light fitting with no bulb. He would need to remember to ask about that. He closed his eyes and listened to the house. In the morning, he found Sirius in the kitchen at 5:30, sitting at the table, which was now clear of whatever had been living under it, dealt with silently in the night, with a cup of tea and a piece of parchment he was writing on. He looked up when Harry came in. "Sleep well?" "Yes," said Harry, which was true. He'd slept 10 hours. What are you writing? List, said Sirius. Things the house needs. Things you need. Things I need. Things Remus will need if he's going to be here regularly, which he is because I'm not letting him go back to that flat. He looked at the parchment. It's a long list. Harry pulled out the chair across from him. Can I add to it? Sirius pushed the parchment across. Harry read through what was there, furniture and magical supplies and various items Sirius had noted for the house's renovation, and took the quill and wrote at the bottom, in the careful printing of someone who had taught himself to write on any surface he could find, books about magic, for beginners. Books about history, not beginners. He pushed the parchment back. Sirius read what he'd written. Looked up. You want to start learning already? I've been waiting for 4 years, said Harry. I'd rather not wait longer. Sirius looked at him for a moment. Then, slowly, something happened to his face, not a grin exactly, not yet, the machinery of it still warming up after 12 years, but the corners of his mouth moved and his eyes changed and you could see the ghost of the person he'd been before Azkaban. The person who had been James Potter's best friend and had laughed too loud and driven a flying motorbike and held a one-day-old infant and said things like he's already got your nose and meant it as joy. Books, said Sirius. Right. Yeah. We'll get you books. He picked up his quill and underlined it. First thing. He made Harry a cup of tea, proper tea, with milk, the way Remus had established Harry liked it, and they sat at the kitchen table together in the early morning quiet, the list between them growing, and outside Grimmauld Place the London morning did what it always did, indifferent and full of noise, and inside, something small and important was beginning. Amelia Bones sent a memo at 7, a paper airplane that slid under the kitchen door and landed on the table between them. Harry opened it. Investigation into Peter Pettigrew opened this morning. Full horror team assigned. Formal guardianship paperwork finalized, Black, S., confirmed legal guardian of Potter, H. Your welfare officer will visit weekly. Tell Black to owl me directly if there are any issues. A P.S. The ministry has received 432 letters asking about Potter's welfare. I am not forwarding them. You're welcome. Harry read it and passed it to Sirius, who read it and snorted. She's something, said Sirius. Yeah, said Harry. She's good. Sirius folded the memo carefully and set it under the edge of his tea mug. He looked at Harry. You're going to know a lot of good people, he said. Your parents made sure of it. Left them around for you. Harry thought about that. Amelia and Remus and even Moody, who'd appeared at the ministry entrance yesterday for no stated reason and looked at Harry with his magical eye and said you've got her eyes and left. He thought about Minerva McGonagall, whom he hadn't met yet but whose name came up in the Locket's voice with warmth. He thought about all the people who had received the broadcast and felt something. I know, he said. He picked up his tea. The morning continued. Chapter 4, The House That Learned to Breathe. 3 weeks into Grimmauld Place, the house stopped fighting them. It happened gradually, the way a stubborn animal decides to tolerate you, not all at once, not with any announcement, just a series of small surrenders. A door that had been sticking for a week swung free one morning without anyone touching it. The cold draft that ran the full length of the second-floor hallway, a draft that came from no identifiable source and smelled faintly of something Sirius refused to name, simply stopped. The kitchen taps, which had been producing water at temperatures seemingly designed to be maximally inconvenient, settled into something resembling normal. Sirius noticed it first. He came downstairs one Saturday morning to find Harry at the kitchen table with 3 books open simultaneously, a beginner's guide to magical theory, a history of wizarding Britain that he'd chosen himself off the shelf at Flourish and Blots by the simple metric of it being the thickest option available, and a battered illustrated encyclopedia of magical creatures that Remus had brought from his flat, and the kitchen warm, the light good, the house quiet around them in a way it hadn't been. He stood in the doorway and looked at it. What? Said Harry, without looking up. Nothing, said Sirius. The house is just, it's different. Harry did look up then. He considered the kitchen with the same assessing look he gave most things. It's warmer, he said. Yeah. It's because people are using it properly. He looked back at his book. Things that get used properly stop being angry. Sirius looked at him. He did this a lot, and Harry had stopped noticing, which was fine because Sirius didn't mind. He was looking at Harry the way you look at something you spent a long time being afraid you'd never see. Where did you get that idea? The garden at Privet Drive, said Harry. The back corner where nobody went. Everything there was, difficult. Thorny. The roses in the middle were fine because Petunia used them. The back corner was angry because nobody did. He turned a page. Same principle. Sirius crossed the kitchen and filled the kettle, and it worked on the first try, which it hadn't done in the first 2 weeks. The house, he said, to no one in particular, is responding to a 4-year-old's theory of emotional horticulture. I'm almost 5, said Harry. Right. Terrifying. The birthday happened on the 31st of July, which was also the day Remus moved improperly. He hadn't meant to move improperly. He'd meant to stay a week, help get the house functional, make sure Sirius was actually alright rather than performing alrightness, and then go back to his flat and his self-imposed isolation and his careful management of the space he occupied in other people's lives. He'd been planning to go on the 18th of July. And then the 18th came and Sirius needed help with the 4th floor room. There was something in it that required 2 wands, and then Harry had found the box of James's old Hogwarts things in the attic and Remus was the only person who could explain what half of them were, and then it was the 25th and Remus's flat had sent him a letter from the landlord about the rent, and Sirius had taken the letter and looked at it and said don't be stupid, Moony, and that had apparently been that. So Remus was there on the morning of July 31st, when Harry came downstairs and found the kitchen table had been cleared of all books, which it was never usually clear of, and in their place was a cake. Not an elaborate cake. Sirius was not a baker. It was a slightly lopsided chocolate cake with green icing that had been applied with more enthusiasm than technique, and on top, in slightly wobbly letters that suggested the piping bag had been argued with, "Happy birthday, Harry." Harry stood in the kitchen doorway and looked at it. He'd known his birthday was coming. Remus had mentioned it in passing the week before, casually, the way you mention something that is simply a fact, your birthday's coming up, what do you think you'd want to do? And Harry had said he didn't know, because he'd never had one. Not a real one. He'd been present for Dudley's birthdays, had watched them from the corner, had developed a fairly comprehensive understanding of what birthdays involved from that particular angle, but the experience of having one directed at you was, it turned out, quite different from spectating. There was a birthday. With his name on it. Sirius appeared from the hall with what appeared to be a wrapped present in each hand and the expression of someone who has been awake since 5:30 doing something that mattered to them. He stopped when he saw Harry's face. Too much, he said. No, said Harry. His voice came out slightly wrong. He corrected it. No. It's, no. Sirius came fully into the kitchen. He put the presents on the table. He looked at Harry, who was 4 years old and trying very hard not to have an expression that gave away what it felt like to have someone make a cake with your name on it, and Sirius, who had known James Potter for 20 years and loved him, recognized the look, the specific, carefully managed look of someone who has decided they're not going to need things, because needing things that aren't there is unbearable, and who is now encountering things and not quite knowing what to do with the fact that they're actually there. Sirius crouched down. Harry's eye level was where he went automatically now. I know this is the first one, he said. I know there should have been 4 before this. That's my fault and Dumbledore's fault and a list of other people's faults, but it's not yours, and I want you to know that. He met Harry's eyes. You're going to have them from here on. All of them. Every year. Terrible cake and everything. The cake looks good, said Harry. It's terrible. I found the recipe in a Muggle book and then ignored half of it because I thought I knew better. Did you? Absolutely not. Harry looked at the cake. He looked at the presents. He looked at Sirius, crouched in front of him in the kitchen of a house that had been angry and was learning not to be. Then he crossed the 2 feet between them and hugged him, which he'd not done before. He was not, yet, someone who initiated hugs. The mechanics of it were still unfamiliar, and Sirius went very still for exactly 1 second and then his arms came up and he held on with the same careful desperation he'd shown in the ministry corridor with Remus. That quiet ferocity of someone who has been hungry for a long time and is now trying not to eat too fast. They stayed like that for a moment. Then Remus said from the doorway, in a voice he was obviously managing carefully, "There's also a present from me, if that helps. And I made the tea because Sirius makes it too strong." Sirius released Harry and stood. "I make it correctly. You make it like you're trying to strip paint. That's how my mother made it. Your mother was a deeply unpleasant woman." "All true. Tea's still right." Harry sat down at the table, and the cake was cut, and the presents were opened. Sirius had clearly searched for, with intent, a beginner's spell theory book that had real practice exercises built in, progressive and careful, designed for children who hadn't yet been given wands. The kind of book that taught you to understand magic before it gave you the mechanics, which was, Harry thought, exactly the right order. The other present from Sirius was a firebolt model, a very small, very well-made replica of the racing broom, not rideable but accurate in every detail down to the tiny twigs. "Because," said Sirius, "your dad was the best Quidditch player I've ever seen, and I'm going to teach you to fly when you're old enough, and I wanted you to have that now." Harry held the replica and turned it over in his fingers. "Was he better than you?" "Yes," said Sirius, without any hesitation. "Genuinely and significantly better. I was good. James was extraordinary. You'll probably be extraordinary too, given the genetics." "I might be rubbish," said Harry. "You might," agreed Sirius cheerfully. "But I doubt it." Remus's present was a leather journal with blank pages, not enchanted, just good paper, and a set of proper quills that wouldn't need to be dipped. "For writing things down," said Remus. "Whatever you want. Observations. Things you're figuring out. You notice a lot of things, Harry, and I think it's worth keeping them." Harry ran his thumb along the edge of the journal's cover. "Thank you," he said, to both of them, and meant it fully, and the meaning was visible on his face because he'd not yet learned to hide this particular kind of thing. They ate terrible cake and it was the best cake Harry had ever had. The ministry welfare officer came every Wednesday, which was a condition of Sirius's guardianship arrangement. Her name was Parveen Mehta and she was efficient, good-humored, and not fooled by anything, which Sirius had initially bristled at and then come to respect deeply. She asked Harry direct questions, about the house, about how he was being looked after, about whether he had any concerns, and she wrote down his answers and never told him what she thought of them until he asked, at which point she was straight. On her 4th visit, she sat across from Harry at the kitchen table while Sirius made tea elsewhere in the house and said, "You're doing well, Harry." "I know," said Harry. She smiled. "Most children don't say that. They say I think so or I hope so." "I don't see the point of hedging about something I'm pretty sure of," said Harry. He was working on the spell theory book while they talked, which she'd stopped objecting to around the 2nd visit. "I'm doing well. Sirius is trying very hard. Remus is here, which helps because Sirius tries hard but sometimes he doesn't know what to do and Remus always knows what to do. And the house? It's good now." He turned a page. "It was angry before. We used it properly and now it's not." Parveen wrote something in her notebook. She had the expression of someone who is professionally required to be neutral and is finding it a challenge. "Do you have any concerns you'd like to raise?" Harry considered. "The 4th floor wardrobe still has something in it that Sirius says is a dark object but hasn't dealt with yet. Not dangerous, just, it makes the room cold." I'll mention that to him. Also Remus goes quiet sometimes and I think he's being sad about something old and I don't always know if I should ask or just stay nearby. Parveen stopped writing. She looked at him. What do you do when you're not sure? I stay nearby, said Harry. Usually he seems to prefer that. She wrote something else. Then she capped her pen and closed the notebook and said, directly and without framing, Harry, what you went through before you came here, at your aunt and uncle's, is going to take time to fully settle from. You might notice it coming up in ways that surprise you. That's normal. If you ever want to talk to someone, like a professional someone. Yes. A healer, one who specializes in children. Harry thought about this without defensiveness, which was unusual and which Parveen noted. Maybe, he said. I'll think about it. The locket helps. The locket with your mum's memory. She explains things. Not the feelings, she doesn't explain those away. But she puts them in context. She helps me understand what they're made of. He looked at the spell theory book. She says grief is just love that doesn't have anywhere to go yet. Parveen was quiet for a moment. That's very good, she said. She was very clever, said Harry. Everyone says so. Sirius came in with the tea. He looked between them and raised an eyebrow. He's fine, said Parveen. You're doing well. Is the fourth floor wardrobe on the list? Yes. I'll do it Thursday. Good. She picked up her bag. She looked at Harry once more, and what was in her face was the thing that good people in difficult jobs carry around, the awareness of what was almost, nearly, the alternative, and the relief that this particular alternative was the one that happened instead. Same time next week. I'll make biscuits, said Harry. You bake? I'm learning. He looked at Sirius. We both are. The locket spoke less frequently as July became August, which had happened the way the voice said it would, not with any drama, just a tapering, like a radio station you're driving away from. When it did speak, it was more economical, more precise. Less like a mother talking to a frightened child in a garden and more like a teacher who trusts their student enough to let them work independently. On the 1st of August, it said, there's something you need to understand about your magic, Harry. He was in the third-floor room that Sirius had cleared and designated as a practice space, bare floorboards, good light, the windows spelled to be unbreakable because Sirius had watched Harry try a banishing charm from the theory book and decided that was a reasonable precaution. Harry sat cross-legged in the middle of it, the book open on his knee. All right, he said. You've been doing accidental magic since before you could walk. Most children your age can't control it at all, it comes out sideways, triggered by strong feeling, random and hard to direct. Yours isn't like that. No, agreed Harry. He'd noticed this. The magic he did accidentally, which was less accidental every week, had a quality of intent to it, even when the intent was just emotion. When he was curious about something, it moved toward it. When he was concerned about something, it moved to protect. Your mother was the same. She could will things before she had proper training. It's rare. It means your control, when you develop it formally, is going to be very good. But it also means that what you feel matters more for you than for most people. Your emotions and your magic are more tangled together than average. Is that bad? Not if you understand it. It means you'll be powerful. It also means you need to be honest with yourself about what you're feeling, because your magic will express it whether you want it to or not. A pause. The Dursleys taught you to suppress things. To be very still and very small and not feel anything visible. That was survival. It's not who you are, and your magic knows the difference. Harry sat with this for a while. In the practice room, the afternoon light came through the unbreakable windows at a long angle and made rectangles on the floorboards. What am I feeling right now, he said, not to the locket but to himself. He tried to answer honestly, the way the voice kept pushing him toward. He was curious about the theory in the book. He was satisfied in a low-key baseline way that had been new since Grimmauld Place. He was something else, underneath those, that was old and familiar and harder to name, a wariness, a readiness, a low-level monitoring of exits and moods that had been turned on so long he'd forgotten it was something he'd constructed rather than something inherent. He thought, I don't need that anymore. The magic in the room, and there was magic in the room, he was starting to be able to feel it the way you feel a change in air pressure, shifted slightly. "Ha," he said. "There you go," said the voice. Dumbledore came in the 3rd week of August. He sent an owl first, which was courteous, and the owl arrived on a Tuesday with a note that said he would like to call on Friday if that was acceptable, and Sirius read the note and went still in the specific way he went still when something required him to decide how to feel about it before he knew. He brought it to the kitchen table that evening and put it between himself and Remus. Remus read it. "He wants to come." "Yes." "Do you want him to?" Sirius turned his teacup around in his hands. He'd replaced all his mother's china with Muggle mugs in the first week, mismatched ones he'd found at a market stall, which Harry had helped choose by the metric of which ones had the best pictures. His current mug had a lighthouse on it. "I want to be angry at him," said Sirius. "It would be simple if I was just angry at him. But the thing is," he stopped. Started over. He made a bad call. A genuinely terrible call that hurt Harry significantly. But he made it because he's Dumbledore, which means he made it believing he was doing the right thing and with a level of information and experience that meant the wrong thing believing was credible. He looked at the note. And now Harry's here, and he's safe, and the structure going forward, if there's a war coming back, and I think there is, Moony, I can feel it, the structure going forward needs Dumbledore in it. Because whatever else he is, he's the best war wizard alive and we're going to need that. Remus looked at him for a moment. That's very mature. Don't say it like it's surprising. Sirius, you used to put dung bombs in Filch's office as stress relief. I was also 17. He picked up the note. Harry gets final say. He's the one this affects most. They found Harry in the practice room, attempting to levitate a book and managing about 6 inches off the floor before his concentration broke and it dropped. He picked it up and tried again without the expression of frustration that most learners showed. He tried again with the equanimity of someone who understands that repetition is the mechanism. Dumbledore wants to visit, said Sirius. Harry let the book down to the floor. He turned. I know. The owl came Tuesday, I saw you with the note. Noticing things as usual. What do you think, said Harry. I think it's your call. Harry sat down on the floor. The book sat between his feet. He thought, properly, without rushing, the way the locket's voice had been teaching him, what is it made of, what are its parts, what does each part need? He put me in that house, said Harry. He made that decision and he didn't check. That's the thing that happened. He looked at his hands. But he went to the Wisengamot and he told the truth about all of it. He didn't, Harry searched for the right word, deflect. He said he was wrong about the specific things he was wrong about. He did, said Sirius. And he's the headmaster of the school I'm going to. Harry looked up. So I should probably meet him. You don't have to forgive him, said Remus. I know, said Harry. I'm not in a hurry about the forgiveness part. But I can meet him. Sirius sent the owl back with Friday at 3 on it. Dumbledore arrived exactly on time, which Harry noticed, because showing up exactly on time to a house where you're not entirely certain of your welcome was a choice. It said something about how seriously you were taking the visit. He was taller than Harry had imagined, and older looking than the portrait of him at the Ministry building that Harry had studied during a visit with Parveen. The beard was longer than the portrait suggested. The half-moon spectacles were there, perched on a nose that had clearly been broken at some point and reset imperfectly, and behind them eyes that were very blue and very sharp and doing a great deal of work very quickly as he stood in the hallway of Grimmauld Place looking at the 3 people who had come to the door. He looked at Sirius. Something moved between them, 12 years and a wrong decision and the long complicated history of men who had been on the same side of a war and found, after it, that sides are not the same as agreement. Sirius gave him a nod. Not warm. Not cold. Measured. He looked at Remus, who looked back with his pleasant, careful expression that meant he was reserving judgment. Then he looked down at Harry. Harry looked up at him. He was expecting, he wasn't sure what he was expecting. Something impressive, maybe, something you felt in the room the way you felt Amelia Bones's authority. And there was something. But it was quieter than he'd expected, more self-contained, like a fire that has burned for a very long time and has learned to be careful with its fuel. He was also expecting to feel angry, possibly, or afraid, but he felt neither. He felt curious. "Hello," said Harry. "Hello, Harry," said Dumbledore. His voice was exactly as it sounded in descriptions, measured, resonant, the kind of voice that understood its own weight and used it carefully. "It is very good to meet you." "Come in," said Harry. He led them to the kitchen because it was the room he trusted. Dumbledore sat across from Harry at the kitchen table. Sirius sat to Harry's left, which was not accidental. Remus was at the counter, making tea that was probably too strong. "I owe you an explanation," said Dumbledore, "and an apology. I'd like to offer both, if that's acceptable." "Okay," said Harry. "I placed you with your aunt and uncle because of the blood wards. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection for you that was anchored to her nearest blood relative. As long as you lived there and called it home, Voldemort's forces could not directly harm you within its bounds. It was the most effective magical protection available, and I judged that to be the priority." He looked at Harry steadily. "I failed to adequately prioritize your welfare within that protection. I told myself it was temporary and that the wards mattered more than the specifics of daily life, and I didn't visit, and I should have. That was wrong." Harry looked at him across the table. The blue eyes were direct and not performing anything, no charm, no management, just the statement. "The Wizengamot asked you if you visited," said Harry. "You said no." "Yes. You could have said something about the blood wards then. Made it sound more reasonable." "I could have," said Dumbledore. "I chose not to, because I wasn't there to make it sound reasonable. I was there to account for it." Harry sat with this. "Why didn't you look in on me? Just, look. Even once." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. It was, Harry noticed, the same quality of quiet Remus had when he was being properly honest rather than carefully honest. "Because I suspected," he said, "that what I found would make my decision impossible to continue making. And I needed to continue making it." The kitchen was very quiet. "That's a bad reason," said Harry. "Yes," said Dumbledore. "It is." Harry nodded. Slowly. "Working through it." "The war," he said. "That's why I mattered to you. The protection. You matter to me as a person, Harry. But I would be dishonest if I pretended that strategic necessity didn't shape my choices." He looked at his hands. "Your mother left a record of everything. I've watched her memories. I've thought about this for weeks." He looked up. "I am sorry." Not as an explanation. Just, as a fact. Harry looked at him for a long moment. He was 4 years and 1 month old, and he was sitting at a kitchen table with Albus Dumbledore, and he was trying to decide what to do with the apology. "I'm not going to forgive you today," he said, finally. "I don't think that would be honest. I don't expect it. But I'm not angry either. Mostly Harry tilted his head, interested. "In what you know. What you're planning. What you think is coming." He met the blue eyes. "Because something is coming. My mum's locket mentioned it. Sirius mentioned it. You obviously know it too." Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that Harry couldn't fully read yet but would learn was the look Dumbledore wore when someone surprised him in a way he found worth being surprised by. Yes, said Dumbledore. Something is coming. Tell me about it, said Harry. You're 4 years old. You're going to want me involved in it eventually, said Harry, in the tone of someone stating a fact, not making a demand. You already know that. So tell me now instead of later. Remus, at the counter, had stopped making the tea. Sirius was looking at Harry with the expression he'd worn on the birthday morning, that ghost of the person he'd been before Azkaban. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a very long moment. Then, slowly, he reached into his robes and withdrew a small piece of parchment, not writing on it, just the gesture of reaching for something, a habit. He didn't take out the parchment. He put his hand back on the table. Not today, he said. Not all of it. But, there is a prophecy. One that involves you. When you're older and we're further along, I'll tell you in full. He paused. What I will tell you now is that Voldemort is not gone. He was diminished, not destroyed. He will return. The question is when and how, and what we do about it. What are you doing about it? Said Harry. Watching, said Dumbledore. Waiting. Maintaining structures that will be useful when the time comes. Harry nodded. And me? Growing up, said Dumbledore, and for the first time in the conversation there was something almost like warmth in it. You should grow up, Harry. You should have a childhood. You've been owed one. I'm doing both, said Harry. Growing up and learning what I need to know. They're not the same thing as being kept in the dark. Remus finally finished the tea and brought 4 cups to the table and sat down. Sirius picked up his mug with the lighthouse on it. Dumbledore accepted his cup and turned it thoughtfully. No, he said. They're not. I'm beginning to understand that. The afternoon went on longer than any of them had expected. Dumbledore talked, carefully at first, then with more ease, about the magical world, its structures, its fault lines. About Voldemort's history, in terms that were honest without being terrifying, a boy who had become something very dangerous because he understood power and not love. About what Hogwarts was and what it was meant to be. About magic itself, its nature, the way it was deeper and stranger than most people gave it credit for. Harry asked questions continuously. Not to be difficult, genuinely, in the way he engaged with everything, with that focused curiosity that Remus had started writing down in his own journal because some of them were extraordinary. He asked why Voldemort had chosen to use fear rather than loyalty. He asked how the prophecy worked if Voldemort hadn't heard all of it. He asked whether it was possible to make a magic that couldn't be undone. On that last question, Dumbledore went very still. What makes you ask that? He said. The locket, said Harry. My mum built something that lasted after she died. Her love lasted, specifically. You said she made a protection with her sacrifice. I'm trying to understand the mechanics. Dumbledore looked at Harry. The mechanics, he repeated, in a tone that might have been many things. Why it worked, said Harry. What the love part does, technically. Because if I understood that, I might understand what Voldemort can't fight against. What he fundamentally doesn't get. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Lily understood, he said, that magic has different sources. Most magic is will, you want something to happen and you direct energy toward it. But the deepest magic is not will. It's something older. It's the kind of thing that happens when a person gives something up completely, freely, with full knowledge. That kind of magic it's almost a different substance. Voldemort can't touch it, not because he's not powerful enough, but because he genuinely doesn't understand what it is. He's never experienced it. Because he was never loved, said Harry. Yes. Harry turned his cup around. That's his weakness. Yes. And his weakness is the reason I'm alive. Yes. Harry nodded. Okay, he said. I understand it now. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked, with the full weight of those blue eyes and 50 years of understanding what he was seeing when he looked at people, and said, quietly, "You are your mother's son." "And my dad's," said Harry. "And your father's," agreed Dumbledore, and something in his face moved. "I knew them both very well. They would be," he stopped. Started again. "They are proud of you." Harry held the locket through his shirt without taking it out. The warmth was there, steady. "I know," he said. "She tells me." Dumbledore left at 7. He shook Sirius's hand at the door, a longer handshake than a farewell, something being worked out in the grip of it, and said something quiet to Remus that made Remus nod. He looked at Harry last. "You'll come to Hogwarts in 7 years," he said. 6.5, said Harry. The corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. 6.5. "I hope," he paused, choosing. "I hope the time between now and then is good. I hope you get to just be a child for some of it." "I'll be learning," said Harry. "I know." He reached into his robes, and this time something did come out, a small book, deep blue and slim, with no title on the cover. He held it out. Lily's Research into Magical Theory. Her own notes, her own development. She left copies with me before they went into hiding. I should have given you this immediately. Instead, he stopped. "It's yours." "It always was." Harry took the book. He didn't open it. He held it against his chest, on top of the locket. "Thank you," he said. Dumbledore left. The door of Grimmauld Place closed behind him and the house settled around them, warm and used and no longer angry. That night, Harry sat up in his bedroom, properly his now, with a bookshelf that Sirius and Remus had built together on a Saturday, badly. The third shelf was crooked, nobody mentioned it, and a window that looked out at the London street, and opened Lily's book. Her handwriting was neat and forward-leaning, the handwriting of someone who wrote fast because the thoughts came faster. The margins were full. She'd drawn diagrams, magical current paths, energy distribution models, things Harry didn't have the framework for yet but found beautiful in the way you find things beautiful when you know they're going to matter later. On the first page, no title, just a date, October the 30th, 1981, the day before she died, and 3 lines. "If Harry finds this, I love you. I have always loved you. This is what I knew, and it is yours." He read for 2 hours. When he finally turned off the light, the locket was warm and quiet and the room was full of London dark and Remus's voice down the hall, reading something aloud to Sirius who was apparently pretending to find it boring, and the house around him was breathing, just breathing, the way houses do when they've learned they're allowed to. He was almost 5. He had a guardian who'd gone to prison for something he didn't do. He had a wolf who was learning to take up space. He had a dead woman's book and a dead woman's love in his chest and a future that was complicated and significant and absolutely his. He closed his eyes. In the morning, he would start on chapter 3 of his mother's notes, which was titled The Architecture of Sacrificial Magic and had 17 diagrams in the margins. He couldn't wait. Chapter 5. The boy the castle recognized 6 years is a long time to prepare for something. Harry had used all of it. Not grimly, not with the single-minded intensity of someone who has decided childhood is optional. He'd had a childhood, a real one, with Sirius teaching him to fly on a training broom in the park 2 streets over, and summers at the Weasleys where Fred and George treated him like a co-conspirator from the first afternoon and Molly Weasley fed him until he couldn't move and looked at him the way she looked at all her children, with that particular brand of fierce and exhausting love. He'd had Remus reading to him, and then reading with him, and then the two of them arguing about books at the kitchen table while Sirius made pointed comments from the doorway. He'd had birthday cakes every year, each one slightly better than the last as Sirius improved and then drastically worse one year when Sirius attempted a Muggle recipe involving meringue and lost the argument badly. He'd had all of that. And alongside it, woven into it without crowding it out, he'd had 6 years of learning. Lily's notebook had been the beginning. He'd worked through it over 2 years, and it had given him the framework, the actual architecture of how magic worked, not the simplified version taught in beginners' texts but the real thing, the deep mechanics. From there he'd gone wide and then deep, history, theory, practical application, the boundaries between disciplines that most wizards treated as fixed and Harry treated as interesting suggestions. Remus had been his primary teacher, patient and methodical and genuinely delighted by a student who pushed back, who asked why before how, who made connections across subjects that shouldn't have connected. Sirius had taught him everything else, flying, which Harry took to with the ease of someone born to it, dueling theory, because Sirius had been an Oratrack student and knew the practical side, and a thorough and occasionally alarming education in the history of wizarding families, dark magic's origins, and why certain things that were technically legal were still categorically stupid. Dumbledore had visited 6 times over the 6 years. The visits had developed a rhythm, tea in the kitchen, Harry asking questions, Dumbledore answering some of them fully and some of them partly and some of them with a look that said not yet, which Harry had learned to accept because Dumbledore always came back to the deferred ones eventually. They were not friends. They were something more complicated and more honest than that, a relationship built on a wrong that had been accounted for and not forgotten, on mutual recognition of what each of them was, on the shared understanding that what was coming required both of them to be completely clear-eyed about everything. On the 5th visit, Dumbledore had told him about the prophecy in full. Harry had listened without interrupting. He'd sat with it for a week afterward. Then he'd come to Dumbledore on the 6th visit and said, "I understand that the prophecy made Voldemort choose me. I don't think that means I have no agency. Tell me everything you know about him." And Dumbledore had. So Harry arrived at King's Cross on September the 1st knowing things most first-years didn't know. Not everything, he wasn't arrogant about his gaps, but enough. Enough to not be surprised. Enough to walk through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 with his trunk and his owl, a tawny named Ptolemy, chosen for intelligence rather than aesthetics, though he was also good-looking, and step onto platform 9 3/4 and look at the scarlet steam engine and feel something that was simpler than all of the preparation. He just felt like he was somewhere he was supposed to be. Sirius was behind him, and Remus behind Sirius. They'd both come to see him off, which was not strictly necessary and was exactly right. Sirius had his hands in his pockets and was looking at the train with an expression that Harry recognized as the managed version of something much larger, memory, probably, James Potter at 11, the first time, the excitement of it. "Right," said Sirius. "Right," said Harry. "You've got everything. I packed myself." "I know. I'm just," Sirius stopped. He looked at Harry, almost 11, considerably taller than he'd been in the garden, with the same dark hair that refused order and the same green eyes and a quality of settled, alert confidence that was entirely his own, and he looked at him the way he'd been looking at him for 6 years, with the combination of grief and gratitude that Harry had long since stopped pretending not to notice. "It'll be fine," said Harry. "I know. I'll write. Every week." "Every week," agreed Harry. He looked at Remus. "You'll look after him." "He doesn't need," Sirius started. "He gets sad when he's by himself," Harry told Remus, over Sirius's objection. "Make sure he eats." "I'm standing right here." "Yes," said Harry, "and Remus is more reliable about the eating thing." He picked up Ptolemy's cage. "I'll write Sunday." Sirius put a hand on his shoulder. "Your parents would, I know," said Harry. He met Sirius's eyes. "I know." He meant it both ways, that his parents would be proud, yes, but also that he knew it, felt it, carried it, and didn't need the sentence finished because the love in it was already somewhere inside him where it had been for 6 years, permanent and load-bearing. He got on the train. He found a compartment toward the back and stowed his trunk and set Ptolemy in the overhead rack, and the owl regarded the platform with the dignified disdain of someone who has been told what trains are and finds them architecturally unsatisfying. Harry sat by the window and watched the platform fill, families, owls, cats, a toad going missing somewhere near the front with its owner in tearful pursuit. The compartment door opened. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too much luggage maneuvered herself and it through the gap, looked at the empty compartment, looked at Harry, and said, "Sorry, is anyone else sitting here? All the others are full at the front." "Go ahead," said Harry. She settled. Reorganized. Produced a book from somewhere in the luggage and opened it with the automatic ease of someone for whom reading was a default state rather than a deliberate activity, which Harry recognized and respected. "Hermione Granger," she said, without looking up. Then, apparently remembering something, "Oh, sorry." She looked up. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Harry Potter," said Harry. He watched her process this. Most people had a reaction to his name, some version of recognition and reorientation, the world rearranging itself around the fact of him. Hermione's version was interesting. She went through recognition, then a kind of rapid filing, then something that was more akin to assessment than anything else. "You're the one from the broadcast," she said. "Yes. I was 5 when it happened. My parents, they're Muggle, they didn't receive it, but Dumbledore sent letters to all the Muggle-born families shortly after, explaining what had happened and that Harry Potter was going to be properly cared for. I found out about the details later, when I found out about magic." She looked at him with the kind of directness that people apologize for and shouldn't. "I read everything I could find about it. Not for the famous aspect. Because of the legal implications. The way one woman built a mechanism for accountability from scratch, using magic nobody had thought to use that way before. She was remarkable," said Harry. "Your mother." Hermione said it carefully, not treading on it. "Yes. I read her published work. She only published 2 papers before she died, one on sacrificial magic theory and one on ward construction, but they're both extraordinary. The footnotes alone," she stopped. Seemed to realize something. "Sorry. That might be strange, talking about her like an academic subject." "I find it nice, actually," said Harry honestly. "Most people treat her like a symbol. She was a person. A very clever one." Hermione seemed to relax by several degrees. She was, Harry decided, one of those people who moved through the world in a state of mild tension because they were so much more than most situations required and had not yet found the situations that fit. That would change here. "What's the book?" he said. She turned it. "Magical Theory, Advanced Applications, 5th year level." "Good book," said Harry. "There's a section in chapter 11 about resonance patterns that I think gets it wrong. She makes an assumption about wand core interference that doesn't hold for all wood types." Hermione stared at him. "You've read it?" "I've read most of the core theory texts. My tutor was very thorough." He nodded at the book. "Have you got to chapter 11 yet?" "I'm on 14. Go back to 11 when you have time. Tell me if you see the same error." She looked at him for another moment with the assessing look. Then she went back to the book, but she turned back to chapter 11. Harry looked out the window as the train began to move. The platform fell away. London gave way to suburbs, then to countryside, and Ptolemy settled on his perch and arranged his feathers and went to sleep with the composure of someone who has made peace with trains. The door opened again. 2 red-haired boys tumbled in. Twins, clearly, the same freckled face with a gap-toothed grin that operated slightly differently on each of them, the difference visible only if you were paying attention. "Harry," said the left one. "Fred," said Harry. "George," said the right one, at the same moment. They grinned. "We've been practicing that," said Fred. 3 years, said George. "You're the only one who gets it right first try." "Sirius told me," said Harry. "Fred's left-handed." "Ugh," said Fred. "He said he wouldn't tell." "He said he wouldn't tell us," said George. "Harry's a separate category." They dropped into seats with the ease of people who take up the space they're entitled to without apology, which was something Harry had always liked about Fred and George. They were comfortable in their own considerable presence, and their comfort was generous rather than dominating. Hermione Granger, said Hermione, from behind her book. George Weasley, said George. Fred Weasley, said Fred. Hermione is on Chapter 14 of Magical Theory Advanced and spotted the Chapter 11 error already, said Harry. Hermione looked up. I did. Page 342. You underlined something. She looked at the page. Her expression shifted. Oh, that's the interference assumption, yes, said Harry. She just assumed uniform core response without testing for variation, yes. Hermione looked at Harry with an expression that was somewhere between startled and delighted, the face of someone who has spent most of their life being the fastest thinker in the room and has just met someone operating in a compatible gear. Fred and George exchanged a look. Right, said Fred. This is going to be a year. Hogwarts appeared through the windows as the light was going, rose up from the lake's reflection, towers and battlements and lit windows and the particular quality of magic that old places develop, a density in the stone, an awareness. Harry looked at it and felt the same thing he'd felt on the platform, the same settled recognition. He was supposed to be here. The boats crossed the lake and the castle got larger and then they were inside, in the entrance hall with its marble staircase and its suits of armor and the noise of hundreds of students reorganizing themselves after summer, and Harry moved through it with the natural awareness of someone who has been preparing and is not overwhelmed by arrival. Professor McGonagall met the first years in the entrance hall. Harry had not met her, technically, she'd come once to Grimmauld Place when he was 6, a brief visit, official in nature, and she'd stayed 40 minutes and left after drinking 1 cup of tea with the precision of someone rationing enjoyment. She'd looked at Harry on her way out and said come and find me if you need anything at all and walked to the door, and then stopped with her hand on it and said, without turning around, your parents were my favorite students, which I would deny under questioning, and left. He'd liked her immediately. She looked at him now across the entrance hall and something in her face did the thing it had done at Grimmauld Place, a brief, unguarded movement before the professional composure snapped back. Potter, she said. Professor McGonagall, said Harry. You've grown. 6 years tends to do that. The corner of her mouth moved. She turned to address all the first years. The sorting was in the great hall, with the enchanted ceiling showing the night sky and the 4 house tables and the staff table and the sorting hat on its stool. Harry looked at the hat with interest. He'd read about it, its history, its function, the general principle of how it worked, and he'd given some thought to where it would put him, the way you give thought to something when you want to understand your own thinking rather than because the outcome worries you. Names were called alphabetically. Hermione got Gryffindor with the hat barely touching her head, which made her look briefly startled, she'd apparently expected more of a process. Fred and George were already at the Gryffindor table, having been sorted 2 years ago. A boy named Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor after a longer conversation with the hat than most, and he walked to the table with the expression of someone who has been told something they needed to hear. Potter, Harry. The hall did what halls do when a name means something, went quieter, but not silent, a specific frequency of attention. Harry walked to the stool and sat and the hat came down over his eyes. In the dark under the brim, a voice said, well. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Said Harry. Uncertainty, usually. Fear. Most children your age don't know who they are well enough to bring to a sorting. A pause, like rustling pages. You're different. You know exactly who you are. I had good people helping, said Harry. Courage, yes, significant. Loyalty, deep, actually, deeper than you show. A mind like your mother's, exceptional. An ambition, but not the kind that wants power for itself. The kind that wants to understand things and change them. Another pause. You do well in any house. But where do you want to be? Gryffindor, said Harry. Not because his parents had been, or not only. Because when he thought about what Gryffindor meant, the principle of it, the thing it was supposed to stand for, it was the thing he'd been reaching for since he was 4 years old in a garden, the choice to act when action was needed, regardless of the cost. Then Gryffindor it is, said the hat, with what Harry thought was a note of satisfaction. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. The other tables applauded, the polite, slightly stunned applause of people who have been prepared to see something significant and are now doing it. Harry walked to the table and sat down between Hermione, who'd saved him a seat without being asked, and Neville Longbottom, who immediately said, "Hi," in the earnest way of someone who is very nervous but has decided to try anyway, which Harry respected. "Hi," said Harry. "Good choice, Gryffindor." Neville blinked. "Do you think so?" The hat, "It took a while with me." "The ones it takes a while with are usually more interesting," said Harry. "It means there's more to sort." Neville processed this. He sat slightly straighter. At the staff table, Harry had already catalogued the faces, had matched most of them to names through Remus's thorough preparatory education. Flitwick, tiny and cheerful. Sprout, earth under her fingernails even now. McGonagall, straight-backed and sharp. And there, at the far end, a figure he'd been expecting with specific interest, Professor Quirrell, Defense Against the Dark Arts, with his purple turban and his slight tremor and his eyes that moved with a particular quick, watchful quality that Harry had been told to watch for. He watched. Quirrell's eyes came to him twice during the sorting. Brief, controlled assessments. Harry didn't look away either time. At the end of the second one, Quirrell looked down at his plate first. Harry filed that and turned back to Neville, who was asking about the ceiling. The first morning of classes established several things simultaneously. Transfiguration, McGonagall turned her desk into a pig and back before anyone had settled into their seats, which accomplished the dual purpose of proving magic was real and proving she was serious. She then set them to turning matchsticks into needles, the standard opening exercise. Harry had the needle in 3 minutes. He waited until the 10-minute mark before putting his hand up, because Hermione had hers up at 4 minutes and he didn't want to make the class feel like a competition. This was a social calculation Remus had taught him, not hiding what he could do, but reading the room. McGonagall came to his desk, looked at the needle, and examined it closely. It was silver, sharp, properly weighted. She tapped it with her wand and it glinted. "Correct," she said. "Well done." "I had a question," said Harry. "Go ahead." The spell uses a visualization anchored to form, the needle's shape in the mind directing the transformation. But the matchstick's molecular composition is wood and sulfur and various chemicals, and the needle's is metal. The spell is bridging those at a fundamental level. What's doing that work, the caster's magic, or the spell's intrinsic structure? McGonagall looked at him. Behind him, Hermione had turned around. "The caster's intent," said McGonagall, after a moment. "The spell provides the framework. The caster's understanding of both objects, at a deep level, not just visual, provides the conversion energy. A caster who truly understands what a needle is, at every level, will produce a better needle than one who's only visualized the shape. So knowledge improves the spell's quality. Always." Harry nodded. "Thank you." McGonagall moved on. She stopped at the door when the bell rang and said, without looking directly at Harry, 2 points to Gryffindor for an interesting question. She left. Hermione fell into step with Harry in the corridor. "How do you already know to ask questions like that?" 6 years of Remus," said Harry. "Who's Remus?" He's like a second guardian. He was my primary tutor. He was also a friend of my parents." Harry shifted his bag. "He teaches better than almost anyone I've read. He makes you understand why before how." "That's the right order," said Hermione immediately. "Yes," said Harry. "It's exactly the right order." They walked to potions together and by the time they arrived Harry had established, with some certainty, that Hermione Granger was going to be one of the most important people in his life. He didn't say this. He thought it clearly and filed it. Potions was Snape. Harry had thought about Snape considerably in the 6 years since Dumbledore had first mentioned him. He'd thought about him from multiple angles, the way you think about a complicated problem: Lily's school friend, Dumbledore's spy, a man who had loved Harry's mother and hated Harry's father and was going to have to look at Harry every day for 7 years. He'd talked about it with the locket once, carefully. The locket had said, "He's in pain. He has been for a long time. Pain makes people complicated. Don't hate him. Don't trust him too quickly either. Watch him." Harry had said, "Do you forgive him? For his part in what happened?" A long pause. Then, "I forgave him a long time ago. He came to Dumbledore when it mattered. He chose the right side when it was hardest. But forgiveness isn't the same as simple." Harry walked into the potions classroom in the dungeon and found a seat, not at the front, not at the back, the third row where he could see everything and reached the supply cupboard quickly. He put his ingredients kit on the desk and his textbook and his notebook, which was the leather-bound one Remus had given him for his 5th birthday and was now its 3rd replacement volume. Snape entered. He was exactly as described, in that way people are when you've heard about them enough that the actual person almost slots into the description rather than the other way around. Black robes, precisely worn. Dark hair. A face that looked like it had decided to be unreadable and had been practicing. He moved through the classroom with an economy of motion that was, Harry could see, a form of control. His eyes swept the room and found Harry immediately. They stayed for a beat, one beat, measured and professional, and then moved on. Harry noted, the pause was not hostility. It was assessment. Snape was doing what Harry was doing, reading the room. "You are here," said Snape, in a voice calibrated to carry without effort, "to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making." He began to move between the desks. The first 3 rows of standard speech went by, the precision required, the beauty of it, the low marks he expected from most of them, and then he stopped at the 3rd row. "Potter," he said. "Professor Snape," said Harry. A pause. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry had been asked trick questions since he was 5 and had long since learned to identify them by what they were leaving out. "As a question it's incomplete," he said. "The answer depends on the phase of the potion when you add it, the temperature of the infusion, and what you're making. If it's the base of the draught of living death, the answer is the beginning of the sleeping draught. If it's something else, it could be quite different." Snape looked at him. "I asked what you would get. And I told you what the question needs before I can answer it accurately," said Harry. "Potions is precise work. Precision starts with the question." The classroom was extremely quiet in the way classrooms go quiet when they don't know whether what just happened was brave or catastrophic. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. His face was doing its unreadable thing with full commitment, but something in his eyes, something Harry caught for half a second, was not quite what he'd been expecting either. "1 point from Gryffindor," said Snape, "for answering a question with a question." He moved away. "However, the condition of the question does matter. Where did you read that?" "My mother's research notes," said Harry, clearly and without any particular emphasis. "She wrote extensively about the significance of condition variables in potion interactions." Snape stopped. His back was to Harry. 2 seconds passed. "Correct," said Snape, and moved on. Hermione leaned sideways and whispered, "That was either brilliant or incredibly reckless." "Both," said Harry quietly. "Usually is." Defense against the dark arts was last on Friday, and Harry had been waiting for it. Quirrell entered the classroom doing what Harry had noticed in the Great Hall, the constant, quick scanning look of someone monitoring for threats, combined with the surface performance of someone stammering and slightly nervous and generally harmless. It was not a bad performance. It would have worked on most 11-year-olds. He taught the first half of the lesson on basic dark creature identification, which he did well, knowledgeable, actually, specific, with the kind of detail that came from genuine experience rather than textbooks. Harry took notes and let the lesson proceed without disruption. In the second half, Quirrell set them a written exercise and moved through the classroom while they worked. When he reached Harry's desk, he lingered. Most teachers lingered at Harry's desk. Harry was fast with written work and there was usually something to comment on. "And how are you finding, small stammer, Hogwarts so far, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked up. He met Quirrell's eyes directly. "Very good so far, Professor. The castle is excellent. I've been looking forward to defense most of all." "Oh." The stammer was perfectly timed, perfectly calibrated. "I've done a lot of reading on the theoretical side," said Harry. "I'm looking forward to the practical applications." He held Quirrell's gaze easily, pleasantly. "I find that dark magic has specific structural weaknesses. Things it can't penetrate. I'm interested in those especially." Quirrell's eyes did something. Infinitesimal, controlled, but there. "Oh," he said. What sort of weaknesses?" "Love-based magic, primarily," said Harry, still pleasant. "The kind that comes from genuine sacrifice. Structurally immune to dark intent. My mother was one of the leading researchers on the mechanism." He smiled. "It's a fascinating area." Quirrell looked at him for 3 seconds. "Yes," he said. "I suppose it is." He moved on. Harry went back to his written work. Hermione, across the aisle, was watching him with the expression she'd started developing, the one that said, "I don't know exactly what you just did but it was deliberate." He'd been deliberate. He'd sent Quirrell a message, not a threat, not a revelation, just, "I know something, and it matters, and I am not surprised by you." The response would tell him things. After class, Quirrell was at his desk and didn't look up as the students filed out. In the corridor, Neville caught up with Harry. "That was odd," said Neville. "In defense. What were you and Professor Quirrell talking about?" "Just magic," said Harry. Neville walked beside him toward dinner with the look of someone who has decided to store this for later consideration. Harry had established over 1 week, considerably smarter than he believed himself to be, which was a problem with a straightforward solution: experience. Neville needed to get things right a few times in a row. Harry made a note to make sure that happened. "Your grandmother was at the Wisengamot hearing," Harry said. "For serious?" Neville blinked. "Gran?" "Yes, she doesn't talk about it much but she mentioned," he stopped. "Did you know?" "That I was going to be, I didn't know you specifically," said Harry. "But your family is known for being the kind of people who show up. I knew someone from your family would be there." He looked at Neville. "The prophecy mentioned either of us, you know." Neville stopped walking. "I know because Dumbledore told me," Harry said. "He thinks Voldemort made his choice that night and it was me, and I think he's right. But I wanted you to know. Because it's yours to know." Neville stood in the corridor looking at Harry with an expression of someone receiving information that recontextualizes a significant portion of their life. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Okay," said Neville. "Thank you for telling me." "Of course." Harry kept walking. "Come on. Fred and George said they have an idea for after dinner and whenever they say that you should be present because it's always either excellent or something you want to be able to say you witnessed." Neville came. 3 weeks into term, Harry went to the 3rd floor. He'd been watching the door since the first week, the locked door on the 3rd floor corridor that Dumbledore had mentioned in the start of term speech. He'd watched Quirrell watching it too, a little differently each week, the tension building in small increments. He'd written to Sirius and to Dumbledore. Sirius had written back with 3 lines, "Be careful. Tell Dumbledore exactly what you told me. Don't go alone." Dumbledore's reply was longer and ended with, "I trust your instincts. Don't act unilaterally. But if you see something immediate, you have my authority." He went with Hermione and Neville, who both knew, because not telling them would have been both wrong and tactically stupid. The door gave to an Alhambra. Standard lock, which told Harry something, the protections were beyond it, not in it. They went through. The three-headed dog was exactly as large as 3 had suggested it would be, sleeping with the boneless depth of something that has been enchanted to do so. The harp in the corner was playing softly, enchanted, the spell unraveling at one end as the night got older. Below the dog's feet, a trapdoor. Harry looked at the trapdoor. He looked at the dog. He looked at the harp. "What's down there?" said Neville. "Something Voldemort wants," said Harry. "And someone who works for Voldemort is trying to get to it." He looked at both of them. "We need to tell Dumbledore tonight. Before Quirrell moves." "You're sure it's Quirrell?" said Hermione. "I've been sure for 3 weeks. Dumbledore knows I suspect it, I wrote to him. But I think Quirrell is closer than Dumbledore realizes." He looked at the trapdoor again. "If we go back, and Quirrell goes tonight, then we should stay," said Neville. "Not a question." Harry looked at him. "You don't have to." "I know," said Neville. "But I'm saying we should stay. All of us. And send for Dumbledore from here if we can." He reached into his robes and produced a small knotted piece of rope. "Signaling cord. Gran gave it to me. Go straight to her, she'd go to Dumbledore." Harry looked at the signaling cord. He looked at Neville. He thought about a boy who had sat in a corridor under the hat for longer than most, who had been quietly becoming himself all term, who had a grandmother who showed up to Wisengamot hearings. "Pull it," said Harry. Neville pulled it. "Now we wait," said Harry. "And if Quirrell comes through that door before Dumbledore arrives, we deal with it then." "What's the plan?" said Hermione. "Multiple contingencies," said Harry. "Depending on what he does first." He looked at the trapdoor. "He's going to try to get to the stone. The stone is what restores Voldemort, gives him a physical form, real power. If he gets it tonight, everything accelerates badly." He looked at his friends. "So he doesn't get it tonight." "Simple," said Hermione, in the tone she used when something was obviously not simple but she'd decided to say it was anyway as a form of commitment. "Very," agreed Harry. The harp played. The dog breathed. 3 11-year-olds stood in a room with a monster and a trapdoor and a situation they'd walked into deliberately, and none of them ran. Outside, somewhere in the castle's vast stone bones, a door opened. Footsteps in the corridor. Harry turned to face them, wand in hand, and the feeling in him was not fear. It was the same thing it had been at the platform, at the sorting, in every moment that mattered. He was supposed to be here. Chapter 6, What Voldemort Found. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Harry kept his wand steady and his breathing even, which was a thing Sirius had drilled into him on the dueling mats at Grimmauld Place. "Your breath is your anchor, Pronglet, lose the breath and you've lost before you've started," and he thought about the room behind him, the sleeping dog, the harp unwinding, and he made calculations. Quirrell would come through the door or he wouldn't. If he did, he'd see 3 students and have to make a decision. His first instinct would be to neutralize them quickly and move on. He needed the trapdoor, not a confrontation. That made him predictable for the first 5 seconds. 5 seconds was a lot, if you used them right. "Neville," Harry said, quietly. "When the door opens, move left. Get behind the dog's flank, it won't wake if you're careful and it gives you cover. Hermione, stay near the harp." "The harp?" said Hermione. "If the enchantment on it fails, the dog wakes. If the dog wakes, Quirrell has a problem that isn't us." "You want to use the dog," said Hermione. "I want to have the option," said Harry. "Different thing." The door opened. Quirrell came through, and he came through already casting a wide area stunning spell that would have caught all 3 of them if Harry hadn't already been moving, pulling Hermione sideways by the arm as Neville went left with the instinct of someone who had already decided and committed. The spell hit the floor and cracked the stone, bright red dispersing into the dark. Quirrell stopped. He looked at Harry across the room. The stammer was gone, had shed itself with the concealment it served, and what was underneath was what Harry had suspected, sharp, controlled, with the professional precision of someone who had been very good at a very dangerous thing for a long time before he'd started wearing a purple turban and pretending to be nervous. "Potter," said Quirrell. "No stammer. A different voice entirely." "Professor," said Harry. "Still pleasant. Move aside." "No," said Harry. Quirrell tilted his head. "You're 11 years old." "I know. How old are you?" Something in Quirrell's expression shifted, not quite the amusement it might have been in a different situation, but a recognition of the angle. "Old enough to know that this ends only one way. You are 3 children. I am a fully trained wizard with decades of experience. Step away from the trapdoor." "You'd have to get past us first," said Harry, "and past the dog, and past everything below the trapdoor, which I understand is quite thorough." "The dog is sleeping." "The dog is sleeping because of the harp. The harp spell has about 4 minutes left in it." Harry glanced at the harp, where the enchantment was clearly unraveling at the tail of the melody. "I've been timing it since we came in." Quirrell looked at the harp. A quick look, controlled, but it was a look. "You're going to let me through," said Quirrell, "because if you don't, I will hurt your friends." "You'll try," said Harry. "But you'll find that difficult because Neville is behind the dog, which means any wide area spell risks waking it, and Hermione is going to make a different problem for you in about 20 seconds. Quirrell turned to find Hermione. She was not where she'd been. She was at the room's wall, both hands on the stone, and the lumos she'd cast was being directed, not as a simple light but with intent, concentrated, aimed at the corner where the shadows were deepest. Harry had talked to her about light and dark magic 3 weeks ago, specifically about how certain dark workings required shadow, needed it the way a fire needed oxygen. Quirrell's turban moved. It was subtle. A pressure against the fabric, like something shifting its weight. Harry's wand moved. He didn't cast a full curse. He cast a severing charm, precise, surgical, aimed at the knot of the turban where it was tied at the back, and the turban came undone. It fell. And the face on the back of Quirrell's head looked at Harry Potter for the first time. It was a face that had once been handsome, in the way that very intelligent, very vain people are handsome, high cheekbones, fine features, the remnant of a form that had been carefully maintained. But it was also a face in the process of becoming something else, something that had been taking itself apart from the inside for a very long time, with red eyes that had almost no white left in them and a nose that was more suggestion than structure. Voldemort looked at Harry. Harry looked back. The dog behind Neville shifted. One head lifted, enormous, its breathing changing rhythm. "Hello," said Harry. "Harry Potter," said Voldemort. His voice was unlike anything else, not the physical voice but the quality of it, something that vibrated at a frequency below sound, that had been cultivating its own gravity for 50 years. "You are smaller than I expected." "You're on the back of someone's head," said Harry. "We're both having a night." Voldemort made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "You're not afraid?" "No. You should be." "Probably," Harry agreed. "But let me explain the situation as it currently stands. You need the stone. The stone is through that trapdoor. Between you and the trapdoor is a very large dog that is about to wake up, 3 students, and approximately 2 minutes of your current host's useful mobility before I start the next part of this." He held Voldemort's red eyes steadily. "You've had time to study me. You know what I am. You know what my mother built into me." He let that sit for a moment. "You can feel it right now, can't you? The protection. The closer you get, the worse it feels." Quirrell's body was, in fact, stopping. The red eyes stayed fixed on Harry but the forward motion was no longer happening. Quirrell was straining against something, his face contorting with effort that had nothing to do with magical resistance. The ancient magic in Harry's blood was doing what Lily had built it to do, and it was doing it quietly and absolutely, with no drama, just the immovable certainty of something that operated at a level below spells. The protection, said Voldemort, and now there was something else in that voice. Your mother's sacrifice. Yes, said Harry. She's been dead for a decade. She left it in me, said Harry. And she left me other things too. Enough to know what you are and enough to know that tonight isn't your night. He took a step forward. Just one. You're a fragment. You've been a fragment for 10 years, and you've managed to share a body with a man who didn't understand what he was signing up for, and you've come to steal a stone that would give you back the thing you gave up when you decided a soul was optional. But you're still a fragment. Still diminished. And I've spent 6 years learning everything Dumbledore knows about how you became one. The red eyes narrowed. You know about the Horcruxes. The word went through the room like a dropped stone through water. Neville, behind the dog, made a quiet sound. Hermione's light faltered for a fraction of a second and then steadied. I know about the Horcruxes, said Harry. All of them. It was not entirely true. He knew about the theory, he knew about the diary Dumbledore had told him existed and had described, he knew that there were more but not precisely how many. But Voldemort didn't know what Harry knew, and the fact that Harry knew the word was already doing work. Voldemort was very still on the back of Quirrell's head. You're bluffing, he said. Am I? Said Harry. Let's find out. How many did you make? You can tell me, or I'll tell you what I think I know, and you can correct me where I'm wrong. He met the red eyes without flinching. Either way, tonight you're not getting the stone. The harp's melody stuttered. One wrong note, too high. Then silence. The dog woke up. All three heads at once, rising from sleep to awareness in the way that very large predators wake, not gradually, not with confusion, but immediately and completely oriented. It scented the room. It found Quirrell. Quirrell, who was standing in the middle of the room with his back open and his turban off and Voldemort's face on his skull, which was apparently not a scent the dog found appropriate. 3 sets of enormous jaws opened. Quirrell ran for the trapdoor. Not elegantly, the conflict between his own will and Voldemort's was visible in his movement, a jerking, wrong-jointed scramble, the puppet fighting the puppeteer. He got both hands on the trapdoor ring. Neville, said Harry. Neville was already moving. He'd had 2 seconds of watching the dog orient on Quirrell and had used them. He pulled a length of rope from his robes, real rope, muggle rope, thick, and looped it around the trapdoor's ring with a speed and dexterity that he absolutely would not have had at the start of term but had developed through 3 weeks of Harry insisting on practical exercises in the common room. He tied a knot that his grandmother had taught him when he was small, a proper knot, a staying-put knot. Quirrell pulled. The trapdoor held. The dog descended. Harry hit the nearest head with a stunning spell that did not stun it, it was far too large for that, but diverted it, turned the massive jaw sideways so that when it came down on the floor instead of on Quirrell, who had 6 inches of clearance and used them to press himself flat. Wingardium Leviosa, said Hermione, aimed not at Quirrell but at the harp. The harp rose. Hermione began moving it, carefully, the way you carry something delicate, playing the melody again from the beginning, sustaining it, the notes ragged and imperfect from a floating harp operated by wand but sufficient for the dog to slow. 1 head at a time, then 2, then all 3, the enormous muscles going slack, the eyes closing, the whole terrible apparatus of the thing descending into the enchanted sleep. Quirrell was on the floor. He hadn't moved. In the doorway, light. Dumbledore came through it with 3 other people, McGonagall, and 2 Aurors Harry didn't know, and took in the room in one sweeping look that landed first on the students, then on the sleeping dog, then on Quirrell on the floor, then on the back of Quirrell's bare head where Voldemort's face was now still and closed-eyed. Dumbledore walked across the room. He didn't hurry. His wand came out and he cast 3 things in quick succession, binding, sealing, containment, and then he crouched beside Quirrell's head and looked at the face on the back of it for a long moment. "Hello, Tom," he said. Nothing moved. The face was still. Dumbledore straightened. He looked at Harry. "Are you all right?" "Yes," said Harry. "All three of us." The dog, Hermione put it back to sleep. He looked at the harp, floating serenely near the wall. "The enchantment's wearing out. You'll want to recast it." Dumbledore looked at the harp and cast a wordless renewal of the spell, and the melody firmed up properly. Then he looked at Harry again, and the quality of the look was different from the ceiling survey. It was the look he'd given Harry across the kitchen table in those 6 visits, the look that said surprising and expected simultaneously. "He mentioned the Horcruxes," said Harry. Everything in the room went very precise and still. The Aurors, who had been doing procedural things near the door, both stopped. "Did he?" said Dumbledore. "I mentioned them first," Harry said honestly. "He confirmed them. We didn't get to numbers, but we confirmed they exist and that he's made them." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "You need to tell me what you actually know, now. Not some of it. All of it." McGonagall, from the doorway, made a sound. "He's 11, she said." Not an objection, Harry thought. More like a statement of something she found remarkable. "He's aware," said Dumbledore, still looking at Harry. "Tomorrow morning, Harry. In my office. We will talk about everything." He paused. "I mean that." "I know," said Harry. "You keep your word." One of the Aurors had levitated Quirrell. They were moving him toward the door, carefully, maintaining distance from his head, where Voldemort's face remained still. As they passed Harry, the eyes opened, briefly. Red on green. A second and a half. "We will meet again," said Voldemort's voice, very quiet, only for Harry. "I know," said Harry. "I'll be ready." The face closed again. They carried Quirrell out. McGonagall insisted on Madame Pomfrey, which was non-negotiable, and so the three of them spent an hour in the hospital wing being checked for Jinx residue and spell shock, which they didn't have. Pomfrey gave them chocolate and expressed, in the clipped way of someone who is professionally required to be calm and finds the requirement effortful, her views about first-year students and third-floor corridors. Harry ate his chocolate and agreed with everything she said, which she found suspicious. Neville had gone quiet in the way that meant he was processing. He sat on his bed with his chocolate and turned it over in his hands and said, eventually, "He looked at you." "Yes," said Harry. "And you just looked back." "Yes." Neville turned the chocolate over again. "How did you do that?" "Practice," said Harry. "Mainly it's practice." He looked at Neville. "You held the trapdoor." "The rope." "The rope at the right moment while the dog was waking up." "That was the right call, made fast, under pressure." Harry met his eyes. "That's not nothing, Neville. That's actually what matters most." Neville looked at his chocolate. "My gran said, when we were in the car coming to King's Cross, she said, 'Neville, you're going to surprise yourself this year.' I didn't know what she meant." He unwrapped the chocolate. "I think she might have meant tonight." "She's a very smart woman," said Harry. Hermione, from the bed on his other side, had been writing. Her notebook was on her knee and she was going through the evening in precise order, recording details, the way she processed things, by documenting them. She looked up when she finished. "The turban," she said. "Yes. That was deliberate. The severing charm. I needed to see what was under it. And I needed Quirrell distracted. You knew something was under it." "I suspected. I've been suspicious of Quirrell since the first day of defense." He finished his chocolate. The teaching was too good. Someone who was really as nervous as he performed being wouldn't teach that well when the performance slipped. Hermione wrote something. "What happens to him?" "Quirrell." Harry thought about this. "He'll go to St. Mungo's probably. Hosting a fragment of a soul that way, I don't know exactly what it does to someone." Dumbledore will deal with it. He paused. Voldemort will need a new way forward. The stone, said Hermione. Not just the stone. He's got other options. We've bought time, not finished it. He looked at the ceiling, stone, old, Hogwarts stone with magic in it. But time is useful. You can do things with time. Pomfrey made them sleep at midnight, which they did, and in the morning the school was altered in the way it alters when something significant has happened that most people know about only by the quality of the staff's faces. Dumbledore's office was round and full of things, instruments and portraits and the silver perch where Fawkes sat and regarded Harry with the steady, warm attention of a creature old enough to have met all sorts and developed opinion about them. Harry sat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk and Fawkes watched him and Harry watched back and found it comfortable. "Good morning," said Dumbledore. "Morning," said Harry. "You said everything." "I said everything," agreed Dumbledore. He laced his fingers on the desk. He was tired, it showed, which Harry noted because it was unusual. Dumbledore generally controlled what showed. "Tell me what you already know, and I'll fill the rest." So Harry told him. He laid it out methodically, Horcrux theory, the principle that a soul could be fragmented and anchored to objects, that destroying the object destroyed the fragment and therefore diminished Voldemort's capacity for true death. He knew about the diary because Dumbledore had mentioned it years ago. He knew about the diary's nature from Lily's research notes on dark artifacts. He knew there were more but not precise numbers. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, which was how he listened to things he was taking seriously. When Harry finished, 6, said Dumbledore. Harry had expected fewer. He kept his face even. 6 total, or 6 in addition to himself. 6 objects, or what he intended to be 6. He meant to make 7 total, including the piece remaining in his body. 7 being, the most powerfully magical number, said Harry. Of course he'd make it 7. He thought about this. Do you know which objects? Some. I've been working on it for years. Dumbledore opened a drawer and placed a small black journal on the desk between them. This is the diary. Tom Riddle's, from his time at Hogwarts. I removed it from Lucius Malfoy's possession last year through means I won't detail. It's the most dangerous of them in terms of active intelligence, it can think, possess, interact. The others should be more inert. He looked at Harry. I believe one may be at Hogwarts itself. In a specific location. Where? The Chamber of Secrets. Harry looked at the journal. You've been working on this alone. Yes. That's not efficient. Dumbledore's expression moved into the territory of the almost dry. No. It isn't. He looked at his hands. I was waiting until you were older. Until you were at Hogwarts, established, trained. I thought the information was too significant to give a child. And now? Now you've stood in front of Voldemort at 11 years old and argued with him about Horcruxes. Dumbledore looked at him directly. I think my calibration was off. Yes, said Harry, not unkindly. It was. He looked at the journal on the desk. Can I touch it? With a protective glove. The second drawer, left side. Harry opened the drawer, found the dragonhide glove, put it on, and picked up the journal. He turned it over. Small, black, 50 years old. He could feel something in it, not through the glove, through something else, the instinct he'd been developing and could now name, the sense of wrong that dark objects gave off, a specific frequency, like a note played in the wrong key. It has the same texture as the locked box in Grimmauld Place, he said. The one Sirius has been working on. Same frequency of wrong. Dumbledore was very still. What locked box? There's a box in Grimmauld Place that Sirius hasn't managed to open yet. Dark artifact from his family's collection. Harry set the journal down. Same quality as this. Dumbledore stood up. Harry, He said, with a precision that meant something, I need to contact Sirius today. Immediately. He moved to the flue. There may be a Horcrux in that house. Harry stood. Sirius has been handling it. Carefully, I hope. Very. But he didn't know what it was. Harry crossed to the flue beside Dumbledore. I'm coming. You have classes. McGonagall will excuse me. He looked at Dumbledore. We're going to need to work together on this. Properly. Information in both directions, decisions made together, none of this I'll tell you when you're older. He met Dumbledore's eyes with the same directness he'd used on Voldemort the previous night. You know I'm right. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry looked back. The distance between almost 12 and 110 was technically significant and practically negotiable. Yes, said Dumbledore. You're right. Good. Harry picked up a pinch of flue powder. Grimmauld Place. The box was on the 4th floor, in the room where Sirius had been working on the house's remaining dark artifacts. It was still the same carved wooden box with the greenish tinge that Harry had found 3 weeks into their first summer and put in the box by the back door. Sirius had identified it as containing something dark, been unable to open it safely, and had kept it in a lead-lined container on the 4th floor shelf while he researched. He was in the kitchen when they arrived, Harry first, Dumbledore ducking through the flue behind him, and stood up from the table with the particular reaction of a man who has learned to be ready for surprises. What's happened? His eyes went to Harry first. Are you all right? Quirrell was Voldemort, said Harry. 3rd floor. We handled it. Everyone's fine. He held up a hand to forestall the sequence of responses that was visibly forming. All fine. Dumbledore needs to see the box on the 4th floor. Sirius looked at Dumbledore. Whatever was between them now, the long complicated residue of what had been built and broken and imperfectly repaired, resolved, in the immediate term, into a man who trusted Harry's judgment and would deal with the rest later. 4th floor, said Sirius. They went. The lead-lined container was on the shelf where Sirius had put it. Dumbledore approached it carefully, wand out, and cast a sequence of diagnostic spells that illuminated the air around the container in several colors. He looked at the readings for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry. Slytherin's locket, he said. Harry said, his mother's family were Slytherin's line. He would have had access to heirlooms. He used meaningful objects for the Horcruxes, objects with history, with power in their own right. Dumbledore looked at him. You've been thinking about this. Since our 3rd conversation. When you told me about the diary. Harry looked at the container. The locket was in this house and the diary was with the Malfoys. He distributed them. People he trusted with money and secrecy. Harry thought about this. So we look at his other known associates for the others. Yes, said Dumbledore. Sirius had been standing at the door, listening. The box I couldn't open, he said. That's a piece of Voldemort's soul, said Dumbledore. Anchored to a significant object. He looked at Sirius. You've had it in your house for 6 years. Sirius looked at the lead-lined container. He looked at it for a moment with an expression Harry had seen on him a few times, the expression of finding out that something bad happened in a place that was supposed to be safe, the expression of Azkaban aftermath surfacing briefly before it was managed. Right, said Sirius. We destroy it. Carefully, said Dumbledore. The destruction of a Horcrux requires specific, fiendfire, said Harry. Dumbledore looked at him. That would work, yes. Controlled fiendfire. It is extremely dangerous, or basilisk venom, said Harry. If the Chamber of Secrets contains a basilisk, which I think it does based on the history, then its venom would work. But that's a different problem. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The fiendfire, he said. We can create a contained environment. There's a method, I know the method, said Harry. Remus taught me the containment model for fiendfire. I haven't cast it, I'm not going to cast it unsupervised, but I understand the structure. He looked at Dumbledore. You cast, I'll maintain the containment. Sirius on the perimeter. Sirius looked at his son. His, not by blood, not legally from birth, but his nonetheless, completely and without qualification, a fact that had nothing to do with paperwork. He looked at him standing in the fourth-floor room of Grimmauld Place at 11 years old, mapping out the destruction of a Voldemort Horcrux with the calm of someone doing a moderately complex piece of homework. Tell me what to do, said Sirius. They worked for 40 minutes. Containment spells around the shelf. The lead-lined container moved to the center, the room cleared of anything combustible. Harry maintained the outer ward while Dumbledore opened the container and revealed the locket inside, heavy, ornate, with a serpentine S that Harry could feel from across the room, that wrong-key frequency loud now, almost audible, and cast the fiendfire. It was controlled, precise, like watching someone who has mastered a very powerful thing demonstrate that mastery, the fire serpentine and brilliant and going exactly where Dumbledore directed it, no more and no less. It hit the locket and the locket screamed. Not metaphorically. A real sound, thin and furious and terrified, that came from the object and not from any person in the room, the sound of something that had been clinging to existence for 50 years being informed it had lost. Then it was gone. The locket was a blackened shell. The fire went out. The room smelled of old magic and ozone. Sirius exhaled slowly. One, said Harry. Dumbledore looked at him. One down, said Harry. How many do you know the locations of? The diary, said Dumbledore. That's 2. The others, he looked at the shell of the locket. The others are going to require significant work to locate. Then we start the work, said Harry. Together. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Today. Not when I'm older. Now. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. He looked at a boy who had faced Voldemort the previous night and come home to destroy a piece of his soul this morning and was now asking for a seat at the table that Dumbledore had built specifically around the plan to keep Harry away from it until the right moment. The right moment, it appeared, was 11. Together, said Dumbledore. Yes. They had lunch at Grimmauld Place, which Sirius made from whatever was in the kitchen with the improvised confidence of someone who has learned that cooking, like dueling, rewards boldness. It was good. They sat at the kitchen table, Harry and Dumbledore and Sirius, and Remus who had come downstairs from wherever he'd been working and taken in the situation with a look and sat down without asking, because Remus understood the value of being present, and talked. Really talked. Not the careful, managed talks of the visits over 6 years, where Dumbledore parceled information and Harry pushed and they met somewhere in the middle. This was different, the thing it had always been trying to be, a genuine exchange, information moving in both directions at full speed, everyone at the table bringing what they knew. Sirius knew the Black family's known associations with Voldemort's inner circle, Bellatrix, obviously, imprisoned and devoted, the Lestranges. Rodolphus Lestrange had access to the Gringotts vault that housed, Sirius believed, some of the family's most significant acquisitions. Dumbledore confirmed that he suspected one of the Horcruxes might be in a Gringotts vault. Remus, who had been quietly following, said, Hufflepuff's cup. Everyone looked at him. He needed Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw for the set, said Remus. He had Slytherin's locket and Slytherin's ring, I assume the ring is another one, yes, said Dumbledore. In the Gaunt family shack. I've been watching it. And the diary for himself, from Hogwarts. He would want Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw to complete the Founder collection. Remus looked at his tea. The cup is the obvious choice. And it would be in a vault because it's a significant artifact. Where else do you put a Founder's cup but the most secure vault you have access to? Dumbledore looked at Remus with the look of someone who has made the mistake of underestimating a person and is correcting it in real time. The Lestrange's vault, he said. Bellatrix would have kept it. She was the most devoted. Yes. Dumbledore made a note on a piece of parchment. Yes, I think you're right. Harry said, what's the sixth one? Everyone looked at him. You said 6 objects. We have the locket, destroyed. The diary, yours. The ring in the gaunt shack. The cup probably in Lestrange's vault. That's 4. He looked at Dumbledore. 2 more. Dumbledore set his quill down. There may be something at Hogwarts. The diadem of Ravenclaw, lost, supposedly, for centuries. But Tom Riddle had access to Hogwarts. He came back, after school, to ask for a teaching position. He paused. And the 6th, he stopped. The 6th, said Harry. Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes were doing something complicated. The 6th may be the hardest to discuss. Tell me anyway. A long pause. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded from you, the night your parents died, the magic involved was catastrophic. Uncontrolled. There is evidence to suggest that the rebounded curse did not simply destroy the Horcrux he'd already made but created a new one. Involuntarily. Dumbledore's voice was careful and even. I believe there is a fragment of Voldemort's soul in you, Harry. Inside the scar. The kitchen was very quiet. Sirius had gone completely still. Remus had put his tea down without looking. Harry sat with this information. He sat with it the way he sat with all significant information, without immediate reaction, turning it over, looking at it from several angles. He'd wondered. Not specifically, not with the vocabulary for it, but the scar had always been something. A frequency. A connection he could feel in certain moods. He'd wondered what it was and hadn't had an answer, and now he had one. That's why the prophecy makes sense, he said. Neither can live while the other survives. Because part of him is in me. We're connected at a fundamental level. Yes, said Dumbledore. And to truly destroy him, that fragment has to be destroyed too. Yes. Which means something has to kill me, said Harry. Or at least the thing in me. Sirius made a sound. Not now, said Harry, without looking at him. Not soon. It's information, Sirius. We work with it. He looked at Dumbledore. There's a way, isn't there? There's a way that doesn't mean I die. My mum found a way to anchor love permanently through sacrifice. If there's a magic strong enough to defeat death for that purpose, there's a way to remove a soul fragment without, I don't know yet, said Dumbledore honestly. Okay, said Harry. Then that's what we figure out next. He picked up his sandwich and took a bite with the equanimity that still, 6 years in, occasionally stopped the people who loved him in their tracks. What do we know about the properties of soul fragments? Let's start there. Sirius looked at the side of Harry's face. He looked at him eating a sandwich and discussing soul fragments with the same focus he'd eaten birthday cake. Harry, said Sirius. Harry looked at him. Are you actually all right? Not tactically. Are you? I'm fine, said Harry, and he meant it, which Sirius could tell because he was very good by now at telling. It's strange information. It's going to need time. He met Sirius's eyes. But it doesn't change anything. It's just a new thing we know. He paused. She's there, you know. The locket. The warmth. Even here. Even with this. Sirius looked at him. She's warm, said Harry. That means something. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Then Remus, who had been keeping a list since Dumbledore arrived because Remus kept lists during important conversations the way Hermione kept notebooks, said, so. Soul fragments, removal methods, and we need to get to the Gaunt Shack before Voldemort realizes we know about the ring. He doesn't have a body, said Harry. He can't get there. He'll find a way. He found Quirrell. True. Harry looked at the list. Identify Voldemort's likely next host. That's bleak, said Sirius. It's useful, said Harry. He looked at Dumbledore. You have thoughts on that already? Several, said Dumbledore. Right. Harry pushed his plate aside and pulled the list toward him. Let's go through them. Outside, the London afternoon moved past the kitchen windows, oblivious and ordinary. Somewhere above them Grimmauld Place stood in its narrow terrace, a house that had learned to breathe, warming itself around the people in its kitchen who were, without ceremony or appointed moment, building the shape of what came next. Fawkes appeared in the kitchen doorway. Nobody had opened a door for him, he'd simply come. He landed on the back of Harry's chair and regarded the list over Harry's shoulder with the expression of a creature who has witnessed a great many significant moments and knows when it's seeing another one. Harry reached up without looking and let the phoenix press his head against his palm. It was very warm. Chapter 7. The long summer. The summer between first and second year was the busiest Harry had ever had, which was saying something given the 6 years before Hogwarts. It started the day after he came home, when Sirius put the list from the kitchen table on the refrigerator with a Muggle magnet shaped like a lighthouse, matching the mug, which Harry found pleasing, and stood looking at it with his morning tea and said, "Right. In order of urgency." They worked through it in order of urgency. The Gaunt Shack came first, because Remus had been right about Voldemort finding a new way toward his remaining Horcruxes once Quirrell was no longer useful. Dumbledore had gone the morning after the kitchen meeting. He'd taken Harry, which Sirius had opinions about, expressed at volume, resolved by Harry pointing out that Dumbledore's diagnostic spellwork was better and Harry's object sense was better, and together they covered more ground than either alone, which was accurate and which Sirius had accepted with the expression of a man losing an argument on its merits. The Gaunt Shack was in Little Hangleton, a Muggle village in the north, and it looked exactly like what it was, a place where something had been rotting for a long time. Not just the structure. The magic in it. The specific, festering quality of a place where dark things had lived and been allowed to define the space. Harry felt it from the path. The wrong key frequency, louder here than the locket had been, more aggressive, whatever was in the ring was angry in a way the locket hadn't been. "The ring is in the house," he said. "Yes," said Dumbledore. "Is there a curse on the shack itself?" Dumbledore cast 3 diagnostics. "Several. Muggle repelling, obviously. 2 jinxes of a personal protection variety, designed to harm anyone who enters with hostile intent." He looked at the shack. "The ring itself will have its own protections." Tom was thorough. "He was always thorough," said Harry. "Remus said he was the best student Hogwarts had seen in centuries. Top of everything. He put that same thoroughness into hiding the Horcruxes." He looked at the shack. "Which means the protections will be clever, not just powerful." "Yes. So we look for the clever thing before we look for the powerful thing." They found both. The clever thing was a curse embedded in the ring's setting, not the stone, the metal band, the part you'd touch first if you reached for it, a curse that carried a death sentence, specifically and elegantly targeted to activate the moment someone with hostile intent tried to remove it from its resting place. The powerful thing was a containment charm around the stone itself that would have required a team of Aurors several hours to break. Harry didn't try to break it. He went around it. He'd read his mother's notes on magical current paths enough times to know that containment charms had an orientation, they faced outward by design, protecting the object from external interference. They weren't built to resist something working from inside the containment's own logic. He found the seam in the charm's architecture, the place where the spell's foundation touched the object, and he did something precise and quiet there, a small redirection that Lily had called threading the needle in her notes, not breaking the lock, using the key. The containment charm released. Dumbledore, who had been watching, said nothing for 3 seconds. Then, "Where did you learn that?" "Her notes." Chapter 9. Harry picked up the ring with the dragonhide glove. The wrong key frequency screamed and he held it steadily and did not flinch. "It's very angry." "Yes. Don't put it on." "I wasn't going to." He turned it over. The stone was black, smooth, with a crack through its center that might have been decorative and wasn't. There's something in the stone itself. Beyond the Horcrux. Dumbledore's expression changed. What do you mean? Different quality. The Horcrux has the wrong key feeling I've learned, dark magic anchoring a soul fragment, I know what that feels like now. But underneath it, in the stone, there's something else. Something older. He looked at Dumbledore. Do you know what the stone is? A long pause. I have a theory, said Dumbledore, which I am not ready to share. Harry looked at him. Looked at the stone. Looked back at Dumbledore and made a decision. The Deathly Hallows, he said. Dumbledore went very still. The stone is the resurrection stone, said Harry. The Elder Wand is yours, I read about it, the wand that can't be beaten, the wand that Dumbledore won from Grindelwald. And the cloak of invisibility, he stopped. My dad had an invisibility cloak. You borrowed it the night he died and never returned it. Dumbledore sat down on a piece of fallen wall. He sat down the way large machinery stops, with gravity. How long have you known, he said. I suspected from the start of third year of your visits. Confirmed it last month. Harry held the ring. The stone is going to be a problem. The Horcrux is in it but the stone is also itself, and if the stone's nature is what I think it is, putting fiendfire to it seems wrong. There might be another way. The stone and the Horcrux can be separated, said Dumbledore. Theoretically. The soul fragment was placed in the stone as a container, not as part of the stone itself. If the fragment is removed first, then the stone is just a stone. Harry set the ring down on the wall between them. And then the question of what to do with 3 Deathly Hallows becomes a different problem. A significant one. Yes. Harry looked at Dumbledore. But not today's problem. He pulled out his notebook, the current one, the 5th replacement for the original Remus had given him, and wrote, Stone/ring separation, soul fragment extraction method. He looked up. Today we deal with the ring. Tomorrow we deal with what's in it. Dumbledore looked at him sitting on the broken stone wall of the gaunt shack, 11 years old, making a list. He looked at him with the expression Harry had catalogued over years of kitchen table visits, the one that contained several things that Dumbledore generally kept separate and which kept getting harder to separate in Harry's presence. Your father would have enjoyed this summer enormously, said Dumbledore. For completely different reasons. Harry considered this. He'd have wanted to fly. He always wanted to fly. So does Sirius. I promised him I'd go up with him this week. Harry closed the notebook. Can we do the ring in the morning and Quidditch in the afternoon? I see no reason why not, said Dumbledore. The soul fragment extraction from the resurrection stone took 3 days and every piece of relevant knowledge that Harry, Dumbledore, and Remus collectively possessed. Remus worked from Lily's notes on sacrificial magic and soul theory. Dumbledore worked from 50 years of dark object research. Harry worked from all of it simultaneously, which was the advantage of having been educated by Remus with Lily's notes as the foundation. He could see where their separate lines of thinking joined and where they didn't and identify the join point that neither of them was noticing. The join point was intention. The soul fragment's anchor to the stone was dark intent keyed, which meant it would resist destruction with proportional force. The harder you pushed, the harder it pushed back, like trying to drown something by adding more water. But it had been placed in the stone by someone who understood power and not love, which meant the anchor had a specific blind spot. It can't process sacrifice, said Harry, at the end of the second day. He had Lily's notes open to the architecture diagram. Voldemort understood everything except love magic. He built the anchor to resist magical attacks and physical destruction. He didn't think to make it resist the kind of magic that operates on the same principle as the protection in my blood. Remus looked at the diagram. He looked at it for a long time. You think your presence is enough? I think my presence, with deliberate intent, while Dumbledore maintains the containment, can unpick the anchor the same way my mum's protection unpicks dark magic generally. He looked at the stone, sitting in its lead-lined box on the kitchen table. She built me to be resistant to Voldemort. The Horcrux is a piece of Voldemort. The logic follows. The logic follows, said Remus carefully, but so does the risk. What's the risk? The fragment in the stone will resist extraction. It may try to attach elsewhere. You mean to the fragment in me? I mean to any fragment it finds accessible. And yes. The scar. Harry thought about this. He thought about the wrong key frequency of the stone, and the different quality of the thing in his scar, and the question of whether putting them in proximity was an experiment he wanted to run. The protection, he said. My blood. It resists Voldemort's magic. Would it resist a soul fragment that is, technically, a piece of the same entity? Remus looked at Dumbledore. We don't know. Then we designed the attempt to keep me out of direct contact, said Harry. Not my hands on the stone, wand mediated. And the containment on both ends, the stone and me. He looked at Sirius, who had been sitting at the corner of the table for the whole conversation with the expression he wore when he had strong feelings that he was waiting for a logical gap before expressing. You maintain the ward on me. Obviously, said Sirius. Not even a question. Harry, obviously. Good. He looked at the stone. Tomorrow morning. Tonight, said Sirius, you are not going to think about this. I'll think about it a little. You're going to eat dinner and tell me about Hogwarts. You haven't told me half of what happened during term. I told you about Quirrell. You told me the facts about Quirrell. I want the version with the feelings in it. Harry looked at him. Sirius was making his face do the thing it did when he was being casual about something important, the lightness that was load-bearing. After dinner, said Harry. During dinner. Tell me about Hermione first. She sounds extraordinary. She is. Harry closed Lily's notes. She finished Magical Theory Advanced in 3 weeks and found 4 errors. You found 1. I found 1 in Chapter 11. She found 4 total. I like her, said Sirius. You haven't met her. I like her based on the errors. They had dinner, and Harry told him about Hogwarts with the feelings in it, which was something he'd been doing since he was 4 and which Sirius had always made space for, not demanding it, just making the space and letting Harry fill it when it was ready. He talked about McGonagall, who was exactly right and who had given him a book on advanced transfiguration theory after the 2nd week. He talked about Neville, who had gotten a perfect score on a herbology practical that he hadn't expected to ace and had looked at the mark for a full minute before accepting it was his. He talked about Fred and George, whose ongoing project to document every secret passage in Hogwarts was moving forward with the organized chaos they brought to all things. He talked about Snape. Sirius's expression during the Snape section went through several configurations. He gave me points, said Harry. At the end of term. Potions. For a modification I made to the strengthening solution recipe. He gave you points. 12. He called it an acceptable improvement and moved away very fast. Severus Snape gave Harry Potter points. He also deducted 8 the week before for arguing about wand core variables. That sounds more right. Sirius pointed his fork. He's complicated. I know. The locket told me. Harry 8. He's watching me. Not hostilely. More like your Lily, said Sirius, quietly. Harry looked at him. You think so? You have her eyes and her brain and apparently her talent for improving potions recipes. What else is he going to do? Sirius put his fork down. He loved her. Badly, in some ways, poorly, in the way of someone who didn't fully understand what love was supposed to do, but he loved her. And he made her a promise when it mattered. He's been keeping it ever since. She forgave him, said Harry. She did. Sirius looked at his plate. She was better at that than I was. Still am, probably. A pause. I'm working on it. I know, said Harry. I can tell. Sirius looked up. You went back to the ministry last month. To the file room. For the investigation into the people who put you away without trial. Harry met his eyes. I know you went. Amelia told me. She shouldn't have, she thought I should know. Harry held his gaze. I'm not worried about you, Sirius. I just wanted you to know I know. So you don't have to manage it around me. Sirius was quiet for a moment. It's not about vengeance. It's about making sure the specific mechanism that put me there doesn't get used again on someone else. I know, said Harry. That's why I'm not worried about you. He picked up his fork. Amelia said Crouch Sr. is under formal review. He deserves significantly worse. Maybe. But the formal review is what the law can do, and the law doing things properly is the thing we're trying to build. He looked at Sirius. Your mum's portrait is still loud. Non sequitur. I'm saying, you've been fixing the house for a year and you haven't fixed the portrait. You keep silencing it and unsilencing it and resilencing it. He ate. I think you're waiting to be ready to remove it permanently. That's fine. You don't have to be ready yet. Sirius looked at him across the dinner table in the kitchen of a house that had once been angry and was not anymore. You're 11, said Sirius. Almost 12. That makes it better or worse, I'm genuinely not sure. Better, said Harry, because it means I'll be 12 soon and then eventually 13, and at 13 I get to start apparition theory, which Remus says you're already prepared for it. I know, he told me. Sirius rubbed his face. You're going to make me gray. You're already going gray. You're accelerating it. Harry grinned. He didn't grin often, not because he was unhappy but because he hadn't, until relatively recently, had the practice. The grin was still slightly new on his face, the way a word is slightly new when you've just learned it and haven't worn it smooth yet. But it was there, and it was his, and Sirius's face when he saw it did the thing it always did, the ghost of the person before Azkaban and the present person simultaneously, both of them looking at Harry and both of them glad. The ring's Horcrux was extracted on the third morning, and it was the strangest thing Harry had ever experienced. Dumbledore maintained the outer containment. Sirius maintained the ward on Harry, his hand steady and his face the controlled blank of someone doing something that requires everything they have and has decided not to show the cost. Remus held the box. Harry held his wand and directed the working. What the working was, precisely, was love, which sounded simple and was extraordinarily difficult to do with intention rather than emotion. He'd found it in Lily's notes in the section titled The Application of Willing Love as Active Magic, and he'd read it 6 times and understood it, and understanding it and doing it were different things. Willing love as active magic required you to feel it genuinely while directing it precisely, which was the conflict. Genuine feeling didn't take direction, and precise direction required calm that feeling disrupted. He'd practiced for 2 weeks on objects he didn't care about, using small emotions, learning the mechanism. Then he'd practiced on objects he did care about, the locket, the leather journal, the firebolt replica, and learned what genuine felt like at a magical level, the specific texture of it. Then he'd practiced feeling it for the people in the room, which was easy because it was true, and directing that feeling through his wand at a specific point, which was hard, and holding both at once, which was the work. He aimed at the soul fragment's anchor in the stone. The fragment resisted. He'd expected that. He kept the feeling steady and the direction precise, and the fragment pushed back harder, and he let it push without pushing back, just maintained, just held, and the anchor began to fray. Not because he was overpowering it. Because it had no idea what to do with what he was throwing at it. Because Voldemort, who had built it, had no framework for what was happening, and the fragment was running on Voldemort's architecture, and the architecture had a gap that was exactly this shape. The anchor released. The fragment came free of the stone, lost and briefly monstrous in the air between the stone and Harry, visible, actually, for a half-second, a dark smear in the contained space, nothing like a soul and something like the memory of one, and Dumbledore's containment closed on it before it could go anywhere, and what happened to it inside that containment was something Harry chose not to look at directly. Then it was gone. The stone was clean. The wrong key frequency was gone completely, and what replaced it was older and quieter, the stone's own nature, which was significant and strange and not dark. Harry lowered his wand. His hands were shaking. "Sit down," said Sirius immediately. "I'm fine." "Sit down anyway." He was already there, arm around Harry's shoulders, not demanding but present, and Harry sat because the shaking was real and sitting was appropriate. "That was extraordinary," said Remus, looking at the stone. "Then, with the priority correct, how do you feel?" "Tired," said Harry honestly. It was like holding a fire steady. The feeling and the direction simultaneously. "I didn't know that was that difficult." "It's the most difficult thing in your mother's notes," said Remus. "She wrote 3 pages of annotation about why she wasn't sure it was teachable." He looked at Harry. "She also wrote, H will manage it when the time comes, he is made of the right things." Harry looked at him. "She wrote about me in the notes." "At the end. After she'd completed the main theory." Remus closed the notebook. "The last section is just her talking to you. Assuming you'd read it eventually." He held it out. "I didn't read it aloud before now because I thought you should read it when it was relevant." "It seems relevant." Harry took the notebook. He didn't open it yet. He looked at the cover. Sirius kept his arm around Harry's shoulders and didn't say anything, which was exactly right. The diary was the easiest and the hardest. Easy because Dumbledore already had it and the method for its destruction was established, fiendfire, contained. Hard because the diary was different from the locket and the ring. The diary was active. It thought. It tried to negotiate. Dumbledore had warned Harry that it would, had specifically said that Harry should not engage with whatever the diary produced, that the active intelligence in it would identify weaknesses and exploit them with the precision of a 50-year-old dark wizard who had spent his formative years learning to manipulate. The diary, in the moment before the fiendfire took it, said, she didn't have to die. Harry had been expecting something. He'd braced for the personal, the targeted, the designed to hurt. He heard the words and he held his position and he said nothing and the fiendfire completed its work. After, in the quiet of the room, Sirius said, "That was designed." "Yes," said Harry. "And it didn't work." "No." He looked at the ash where the diary had been. "Because the true answer to she didn't have to die is that she chose to. She made the choice with full knowledge and the choice was what made everything else possible." He looked at the ash. "That's not something I feel sad about. I feel it. It's large. But it's not something that can be used to break me." Sirius looked at him. "She's still warm," said Harry, touching the locket through his shirt. He could say nothing else that Sirius needed. July brought 2 things simultaneously, Hermione's visit and Lucius Malfoy's mistake. Hermione came for a week in mid-July, which had been arranged through a letter exchange so organized and thorough that Sirius had framed the final confirmation letter and hung it in the kitchen. She arrived by ministry car with 2 parents who were Muggle dentists and who looked at Grimmauld Place with the expression of people who have agreed to let their daughter spend a week in a magical house and are now standing in front of it and having thoughts. Sirius charmed them immediately, because Sirius was good at that when he chose to be, all easy warmth and specific detail, asking questions about their work with genuine interest, showing them the kitchen and the garden and the 2nd floor with appropriate context. Dr. and Dr. Granger left their daughter at the door and drove away looking reassured, which they should have been. Hermione looked at the house with the expression she gave things she was going to understand thoroughly. "The wallpaper in the hall is enchanted," she said. "Yes," said Harry. "The serpent pattern. Someone with Parseltongue ability painted it." Can you hear it? No. I just like the snakes. I read about that. People who become parselmouths through proximity to soul fragments sometimes don't manifest the ability until the fragment activates. She looked at him. You have a fragment in your scar. I know. Is it possible the snakes make sense to you below a conscious level? Harry looked at the wallpaper. He hadn't considered this. That's interesting, he said. I thought so. She stepped over the threshold. Right. Show me everything. The week was productive in ways Harry hadn't entirely anticipated. Hermione, given access to Grimmauld Place's extensive library, most of which Harry had already worked through but some of which even Remus had left for later, applied herself to it with the focused intensity of a person who has been given exactly what she wants, and within 3 days she had found something Harry had missed. She came downstairs at breakfast on the 4th day and put a book on the table between them. Horcrux theory, she said. From a text Dumbledore didn't have, I found it in the restricted section of your library. She pointed at a passage. Soul fragment removal via living host. Harry looked at the passage. He read it twice. Parseltongue, he said. Specifically, a parselmouth can communicate with a soul fragment in ways a non-parselmouth cannot. Not just communicate, direct. The fragment in your scar operates through the same dark magic architecture as all Voldemort's workings. If you can speak to it in Parseltongue, I can instruct it to release, said Harry. Theoretically. She sat down. I couldn't find it done successfully. But the theory is solid. The theory is solid, agreed Harry, reading. He looked up. I don't know if I speak Parseltongue. No. But you might. She tilted her head. Try. Try what? She produced, from her bag, a photograph of a snake. Clipped from a magazine, a large green boa constrictor. Harry looked at the photograph. He thought about what Remus had said, that the ability might exist below a conscious level. He thought about the wallpaper serpents, the way he'd always found them comfortable. He looked at the photograph and thought, hello. Something happened. Not dramatic, a small internal shift, like a door opening inward. And then he heard himself say something that was not English but had meaning to him, and the meaning was hello. Hermione's eyes went wide. That, she said, was Parseltongue. Harry sat with this. I didn't choose to. No. It came naturally. Which means the fragment is, it's been influencing you. Slightly, subtly. Not controlling, but, creating a connection, said Harry. He closed the book carefully. That's both useful and deeply unpleasant. Yes, said Hermione. Both things. Sirius, who had come in from the hall, was standing in the doorway looking at Harry. Did you just, yes. Right. He sat down. He picked up his coffee. He looked at it. Right. We're adding that to the list. Already on the list, said Hermione, producing her own notebook. Sirius looked at her. You two are, he stopped. Are what? Said Harry. Terrifying, said Sirius. Beautifully terrifying. James would have loved both of you. He drank his coffee. I'm going to need a bigger list. Lucius Malfoy made his move in the 3rd week of July. Harry knew about it because Amelia Bones sent an owl at 7 in the morning with a message that said, Lucius Malfoy presented a motion to the Wisengamot yesterday evening, proposing reinstatement of several educational restrictions that were removed after your guardianship transfer. The motion specifically targets Muggle-born student access to advanced coursework. It failed, barely. He'll try again. Thought you should know. Harry read the memo. He passed it to Sirius. Sirius read it. His jaw set. He's testing the water. Yes, said Harry. He's been quiet since the broadcast. He's been waiting to see how the political structure settles before he moves. Harry took the memo back and looked at it. He wanted the motion to fail. This time. Sirius looked at him. Why would he want it to fail? Because a failed motion tells you where the opposition is. Who votes which way? What arguments work? He's mapping the field. Harry folded the memo. He's intelligent. Dangerous in the specific way that people who are patient and resourceful and have no moral restraint are dangerous. What do we do? Amelia's watching him. I'm going to write to her and suggest she cross-reference the voting record against known Death Eater associations, not just obvious ones, the peripheral people, the ones who didn't take the mark but donated to the cause. The ones Malfoy will call in favors from. He was already at the desk, pulling parchment. And I want to write to Neville. Neville? His grandmother is on the Wizengamot. Augusta Longbottom votes correctly and she has influence with 3 or 4 members who could go either way. If she knows what Malfoy is building she can start building back. He dipped his quill. Malfoy is playing a long game. We play a longer one. Sirius watched him write. You're 12. Almost. Harry. Harry looked up. You can also just be angry about it, said Sirius. You don't always have to go straight to strategy. Harry considered this. He put the quill down. He sat with the anger for a moment, not the managed, useful emotion he'd been directing toward the letter, but the actual anger, the one underneath, the one about a world where men like Malfoy moved Hermione's access to education as a political pawn, where the broadcast had changed things but not fixed everything, where he had to write careful letters to people he trusted to counter a man who treated children as resources. It was quite large, the anger. And clean. He picked the quill back up. I'm angry while I'm writing the letter, he said. It's better fuel than calm. Sirius looked at him for a moment. Then he pulled up a chair and sat beside him. Tell me what you're writing and I'll tell you if anything's wrong with it. I'll tell you if anything's wrong with your suggestions, said Harry. That's not how that, Sirius stopped. Fine. Yes. Deal. They wrote the letters together, and they were very good letters, and Augusta Longbottom wrote back within 4 hours with the specific quality of response that said she'd been waiting for someone to bring this particular fight and was extremely pleased it had arrived. The last week of July was Neville's visit, which had been arranged before the Malfoy situation and which gained an additional dimension from it. Neville arrived with his grandmother and a large plant in a pot that he wanted to show Harry because it was a particular variety of Mimbulus Mimbletonia that was reacting to his magical signature in a way he'd never seen before and thought Harry might find interesting. Harry did find it interesting. He also found Neville interesting in the way he'd found him interesting since the castle, the person that was emerging steadily from underneath the person who had believed himself unremarkable. Augusta Longbottom, who had come inside for tea before leaving Neville for the week, sat across from Sirius in the kitchen and talked politics with the direct precision of a woman who had been in the room for every significant wizarding political event of the last 40 years and had decided opinions about all of them. She did not condescend to Harry, who was also at the table. She addressed her points to both Sirius and Harry equally, which Harry noted and respected. Malfoy will introduce the motion again in September, she said. After the summer. He'll change the framing, less about bloodlines, more about resources and allocation, make it sound administrative. We need to prepare for the administrative argument, not just the bloodline one. Hermione is going to be invaluable for the technical breakdown, said Harry. She can pull the actual educational data, outcomes, resource usage, performance metrics. If we can show that the restriction provides no actual administrative benefit, then the argument collapses to prejudice with no practical cover, said Augusta. Yes. Exactly. She looked at Harry with the look she'd had in the courtroom during Sirius's hearing, appraising, warm in a severe way. Your mother used the same approach on the Wizengamot's access to blood status medical records, in 1979. Made the practical argument so airtight that anyone opposing it looked like they were opposing logic rather than opposing muggleborns. She paused. It passed. First try. Harry looked at her. You knew her. I knew of her work. I met her twice. She was formidable. Augusta put her teacup down precisely. You are also formidable. I imagine you know that. I'm working on being useful, said Harry. Formidable comes from being useful, I think. Augusta Longbottom looked at him across the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place and said, yes. That's exactly right. She stood. Neville, I'll be back Sunday. Don't let the plant bother the household. Yes, Gran. She left, and the house was briefly quieter. Neville looked at Harry. She likes you, he said, in the slightly wondering tone of someone who has observed this rarely and finds it remarkable. I like her, said Harry. Most people find her a bit much. She's exactly as much as the situation requires. That's not too much, it's just accurate. Harry looked at the plant on the counter. Show me what it's doing. Neville brightened. He talked about the Mimbulus Mimbletonia for 20 minutes and Harry listened and asked real questions, and the plant, responding to Neville's enthusiasm, pulsed gently in its pot like something that had decided it was happy. That evening, the four of them, Harry and Neville, Sirius and Remus, played a Muggle card game that Remus had learned at university and taught them badly, which meant they were all playing slightly different rules by the third round, and Fred and George would have been extremely at home. The locket was warm against Harry's chest. The night before his birthday, he opened it for the first time in several weeks. The portrait was the same, the red-haired woman with his eyes, looking at him the way she always looked at him. The warmth from the magical side of the locket was the same. But the voice, when it came, was quieter than it had been. Realer, but quieter. Like something that had gotten further away, not because it cared less but because it was becoming less necessary. You've had a good summer, it said. Yes. You've done important things. We have. All of us. That's right. All of us. A pause, warm and long. The diary is gone. The locket is gone. The ring's fragment is gone. You found the Parseltongue. You know about Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem. Another pause. You've been doing this right, Harry. With people. Not alone. Not alone, he agreed. I need to tell you something. The voice was careful now, precise. The fragment in your scar, the removal is possible the way Hermione found. But the timing matters. It can't happen while Voldemort is strong enough to feel it and resist. When you remove it, he'll know. So you wait until he's weak enough that the loss of the fragment doesn't strengthen him by alerting him. A pause. You'll know when. How? Because you'll be ready. You'll have everything you need and the moment will be obvious. The warmth pressed steady and warm. You're not going to miss it. Harry lay on his back and held the locket and looked at the ceiling. Is the voice going? He asked. A long pause. Honest. A little. Each time I speak it's a little less. Something in it that was not quite sad. I was always meant to fade as you grew. You're not 4 years old in a garden anymore. I know. You have people who love you. Real ones, present ones. You don't need a memory anymore, you have the real thing. Another pause. But the love stays. That part doesn't go. I know, said Harry. I can feel it. The locket was very warm, and then it was less warm, and then it was the ordinary warmth of a gold object worn against skin. He held it anyway. In the morning he would be 12. In the morning Sirius would produce another terrible cake with better icing, and Remus would have another present, and Neville would probably give him a cutting from the Mimbulus Mimbletonia, and Fred and George would send something by owl that would either be brilliant or mildly dangerous or both. In the morning the summer would be almost over and Hogwarts would be close, and somewhere in the structure of what was coming, Voldemort would be finding a new way toward his return, and Harry would be ready for that, as ready as someone could be who had spent a summer doing the work. But tonight he held the locket and felt the warmth and let himself be almost 12 and not anything else. That was enough. That was exactly enough. Chapter 8, The Shape of What's Coming. Second year began on a Tuesday. The train was the same scarlet engine, the same steam and noise and organized chaos of platform 9 3/4. Harry arrived with Sirius, who was in Muggle clothes and sunglasses despite the overcast sky, which was a choice Harry had stopped commenting on because the sunglasses were clearly non-negotiable. Neville was already on the platform with Augusta, the large Mimbulus Mimbletonia cutting in a smaller pot, properly strapped to his trunk. Hermione arrived 4 minutes later with her parents, who had upgraded from reassured to genuinely fond of Sirius over the course of the summer and who shook his hand warmly before they left. Fred and George materialized from a crowd of Weasleys with the specific suddenness of people who have been waiting behind something and timed their appearance for effect. "Harry Potter," said Fred. "Second year," said George. "We've been very productive over summer," said Fred. "Define productive," said Harry. They produced, simultaneously, from separate pockets, identical small notebooks. "Everything," said George, "we know about Hogwarts." Harry looked at the notebooks. "Every secret passage." "Every one we've found," said Fred. "And the ones we haven't are marked as open questions." Harry took his notebook. He flipped through it, maps, annotations, notes about timing and guard rotations and the specific behaviors of the moving staircases. His eyes caught on a passage marked unverified, possible access to chamber beneath second floor east. He looked up. "This one." "Untested," said George. "It's on our list," said Fred. Harry closed the notebook and put it in his bag with the absolute intention of having read it thoroughly by October. "What happened with the thing you were working on in May?" They grinned simultaneously. "We'll show you," said George. "Third week of term." "In the meantime," said Fred, "we've been corresponding with Lee Jordan about the Whomping Willow." "Please don't," said Sirius, who had been listening. "Padfoot," said Fred. "Don't call me that in public." "He told us the nickname," Fred told Harry. "I regret it constantly," said Sirius. The whistle blew. Harry hugged Sirius, a real hug, the kind that had been new at 4 and was habitual at 12, that Sirius received and returned with the quality of someone who has never once taken it for granted, and turned for the train. "Sunday," said Sirius. "Sunday," said Harry. He picked up Ptolemy's cage. "Don't do anything interesting without writing to tell me." "I make no promises." Harry got on the train. The compartment was the same back carriage one, and Hermione and Neville were already there when Harry arrived, Hermione with a new notebook and Neville with a book on advanced herbology that had a slightly alarmed-looking plant on the cover. Harry stowed his trunk, settled Ptolemy, sat down, and produced Lily's notes and Fred and George's secret passage notebook simultaneously. "Priorities," said Hermione, looking at both. "The passage book first," said Harry. "Lily's notes I know, the passage book I haven't read yet." He read it in 2 hours. The other three talked around him, Neville about the Mimbulus cutting, Hermione about the arithmancy textbook she'd read over summer and was deeply dissatisfied with, a boy named Ron Weasley who appeared at the compartment door looking for his brothers and stayed when Hermione started making points about the arithmancy textbook that interested him despite himself. Harry read and tracked the conversation simultaneously, which was a thing he did that others found slightly unnerving and which was simply how his mind worked. When he finished the notebook he looked up and said, into a pause in the conversation, "The passage marked unverified, possible access to chamber beneath second floor east." Neville looked at him. "What about it?" "Second floor east. East corridor. Myrtle's bathroom is east corridor." He looked at Hermione. "Where do you think the Chamber of Secrets is?" Hermione, who had been waiting for this conversation since July, opened her own notebook to a page that had a diagram. Salazar Slytherin built the chamber before he left Hogwarts. The accounts say it's beneath the school. The bathroom on the second floor has a sink with a snake on the tap that doesn't work the same as the others. I read it in Hogwarts, a history, the 4th edition. There's a footnote in the section on Slytherin's departure. The sink, said Harry. I think the entrance is the sink. I think it's Parselmouth keyed. Ron Weasley, who had been following this with the expression of someone who wandered into a conversation that was considerably more than he'd anticipated, said, "What's a chamber of secrets?" Harry and Hermione looked at him. "Right," said Ron. "Long story." "We'll catch you up," said Harry. He looked at Ron with the same assessment he gave people he'd just met. Ron Weasley was genuine. That was the strongest word. No performance, no management, what was happening on his face was what was actually happening. He was smart in the instinctive way of someone who'd been underestimating himself for years, who made connections quickly and then looked surprised by them. He had the same red hair and freckles as Fred and George but wore them differently, less performance, more territory. "You're not like I thought you'd be," said Ron. "What did you think?" "More, I don't know." "Famous why?" Harry considered this. "I spent 6 years in Grimmauld Place learning things." Famous why didn't seem useful. Ron looked at him for a moment. Then he grinned, a wide, slightly lopsided grin that was entirely unguarded. "Fair enough," he said. "I'm Ron. I know. Fred told me about you." "Oh God. What did he say?" "That you beat him at chess at the age of 7 and he's never forgiven it." Ron's grin widened. "He won't admit that to anyone. He told me because he thought it was relevant character information." Harry moved his bag to make room. "Sit down. We're going to explain about the chamber." Hogwarts in second year had a different texture than first year. First year had been arrival, the castle presenting itself, Harry mapping it, establishing the relationships and the rhythms and the positions of things. Second year was inhabitation. He moved through the corridors with the ease of someone who knew where everything was and why, and the castle, which had recognized him on arrival, had settled into a kind of mutual comfort. He noticed things that were different. McGonagall had set them a new advanced text in Transfiguration, 2 years above standard, which she distributed with the air of someone who has been waiting for a class that could handle it. She put it on Harry's desk first, which he noticed, and then distributed the rest, which he also noticed. Flitwick and Charms had restructured the curriculum to include a theoretical component that hadn't been there last year. It might have been coincidence. Harry didn't think it was coincidence. And Lockhart was teaching defense against the dark arts. Harry had known Lockhart was coming. Dumbledore had warned him in a letter over the summer, with the precise wording of someone delivering unfortunate news. The defense position has been filled by Gilderoy Lockhart, whose qualifications are primarily literary in nature. I would not recommend relying on formal class instruction as your primary learning source for the year. Between the lines of which was, "I've made a mistake and I know it and I'm telling you now so you're not surprised." Harry was not surprised. He sat through the first defense lesson with the focused patience of someone who has been told the teacher is decorative and has adjusted their expectations accordingly. Lockhart was spectacular in the way that a very well-constructed theatrical performance is spectacular, all surface, perfectly maintained, with the kind of practiced humility that is exactly as humble as it needs to be and not 1 degree more. He asked Harry, in the first lesson, to identify his favorite of the Lockhart books. Harry said, truthfully and without any particular emphasis, "I found Wanderings with Werewolves the least useful for practical application, but Magical Me had an interesting section on defensive positioning in Chapter 3 that I've thought about quite a bit." Lockhart beamed. "Yes. Exactly the kind of reader I write for. I thought the positioning was wrong," Harry clarified. "I thought about it quite a bit because I was trying to work out why someone with genuine field experience would recommend it. Then I concluded that the positioning would only make sense if the defender had significantly more power than their opponent and was relying on the imbalance rather than technique." He paused. "Is that what you intended?" The beam had developed a slight structural weakness. Well, said Lockhart, defense is of course highly contextual. Yes, said Harry. That's what I thought. Lockhart moved on. He did not call on Harry again that lesson. In the corridor afterward, Hermione said, "You're going to do that every class, aren't you?" "I'm going to ask genuine questions," said Harry. "What he does with them is up to him." He looked like he was having a small internal crisis. "He's performed competence for so long," said Harry, "that genuine questions are probably the thing he's least prepared for." He thought about this. He's not a bad person. He's a vain one who's built a career on borrowed achievement. That's different from evil. He paused. "I won't be cruel about it. But you'll keep asking the questions. Someone in that class should learn actual defense," said Harry. "If it's not going to come from him, we work around him." Hermione opened her notebook. "I've already drafted a supplementary curriculum for the year." Harry looked at it. "Can I add some things?" "I left space." He added Sirius's dueling theory, Remus's dark creature practical notes, and 3 chapters from Lily's research that were directly applicable to defensive warding. By the end of September, a significant portion of Gryffindor's second-year students were meeting on Wednesday evenings in an empty classroom on the 4th floor to work through the supplementary curriculum. By October, 2 Ravenclaw students had asked to join. By November, the Wednesday sessions had 30 people in them, a name. Hermione had resisted naming it, but Neville had suggested Defense Practical and it had stuck, and a structure that Hermione managed with the organizational efficiency of someone who was born to run things and is discovering this for the first time. Harry taught. He was good at it, which he hadn't known until he did it, the way you don't know you can run until you run. He had Remus's quality of making the why come before the how, and Sirius's practical directness, and his own instinct for reading where someone's understanding had a gap and filling it from the right angle. Snape attended the 3rd session. He appeared in the doorway unannounced and stood there for 17 minutes watching Harry walk a pair of 4th-year Ravenclaws through the mechanics of a shield charm until they produced one solid enough to deflect a stunning spell, then turned and left without a word. The following Monday, Snape gave the class an essay on advanced shielding potion theory. The topic was not on the second-year curriculum. Harry wrote 12 inches and added 4 inches of his own analysis. Snape gave it back with 11 points of red ink annotation and no grade written on it, which Harry had learned meant it was above the grading scale Snape used for their year level. He filed this in the category of complicated but not hostile. The chamber made itself known in late October. Harry had been watching for it. He'd been watching Myrtle's bathroom since the 2nd week of term, which meant going past it frequently on reasonable pretexts, which Hermione had provided by scheduling library sessions that happened to require passing through the East Corridor. He'd been listening for the wrongness, the quality of magic that dark objects gave off, that he'd calibrated against the locket and the ring and the diary. It was there. Not strong, muffled by centuries of stone above it, but there. He could hear it when the corridor was quiet, the way you hear something low when the ambient noise drops. He heard it more distinctly on a Wednesday morning when the corridor was empty and he stopped outside the bathroom and just listened. Beneath the wrong key frequency of the chamber's dark protections, underneath that, something else. The diadem. Different from the Horcrux frequency, the object itself, Rowena Ravenclaw's actual diadem, significant and ancient and resonating with the specific quality of something that was meant to amplify wisdom and had been instead used to anchor a piece of evil. The diadem's own nature was clear, like a bell that's been cracked but hasn't lost the original tone completely. He went to the library and wrote 3 letters simultaneously. One to Dumbledore, the chamber entrance is Myrtle's bathroom, the sink, Parselmouth keyed. The diadem is inside the chamber, I can hear it clearly now. I'd like to go in Friday evening when the corridor will be clear. One to Sirius, I've found the entrance. I'm going in Friday with Hermione and Neville. I know what you're going to say. I've thought it through. We're ready. One to Amelia Bones, I have information about the Chamber of Secrets that's relevant to the Horcrux investigation. Available to debrief Monday. He sent them all with Ptolemy, who took 3 letters simultaneously with the dignified competence of an owl who understood the work. Sirius's reply arrived Thursday morning and was 4 lines long. 3 of them were Sirius expressing himself with the emotional directness of someone who had stopped managing feelings around Harry 18 months ago. The 4th was, "I'll be at Hogwarts Saturday to collect the diadem. Don't touch it yourself." Dumbledore's reply was shorter, "Friday evening. Take appropriate precautions. I'll be in my office." Friday came with low cloud and the smell of rain that had fallen somewhere north and was considering repeating itself here. Harry, Hermione, and Neville went to the East Corridor at 8 in the evening, which was after dinner and before curfew in the technical sense and somewhat after curfew in the practical sense, but curfew had never been something Harry treated as a suggestion when there was a reason to move through it. Myrtle was in her bathroom. She appeared from inside one of the stalls looking as she always did, slightly translucent, permanently aggrieved, with the expression of someone who has been dead for 50 years and has opinions about it. She looked at Harry and then at Neville and then settled on Hermione with the specific attention of someone who has decided to like one person in the group. "Are you here about the chamber?" she said. Harry looked at her. "What do you know about it?" She drifted closer. "I was there," she said, in the tone of someone producing a significant fact. "When it opened. 50 years ago. I heard the voice, through the pipes, and then I saw the eyes." She made a dramatic gesture. "And then I was dead." "What voice?" said Hermione. "The hissing. The snake voice. From in here." She pointed at the sink. "From there, specifically." Harry looked at the sink. The tap with the small snake engraved on it, slightly different from the others, slightly older. He crouched in front of it and looked at the snake with the same attention he'd given the wallpaper serpents at Grimmauld Place. He thought, hello. The shift happened, that internal door opening inward, and he heard himself say something that wasn't English, and the snake on the tap moved. Not dramatically. A slight turn of the head, the engraved metal flowing with it, becoming briefly real rather than decorative. And the sink dropped. It descended smoothly, the stone around it reconfiguring, revealing a pipe large enough to accommodate a person, a dark, downward-sloping pipe that smelled of cold stone and ancient water and something older than both. "Right," said Neville. "Down the pipe," said Harry. "Obviously," said Hermione, who was already lighting her wand and looking at the angle of descent with the expression of someone calculating whether she needs to cast a cushioning charm before entering. She did. They all did. They went in. The Chamber of Secrets was, Harry thought, exactly what it would be if Salazar Slytherin had decided that subtlety was overrated once you got underground. Long, stone-columned, torch-lit by magic that had been running for 1,000 years, green-tinted light from the walls themselves, the stone having absorbed and converted so much dark magic that it generated its own illumination. Along the walls, carved serpents in a scale that made the wallpaper at Grimmauld Place look modest. Harry could hear them. All of them, simultaneously, a low, layered sound, not threatening, just present. 1,000-year-old chorus in a frequency that the wallpaper had been giving him in smaller doses since he was 10. The language came naturally here, easily, and he had a brief and striking moment of understanding that the Parseltongue had been in him all along, given by the Horcrux in his scar, and for the first time since learning that he was grateful for it rather than troubled. The basilisk was dead. It was impossible to miss, a carcass the length of a hallway, enormous and desiccated, 1,000 years of life finally finished by the passage of time rather than by any specific cause. It lay along the full length of the chamber's inner sanctum with the absolute stillness of something that had been waiting for death so long that death had become its natural state. Hermione made a sound that was not quite a word. "The venom," said Harry. "The fangs may still have venom in them." He looked at the carcass. "We need to come back with proper containers. The venom is for the remaining Horcruxes." "The cup," said Neville. "And the scar fragment, when the time is right." Harry walked the length of the chamber with his wand out, feeling for the diadem's frequency. It was closer here, stronger, resonating more clearly against the wonky backdrop of the chamber's accumulated dark magic. He found it in a recess near the statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, the diadem placed in the stone hands of the statue's extended arm with the kind of theatrical flourish that said the person who put it there had enjoyed the symbolism. It was beautiful, actually. Silver and blue, with a design of small stars and an inscription he could read because Remus had taught him to read ancient wizarding runes, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." The wrong key frequency was in the stone around the band, not in the diadem itself. The Horcrux was anchored to the metal, but the metal itself was still what it had always been, something Rowena Ravenclaw had made with genuine purpose, that had been used badly but not destroyed. "Can we separate it here?" said Hermione. "Or does it have to go to Dumbledore?" Harry considered. He looked at the diadem. He felt for the anchor's architecture, the same assessment he'd done with the ring, looking for the seam between the soul fragment and the object. The fragment was more contained than the ring had been. More deliberately anchored. Voldemort had been more careful here, which meant the working required for separation was more precise. "Dumbledore," said Harry. "Not here. But we know where it is." He looked at the statue. "Neville, photograph it. Document exactly where it sits. We don't touch it, we come back with Dumbledore." Neville produced his camera. He'd been carrying it for 2 weeks because Harry had said if we find the chamber, you photograph everything, and documented the diadem and the statue and the recess with thorough, methodical shots. Hermione was at the basilisk with a measuring tape and a magnifying glass. "The fangs are intact," she said. "Several of them. The venom should be viable. Basilisk venom doesn't degrade in the same way as other venoms. There's a paper by a cursebreaker at Gringotts that says they've found viable basilisk venom in thousand-year-old caverns. Extract it safely," said Harry. "Small container, sealed immediately. And bring Sirius's dragonhide gloves, full pair, not just one." "Already on the list," said Hermione. Harry stood in the center of the Chamber of Secrets and looked up at the vaulted ceiling and felt the weight of what they'd found. 2 Horcruxes in one night, effectively, the diadem's location confirmed, the venom source for the cup and for his scar secured. Voldemort didn't know they were here. Voldemort didn't have a body and didn't know they were in his most significant architectural project, dismantling the infrastructure of his immortality with a camera and a measuring tape. He almost smiled. "What?" said Neville. "I was thinking about how much he'd hate this," said Harry. Neville looked around the chamber. At the dead basilisk and the 3 12-year-olds and the camera and the measuring tape. He started to smile too. "Yeah," he said. "He would absolutely hate this." Dumbledore came on Saturday with Sirius, which Harry had not specifically arranged but which made sense because Sirius was going to be at Hogwarts anyway, and Dumbledore and Sirius in the same vehicle were probably more efficient than 2 separate arrivals. They went down the pipe together. Sirius went first into the pipe with the expression of a man doing something he has decided he's fine with and is not going to discuss further. Dumbledore extracted the diadem's Horcrux with the careful, precise methodology he'd used on the ring, which he'd refined based on what he'd learned from Harry's working on the ring fragment. It took an hour. The diadem itself, freed of the soul fragment, sat in Sirius's gloved hands and shone faintly silver, its original enchantment surfacing again with the quality of something that has been waiting a long time to be itself again. "Ravenclaw's lost diadem," said Sirius. "Found," said Harry. "What do we do with it?" "Dumbledore," said Harry, looking at Dumbledore. "The school," said Dumbledore. "It belongs to the school. I'll place it in the restricted section of the library under proper protections." He looked at the diadem in Sirius's hands. "There will be scholars who want to study it. In time." Harry nodded. He looked at the basilisk. "The venom." "Hermione's extraction was correct," said Dumbledore. "The samples she collected are viable. Enough for the cup." He looked at Harry. "And for the other matter." "The other matter." "Harry's scar. The parcel tongue they'd proven, the working they'd theorized." Gringotts, said Harry. The cup first. Yes. And then the scar. Dumbledore looked at him. The scar requires Voldemort to be significantly weakened. The fragment's release will alert him, he'll feel the loss. If he's strong enough to act on the feeling, then we need him not strong enough, said Harry. What do we know about his current state? He's been using the Albanian forests as a base since Quirrell, said Sirius. Amelia's people have been tracking him, possession attempts, 3 since last spring, all failed because he's weakened enough that sustained possession is difficult. He looked at Harry. He's looking for a more permanent solution than a host body. The diary was his failsafe, said Harry. He meant it to reopen the chamber and use the basilisk to create a disturbance, generate power for himself. We've removed the diary and we've removed the basilisk. His fallback position is also gone. He'll find another, said Dumbledore. He always finds another, agreed Harry. But each one he finds will be from a more diminished position. He has 3 Horcruxes left, the cup, the fragment in me, and whatever he himself is. He calculated. When we take the cup, he'll have 2. His own soul is one of them. The fragment in me is the other. At that point, said Dumbledore carefully, he will not be capable of full resurrection even if he achieves a host body. The soul is too fragmented. Too diminished. So we take the cup, and then we wait for him to find a host, and then we deal with the scar fragment when he's in a body and weakened enough to feel the loss without acting on it. Harry looked at the chamber around them. How long? A year, said Dumbledore. Perhaps 2. Harry nodded. 2 years. He'd be 13, 14. The Parseltongue was ready. The venom was secured. The working was theorized and practiced in its component parts. 2 years was time. All right, said Harry. Then we plan for 2 years. Sirius looked at him in the green-lit chamber surrounded by a dead snake the length of a street and said, "You're extraordinarily calm about this." "I've had 6 years to prepare," said Harry. "You're 12. Almost 13. Harry." Harry looked at him. He looked at Sirius's face, the love there, the residual fear that lived alongside the love, the man who had fixed a broken stare before dealing with a boggart on the night they'd arrived at Grimmauld Place, and he felt the full weight of it and didn't minimize it. "I know," he said. "I know it's large. I know what's in my scar and what it means." He held Sirius's gaze. "I also know that you and Remus are going to be there, and Hermione and Neville, and Dumbledore, and Amelia, and Augusta Longbottom and all the rest. I know that my mum built something into me specifically for this. I know who I am." He paused. "That's not calm. That's just what I know." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he put his arm around Harry's shoulders, the same gesture as the ring extraction morning, present and not demanding, and said, "Right. Gringotts first. How do we get into the Lestrange vault?" "We ask Amelia to requisition access through the ministry," said Harry. "She has grounds. The cup is evidence in a dark artifact investigation. She opened that file in July." "She'll enjoy that," said Sirius. "She's been waiting for a reason to go after the Lestrange vault for 15 years, said Dumbledore, in the tone of someone who finds this deeply unsurprising. "Has she?" said Harry. "Bellatrix Lestrange tortured the Longbottoms," said Dumbledore. "Amelia Bones was close friends with Frank Longbottom." Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about Neville, who had an empty look sometimes when certain topics came up, not a sad look, more like a window that had been shuttered. He thought about Augusta Longbottom, who had raised a grandson alone and attended Wisengamot hearings and written back within 4 hours about Malfoy's motion. He thought about 2 people who had deserved better and hadn't gotten it. "We go to Amelia Monday," he said. "Tell her we've found the cup's location. Tell her we have viable basilisk venom for the destruction and grounds for the requisition." He looked at Dumbledore. "Will you come?" "I'll come," said Dumbledore. Then Monday. Harry looked around the chamber one last time. At the stone serpents, the green light, the ancient bones of something that had been terrible and was finished now. "Let's go up." They went up. Monday was Amelia Bones at her desk with her monocle and her filing system and her quality of absolute, undeflectable attention. Harry had been in this office several times now and it always struck him the same way, the feeling of a place where things actually happened, where the gap between this should be done and this is being done was small and actively managed. She listened to everything. Dumbledore presented the legal framework, Harry provided the object-level detail, Sirius sat in the corner and made the expression he made when other people were doing the talking and doing it correctly. When they finished, Amelia sat back. "The Lestrange vault," she said. "The cup is in it," said Harry. "We're confident enough to act on it. The Ministry's requisition process for Gringotts access takes 14 days under normal circumstances." She looked at her files. "Under an active dark artifact investigation with documented evidence, I can have it in 4. She looked at Harry. "How do you know the cup is there specifically?" "Logical chain from Voldemort's psychology and object selection," said Harry. "He used objects of significance, founders' artifacts, family heirlooms, historically meaningful items. The cup is a founder's artifact. Bellatrix Lestrange was his most devoted follower. She would have kept it and the vault is the most secure option accessible to her." He paused. "Also the diadem is confirmed and accounts for Ravenclaw. He had Slytherin's locket and Slytherin's ring, which are both gone. The cup is Hufflepuff's, which completes the set of 3 houses he could access. The 4th is himself. Voldemort doesn't believe in Gryffindor artifacts for his own legacy. The cup is the only unaccounted for piece." Amelia looked at him. "That's a very tight logical chain." "It's correct," said Harry. She made a note. "4 days for the requisition. We destroy on site or retrieve?" "On site," said Dumbledore. "The venom can be transported, and the vault environment is contained. I'll want Aurors present." "Moody," said Harry. "Obviously Moody," said Amelia. "He's been retired for 3 years and will be insufferable about being called back in. He'll also be invaluable and he'll know it." She capped her pen. "Anything else?" "One more thing," said Harry. "The scar." She looked at him. "When the cup is gone, Voldemort will have 2 Horcruxes left. The fragment in me and himself. We have a method for removing the scar fragment, Parseltongue-directed working, basilisk venom used in a specific application, timed for when Voldemort is weakened enough not to feel the loss and act on it." He met her eyes. "I need the Ministry's Magical Medical Division to have a team read for this when the time comes. It's going to require healers experienced in soul magic, which is a specialty that barely exists." Amelia looked at him for a long moment. "Soul magic healers," she said. "Yes. You want me to develop that specialty in the Ministry's medical division?" "I want you to fund the research and recruit the practitioners," said Harry. "There are 2 people at St. Mungo's who've published on soul injury, I have their names. It needs to be a team of at least 4, with 2 years to develop the protocol." He put a piece of parchment on her desk. "This is the preliminary research framework. Hermione drafted it from the theoretical base and I've reviewed it." Amelia picked up the parchment. She read it. She read it again. "How old is Hermione Granger?" 12, said Harry. Amelia set the parchment down with the deliberateness of someone filing something important. "I'll make the calls today," she said. She looked at Harry across the desk with the same look she'd given him in the garden at Privet Drive, crouching to his eye level, asking him properly, the right kind of angry, but now she didn't crouch, because he'd grown and she didn't need to anymore, and the look was the same and it meant, "I see you, I'm paying attention, I'm not looking away." "You've come a long way from that garden," she said. "You started it," said Harry. She made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was in the same neighborhood. "Monday after next. Gringotts. Be available. I'll be there, said Harry. You're in school. McGonagall will excuse me, said Harry. She absolutely will, said Sirius, from the corner. The Gringotts raid was a Tuesday, and it was exactly as Amelia Bones organized things, efficient, thorough, with Moody stumping through the marble atrium of the bank looking like someone who has been told he's retired and found the concept unpersuasive. 4 Aurors. 1 Dumbledore. 1 Amelia. 1 Sirius. 1 12-year-old with dragon-hide gloves and a sealed flask of basilisk venom who had been excused from charms by McGonagall with the words "I expect a full written account on my desk by Thursday." The Lestrange vault was on the lowest level, which the goblin assigned to them navigated with the professional blankness of someone who has decided opinions about what humans do in vaults but is not paid to express them. The cart went down in the dark, and Harry felt the cup before they arrived, the wrong key frequency rising to meet them, sharper than the locket had been, angrier, pulsing with the specific vitality of a Horcrux that had been unwatched and unworried for 20 years. The vault door opened. The inside was full of gold and objects and the accumulated significance of a family that had spent centuries on the wrong side of everything and been wealthy enough to make that comfortable. The cup was on a plinth in the center, as if Bellatrix had given it pride of place. Hufflepuff's cup, small, golden, with a badger engraved on each handle and a quality of genuine, honest magic in its own nature that the Horcrux sat in like a splinter in something that should have been clean. Harry walked straight to it. Moody said, "Careful, lad." "I know," said Harry. He unstoppered the venom flask. The venom was thick and dark and smelled of deep stone and old magic. He'd practiced the application, not on the cup, on inert surfaces, getting the specific quantity and direction right. Too little and it wouldn't complete the destruction. Too much and the venom spread became a problem in an enclosed space. He looked at the cup. He felt for the anchor point in its architecture, the seam between the soul fragment and Helga Hufflepuff's actual cup. He didn't try to separate them this time. The venom would do the work. He applied it precisely. The cup screamed. This one was louder than the diary, more present, more furious, the specific rage of something that has been comfortable for 20 years and is suddenly encountering its own end. It screamed and Harry held his position while Dumbledore contained the reaction, while Moody had his wand trained on the cup with the stillness of someone who would fire if the situation required and had no uncertainty about it, while Sirius was at Harry's back doing the same thing he'd done for the ring extraction, maintaining the ward, steady, absolute. The cup went quiet. Where the Horcrux had been, the cup's own nature reasserted itself, warm, golden, humming with the magic of a founder who had valued kindness and hard work and had built those values into the object she made. Harry picked it up with his gloved hands and looked at the badger handles and felt the difference between before and after, clean, now, fully itself. "One left," said Harry. Excluding himself. "One left," said Dumbledore. The goblin, who had been standing by the door with professional neutrality, said, "Are you finished with the vault?" "Yes," said Amelia. "Seal it pending further investigation." She looked at Harry. "Your ministry will want the cup for the formal evidence record." "After," said Harry. "After the last one." She raised an eyebrow. "After the last one," he said again, "there will be a ministry record of Voldemort's defeat that needs to include the full documentation. The cup is part of the documentation." He looked at her steadily. "I want it done properly. The record of what happened needs to be complete and unimpeachable, the same way my mum's broadcast was unimpeachable. So that nobody can revise it later. So that nobody can say it was different than it was." Amelia Bones looked at him across the Lestrange vault with its gold and its wrongness and said, "You're thinking about the history." "I'm thinking about Sirius," said Harry. "About what happens when the record can be altered. When there's no trial record because someone decided it wasn't necessary." He held her gaze. "We document everything. Every step. So it can't be undone." Amelia was quiet for a moment. Then she produced a notebook from her robes and wrote something in it. Complete documentation, she said. From the beginning. From the garden, said Harry. From the garden, she agreed. They rode the cart back up in the dark, and the bank's marble atrium received them with its usual grandeur, and outside the London morning was happening around Gringotts with no idea what had just occurred in its basement, and Harry stood on the steps and let the cold air touch his face and thought about the shape of what was coming. One Horcrux in his scar. One diminished, bodiless piece of Voldemort in the Albanian forests. 2 years, Dumbledore had said. Maybe less, now that the cup was gone and Voldemort would eventually feel the loss and know that his anchors were falling. Harry thought about Sirius in the garden, fixing the 4th stair. He thought about Remus at a kitchen table drawing bad dragons. He thought about Hermione with her notebook and her 4 errors in Chapter 11 and her soul magic research framework. He thought about Neville holding the rope around the trapdoor while the dog woke up. He thought about Augusta Longbottom writing back within 4 hours. He thought about McGonagall saying they were my favorite students to a door she was walking out of. He thought about his mother in a garden, burying a piece of herself in the soil where her son might find it. Thinking through the problem completely, building the failsafe, making it specific and love-keyed and absolutely certain, because Lily Potter was the kind of person who, when she decided something was necessary, made it work. He put his hand inside his coat and found the locket. It was warm. Not the speaking warmth, that had been quieter since the summer, as the voice had said it would be. Just the warmth of an object that was loved and kept and carried. The warmth of a gold locket with a doe on the front and a tiny portrait inside and 3 words engraved on the back. For when needed. It had been needed. It had worked. And the warmth that remained in it was not the memory anymore, not precisely, it was something that had moved out of the object and into Harry, the way the locket had said it would, becoming part of him so gradually he hadn't marked the exact moment it happened. He was almost 13. He had a scar and a Horcrux and a war that wasn't finished and 2 years of work ahead of him and every single person he needed at his back. He thought, I know. Not to anyone. Just to himself, or to whatever piece of his mother had finished the journey from the locket into the person she'd made before she'd had to leave. Just to the knowledge itself, simple and load-bearing and permanent. He knew who he was. He knew what he was made of. He knew the people standing around him and behind him and what they were made of too. The war was coming toward him and he was going toward it, and the shape of what was coming was not, from where he stood, the shape of something that ended badly. He took his hand off the locket. Right, he said. Sirius fell into step beside him. Right, he agreed. They walked away from Gringotts into the London morning, and the city moved around them, indifferent and full of life, and somewhere above the overcast sky the sun was doing what it always did, whether or not you could see it from where you stood. Harry looked up at the cloud. He could feel the warmth through it.